Chapter 16, Feelings of Home. A little over a week had gone by since the raising change, and things had already settled down within the walls. For most of the people, the king was only a nebulous entity that they didn't interact with directly, so him being removed from power and replaced didn't concern them as much so long as their daily lives remained unaffected. But while their daily lives were unaltered by the coup, the perspective of the world was beginning to shift in response to things that the new government had revealed about the world. Secrets long kept were suddenly out in the open, such as the true nature of the Titans and the fate of humanity outside of the walls, and it would take time to adjust to these revelations. In Stohas, 4 young MPs were once again on patrol. 3 of them had witnessed some of the more dramatic events of the past few weeks and were filling in their friend who had missed all of the excitement. Oris frowned thoughtfully. Dan. To think, this whole time, there were Titans right under our nose. Marco nodded. Yeah. At least some of them are on our side. Jean grimaced. Maybe. Still, I find it a little baffling. Annie and the others were only about 10 years old when they attacked War Maria. What kind of military sends children off to war? Boris glanced away. That's messed up. No wonder Annie and Bertolt were so quiet. Well, at least we have the founding Titan on our side. You said it can control normal Titans, right? Jean nodded slowly. Yeah. Oris smiled softly. If that's true, reclaiming War Maria will not only be possible, but easy. Marlowe frowned. Maybe. But we can't let our guard down. Marco looked at him in concern. You okay? Marlowe lowered his eyes. I'm fine. Just... Jean turned toward him. Still thinking about Hitch? Marlowe hesitated. Yeah. Jean shook his head. What happened wasn't your fault. Marlowe winced. No, but it's hard. Jean looked up at the sky grimly. Yeah. It used to be simple. Titans were bad, humans were good. Now, though. Hey. Jean and the others turned around to see 2 young women walking toward them. Marco gasped in surprise. Historia. Wimia. What are you doing here? Wimmy shrugged. Hey, we are just enjoying our last day off before we have to head north. Jean blinked. North? Historia nodded. We are heading north to test and experiment with our Titan powers. Top secret stuff, though, so we can't give away any details. Boris looked at them curiously. So you guys are the Jaws and Armored Titans, right? Wimmy smirked. That's right. Boris asked. Why were you guys chosen? Wimy's smirk faded. That's also top secret. Jean frowned. He knew from what they had said that Wimia hadn't really been chosen as the Jaws Titan, as it was pure chance that the power had ended up in her hands. As for Historia, he had no clue as to why she had been chosen to inherit the Armored Titan. It didn't make any sense to him, given that there were many other scouts that were more qualified than her. Granted, the 13-year limit would have scared off many candidates, but even so. Historia spoke up. Listen, I was wondering if I would be able to ask you guys a favor. Marco looked at her curiously. What kind of favor? Historia glanced away. Well, my Titan is a special. And the government has placed great importance on keeping me safe. Jean frowned. Special? What did that mean? Out in the field, Wimia will be able to protect me. But while in the walls, especially within the cities, transforming into a Titan won't be practical and could cause more problems than it solves. And the government thinks that other branches besides the Scouts should have more involvement with the Titan powers. Sir. Wimia interjected. She wants to know if you guys would be interested in being her bodyguards. Marlowe gasped in shock. What? Marco looked stunned. Huh? Jean frowned. Why us? Historia divvered. Because well, I know you guys and I trust you. And you've already had some experience in battle. I'd feel more comfortable with you guys guarding me than a bunch of strangers. Marco smiled shyly. But surely there's others more qualified. Wimir snorted. Not really. After what you guys went through after Annie and Bertolt revealed themselves, you guys have more experience than most of the other NPs. Urus shifted uncomfortably. Historia's gaze softened. You don't need to answer now, I just thought I'd let you guys know. Jean looked at the others and could tell that they were thinking the same thing as him. He stepped forward. Well, if you really want us to, would be more than happy to oblige you. While the scouts were busy preparing for the operation to retake Wolmaria, Connie and Sasha had been granted a few days of leave and took advantage of it. Connie and Sasha dismounted from their horses and left them in the village's stable. Connie felt a wave of nostalgia as he knocked on the door of his old home. He smiled as the door opened. Mom, I'm home. Mrs. Springer smiled warmly. Oh, welcome home, Connie. And who is this? Connie gestured at his friend. This is Sasha. She's a fellow soldier. Sasha bowed politely. Connie's younger brother Martin looked at her in amazement. Wow, she's pretty. Sunny, his younger sister, piped up. Is she your girlfriend? Connie blushed slightly. And no. We are just friends, okay? Mrs. Springer turned toward her daughter. Sunny, can you help me in the kitchen? Sunny whined. Do I have to? Mrs. Springer gently nudged her. Come along now. A short while later, after Mr. Springer came downstairs, the six of them sat down to dinner. Between seeing his family again and watching the slightly disturbing but also amusing side of Sasha eating, he felt truly calm and relaxed for the first time in weeks. The others, who were not used to Sasha's manners, or lack thereof, were a little shocked at her enthusiasm for food, but did their best to politely ignore it. When the meal was over, Sasha let out a contented sigh. That was delicious. Mrs. Springer smiled uncertainly. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Mr. Springer leaned forward. So, I've been keeping up with the news. Lot of shocking changes have been happening lately. Martin looked at Connie with big eyes. Big brother, is it true? Are there Titans on our side? Connie nodded, a slight frown on his face. Yeah, it's true. Sunny piped up. And are there really other humans out there? Sasha fiddled with her silverware. We don't know yet for sure, but it looks that way. Mrs. Springer shook her head. Well, that's certainly a shock. For the last 100 years we thought humanity was on the brink of extinction, when in fact it was all lies perpetuated by the royal family. Mr. Springer turned toward his eldest son. From what I read in the paper, it said that the royal family was the one that built the walls, but it never explained how they built the walls. Do you know? Connie and Sasha looked at each other for a moment before looking back at him. Connie grimaced. We don't know all the details, and what details we do know, well, we are not allowed to share right now. Martin pouted. But why not? Sunny exclaimed. Yeah, tell us. Connie shook his head. Sorry, but I really can't say. Mr. Springer looked at Connie carefully. I'll confess, I wasn't too thrilled when I heard that you had joined the Scouts. But looks like that was a wise decision, given recent events. Mrs. Springer frowned. Although, won't you two be participating in the operation to reclaim Wolmaria? Sasha dapped her head. Yeah, we are. Mrs. Springer's face became worried. Well, be careful out there. Connie tried to smile reassuringly. Yes, Mom. Don't worry too much. With Eren there, I'm sure we'll be fine. Mrs. Springer blinked. Eren. Mr. Springer stroked his chin. Isn't he the founding Titan? Connie nodded. Yeah, he was in our class. Martin gasped loudly. What, you're friends with a Titan? But isn't he super big? Connie chuckled. He's not actually a Titan. He's a human, he just has the power to turn into a Titan. Sunny tilted her head. But doesn't that make him a Titan? Connie smiled softly at her. I guess, but he spends most of his time as a human. Mr. Springer looked curious. What kind of person is he? Connie's smile faded. He's really strong and brave. With him around, I'm sure we'll be fine. While he trusted Eren, he did have his doubts, and as he glanced at Sasha, he could tell that she did as well. After all, he had kept his powers a secret during those 3 years of training, even from his best friends. But he kept his doubts to himself, as he didn't want his family to worry. As the conversation moved on to less serious topics, Connie did his best to enjoy the moment. He knew that he and Sasha would soon be facing a world even bigger and more dangerous than he could have ever imagined. But for now, things were going well, and he was here with his family, who was safe and happy. Life was good, and he would try to enjoy it for as long as it lasted. The experiments with Eren, Historia, and Wimi's Titans had been going on for about a week, and were going well. They had been conducting the experiments near Utopia District, with most of them taking place within the walls, while a few had taken place just outside of them. Owen had chosen Utopia District because it was the northernmost area of the walls and was the least likely to be watched by the enemy shifters, and so they would be able to keep the results of the experiments a secret. There was one day where Hanch had decided to focus more on Wimia and Historia's Titans, and so Eren was allowed to take the day off. Eren had chosen to spend his day off visiting the scouts that had been injured during the attack on the Reese estate, which included the 2 surviving members of the Levi squad, Petra and ELD. Armin and Mikasa had accompanied him, and while on the surface the 3 were getting along just like they always had, underneath Armin and Mikasa both felt unsure about Eren. When they arrived, Eren made his way through the hospital and first stopped by Petra's room. She was lying down on a bed, her arm in a sling. While she was recovering well, her injuries would take time to heal, and so she would not be able to participate in the operation to reclaim Wall Maria. Petra looked up as she saw that she had visitors. Oh. Hello, Eren. Eren looked at her anxiously. Hey. How are you feeling? Petra shrugged. Still sore, but getting better. Eren knelt down next to her and took her uninjured hand in his. I'm so sorry. Petra blinked. About what? Eren seemed unable to make eye contact with her. Gunther and Oliver. It's my fault that they... Petra shook her head. Oh, Eren, it wasn't your fault. None of us knew exactly what was waiting for us down there. Eren grimaced. But it was my responsibility. They shouldn't have died again. They deserved a chance at living a good long life. I can't let anyone else die because of me. Petra leaned back, touched by his concern. Eren. As Eren sat next to Petra, Mikasa and Armin's minds were buzzing. Mikasa felt uneasy. She had thought that she knew Eren and understood him perfectly. That idea had been shaken after learning about all the things he had been keeping secret from her, and it had been further shaken after Captain Levi and Armin had told her about the discrepancies and contradictions in Eren's story. She still loved him and would follow him into hell itself if he asked her to. But she wished she knew what was going on in his head, because now she had no idea, and not knowing frightened her. While Eren apologized to Petra, Mikasa frowned. Why does he think it's his fault? Could it really be? Meanwhile, Armin's thoughts were more focused, and he stiffened as he noticed something of that Petra and Mikasa seemed to have overlooked. What did he mean by died again? It was the night before the operation to retake Wall Maria, and Armin and Mikasa were leaning against the wall near the inner gate of Trust. The sun was close to setting, and it wouldn't be long before it was obscured by the walls. They looked up as a member of the garrison approached them. He raised a hand in greeting. Hey. It's been a while. Armin gasped. Mr. Hans. It's good to see you again. Hans glanced at the uniforms. So you guys joined the scouts? Armin nodded. Yeah. Hans looked around. Where's Eren, by the way? Armin shook his head. I'm not sure. Not here. Hans frowned thoughtfully. Sir, he's a Titan. Still having a hard time wrapping my head around it. I read in the papers that he got his powers from his old man. Is that true? Armin nodded reluctantly. Yeah, it's true. Hans put his hands on his hips. Dan. I always thought Grisha was hiding something, but I would never have guessed that he came from outside the walls. Armin shrugged, and he and the Kasa remained fairly quiet. Hans looked at them uncertainly. What's the matter? You two look kind of down. Armin dithered. Well, it's just Eren never told us about his powers or his mission. During those 3 years of training he kept it all to himself. The first person he told the truth was Commander Owen. Not us. Mikasa fiddled with her scarf. I know he still cares about us. He's saved our lives multiple times. But Armin sighed. He's kept so much of himself hidden, and now he's almost a stranger. I thought I understood him, but now I don't know anymore. Hans smiled. Maybe you don't understand him. But maybe that's okay. Armin and Mikasa looked at him in surprise. Hans looked up at the sky. As long as I've known him, he's always run off and done his own thing. It's gotten him into plenty of trouble. A lot of the stuff he did back in the good old days was just plain dumb. But when push comes to shove, he always stood up for his friends. And he might not always do the right thing, but he always tries to do the right thing. Hans glanced at them. He may not have told you everything, but he's been there for you guys. And I'm sure that when he's ready to talk, you'll be there for him. Mikasa smiled softly. Yes. Thank you, Hans. Armin looked at the sky thoughtfully. His doubts weren't gone, but he did feel slightly better than he had before. Chapter 17, Total Defeat. The sky was still dark over the abandoned district of Shiganshina, with the only visible light being from the campfire on top of the wall just above the inner gate. A short distance away from the campfire were a series of tents and boxes, with supplies scattered haphazardly along the surface of the wall. Directly next to the campfire sat 3 people, Zeke Yeager, Annie Lenhart, and Bertolt Hoover. Zeke's expression was neutral, as he was busy going through his plans in his head. Meanwhile, Bertolt and Annie's thoughts were more troubled. Bertolt had been having a reoccurring nightmare for the past few nights. It wasn't anything new. After their attack on Walmaria, he'd suffered from periodic nightmares, haunted by the knowledge of what he'd done and the suffering it had caused. In the end, though, he'd always shoved these feelings aside and tried to be like Reina, focused solely on the mission. But these nightmares were different. They felt so much more vivid and real than normal dreams, and it took longer than usual for him to convince himself that they were just dreams once he woke up. Because in the dreams, over and over again, he kept seeing Maka being eaten alive. The young soldier had overheard their plans, and Reina had ordered them to leave him to be devoured by a titan. He didn't want to do it, and he could tell that Annie didn't either, but as always, they had no choice. And each time, Bertolt could clearly see the tears running down Marco's face, hear the anguished screams of pain and horror as he was bitten in half by the titan, and watch as Annie openly sobbed and Reina seemed to lose his mind a little at the sight of their friend dying. He tried to ignore the dreams. He knew they weren't real. After all, he had seen Marco before they'd fled from Wall Rose, fleeing through the forest toward that abandoned castle. He was most likely still alive, and even if he wasn't, nothing like the horrifying scenario in the dream had occurred. It was nothing. And yet something about the dreams bugged Bertolt, as if he had forgotten something important. Meanwhile, Annie's thoughts were more self-deprecating, as she once again felt guilt over Reina. She'd seen signs that Eren could be the attack titan, and yet she'd ignored them. If she'd only said something, things might have turned out differently. Because as it was, Reina was at best captured and at worst. Noticing Annie's troubled expression, Bertolt broke the silence in an attempt to distract them both from their grim thoughts. He gestured out into Walmaria. When do you think they'll come? Zeke absently scratched his ear. It's hard to say. But if Eren finds out about Titan's hardening abilities, it could be quite soon. Bertolt grimaced. How dangerous do you think Eren is? Zeke's face became blank. It's hard to say. His father seems to have come from outside the walls using the attack titan. Given their blood relation, it will be easier for Eren to see his father's memories. So he probably knows at least a little about the outside world and will likely share it with the other scouts. But I wouldn't worry too much. His knowledge of the world is incomplete, and he hasn't had the training we've had. Bertolt frowned grimly. Even so, he's still ranked higher than us in our class. Zeke shrugged. Perhaps. But that doesn't necessarily mean he's the best out in the real world. Are you having doubts? No. Zeke nodded. Good. Let's end this here. Our primary objective is to retrieve the coordinate. There's a few more obstacles in our way, but once those are taken care of, we can complete our mission. Bertolt swallowed. You don't think Eren or the scouts will reach it first? Zeke shook his head. I highly doubt it. And even if they did, they wouldn't be able to use it. Based on the information we have from the Tiber family, only a member of the royal family can use the power of the founding Titan. But because of the 145th King's Vow renouncing war, any member of the royal family in possession of the founding Titan will be unable to use it to its full potential. Annie glanced at Zeke and could tell that there was something he was holding back, something he wasn't telling them. She considered asking him about it. But before she could, they were interrupted by a noise issuing from the bottom of the wall. Zeke, Annie, and Bertolt peered over the edge to see the cart Titan staring up at them. Peak spoke. War Chief, the enemy is approaching in large numbers. They are near the base of the mountain. Zeke nodded. Very well. Let's do this, my warriors. After clearing out their campsite, Zeke left with Peak, as he didn't have ODM gear, while Annie and Bertolt ran further along the wall. As they reached the point where they would have to separate, Annie glanced at her fellow warrior. Bertolt. Bertolt looked at her. Yes? Annie looked at him slightly anxiously. Be careful. Bertolt nodded. You too. They clapped each other on the shoulder before jumping off the wall, Annie jumping into Shiganshina, while Bertolt jumped into Wall Maria, each bracing themselves for the battle to come. The sun was still hidden by the walls, but its light was becoming more visible every minute. After a night of carefully sneaking through the lost territory, the scouts now rode hard toward their destination. Eren was near the middle of the formation, while Wimia and Historia were off to another side. Eren knew he should be feeling calm. After all, he already knew the worst-case scenarios that could happen, and thanks to their extensive preparations and practice, he was all but certain that they would not happen again. But there was still a small chance that something could go wrong. Worse still, he'd noticed that the others were becoming wary of him. He'd shared as much information as he could that would help them in the upcoming battle without admitting that he was from the future and had already seen the battle happen once, as he wasn't sure how he would explain that. But he could tell that some of them were beginning to question how he knew so much and didn't quite believe the explanations he'd given them. Captain Levi in particular seemed skeptical about him, and while the others did a better job of hiding it, he knew they also felt unsure about him. As Shiganshina came into view, however, Eren pushed these thoughts aside. He'd worry about whether they fully trusted him later. For now, his mission was clear: recapture Shiganshina and seal the wall. Everything else could wait. Annie squinted through the tiny cracks in the wall, looking out into Shiganshina from her concealed location. For a long while, nothing seemed to happen. Then, without warning, she noticed dozens and dozens of hooded scouts soaring along the wall toward the outer gate. She frowned. Ah, I see. They are all wearing hoods so that we won't be able to tell which ones are Eren and Wimia until the last minute. So, is one of them going to seal the wall? A few minutes later, her question was answered as a bright light flashed near the outer gate, and a moment later the hole was completely sealed. Annie grimaced. So, they do know about the Titan hardening ability. Looks like Zeke was right. She looked up, imagining the scouts on top of the wall even though she couldn't see them from her vantage point. Well, as soon as they seal both gates, Zeke will unleash his Titans, and then it'll be time for my part. Before long, all the scouts had soared away from the outer gate and back toward the wall connecting Shiganshina and Wall Maria, moving out of her line of sight. But more time passed and the inner gate remained unsealed. Annie shifted restlessly. What are they doing? Did something happen? I know that nobody has transformed into a Titan yet. I would have seen or heard something. Then she began to hear a faint clinking sound from the left side of the wall. What the hell? As the clinking continued, it gradually grew louder and louder, and Annie eventually realized it was getting closer and closer. Her eyes widened. Don't tell me they know, or at least suspect, that we are in the walls. If that's the case... Sure enough, before long she heard a metallic clang directly in front of her. Here. She heard an unfamiliar male voice call out. There's a hollow spot here. Annie pulled out her blades. Damn it. Guess I have no choice but to come out now. She pulled the cover away and quick as a flash stabbed the unlucky scout who had discovered her hiding place. She kicked his body away before turning around, ready in her ODM gear and preparing to attack any other scouts that were too close. As she turned, though, she froze as she found herself looking into the eyes of the very last person she had ever expected or wanted to see on the battlefield. Annie. Almin cried. His eyes were wide and contained a mixture of emotions that Annie couldn't quite identify. Her own mind was suddenly in a turmoil. He's right there, I have to kill him, but I can't. What do I do? What do I? She saw a flicker of motion directly above her and quickly turned to face the new threat. The next second, Levi zoomed down on her, his blade outstretched and lunging forward to stab her in the neck. Annie just barely managed to use her own blades to deflect the blow so that it sliced a deep cut in the side of her neck but missed any vital regions. Levi then swiped his second blade forward, attempting to impale her heart, but she raised her right arm to take the blow instead. The sword cut clean through her arm and managed to pierce her chest, but was stopped after getting caught on one of her ribs. Levi grunted in frustration as he was forced to pull back, and Annie fell. As she fell, she briefly made eye contact once more with Armin. Armin, I'm glad you're safe. Her body began to glow, and before she hit the ground she transformed. Armin stared down at the newly transformed female Titan, unsure of what he was feeling. Captain Levi, of course, had no such trouble. He scowled. Damn it. I was so close, but the little bitch managed to slip away. Armin winced, feeling a little bad about the harsh words directed at Annie, deserved though they might be. Up on top of the wall, Owen called out. All scouts, keep an eye out for the enemy. They could be anywhere dash. Without warning, the land behind them began to glow as dozens of Titans appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The scouts turned around in alarm as they saw the enemy materialize in front of them. And in the midst of it all stood the Beast Titan. As soon as he appeared, he grabbed a nearby boulder, hoisted it into the air, and hurled it as hard as he could toward the scouts. As it sailed toward them, Owen bellowed. Incoming. Take cover. The boulder didn't hit any of the scouts, instead landing in the inner gate. Nanaba looked at the boulder, confused. What did he miss? Owen shook his head. No, it is good aim. Now our horses can't get through. They are planning to cut us off and annihilate us here. Like us, they want to decide things here and now for good. Owen grinned. Perfect. He held out his arm. Everybody listen up. Here's what we are going to do. As his Titans encircled the district, Zeke stood in his Titan form on the edge of the half-circle, watching things unfold. It was a fairly simple plan, all things told. The primary goal of this battle was to recapture at least one of the other Titan powers, and their secondary goal was to wipe out the Survey Corporation. With their strongest military division severely weakened and their Titan powers taken away, the people of the walls would be unable to stop the warriors from rescuing Reyna and retrieving the founding Titan. To that end, once the district was encircled, Annie would emerge and lure the scouts toward the center of Shiganshina. They destroyed part of the district ahead of time so that there were no buildings in the area and ODM gear would be of limited use. The only way to effectively fight her would be to use one of their own Titans. As soon as one of the other Titans appeared to confront Annie, she would then roar, which would signal him to throw a barrel-holding Berdolt in her direction. The resulting explosion that Berthold's transformation would unleash would severely stun or weaken any unprepared Titan, as well as kill any nearby humans. With the enemy Titan vulnerable, Annie would capture them in her mouth and then protect Berthold from any potential attackers. Then, the noose would close as he would begin throwing a deadly barrage of rocks at the scouts, using his own Titans as decoys to lure them into more open and vulnerable positions. The scouts would then be trapped between the Colossal Titan and the Beast Titan with no way to escape. It appeared that Annie had been discovered and thus had been forced to transform early, but aside from that, everything was going according to plan. Zeke sighed. If only there was another way. Eren, brother, you and I are both victims of your father. In another time, perhaps we could have been on the same side. Alas, we have no choice but to fight. No matter how strong you are, you cannot win with just the attack and Joe's Titans. Close by, Peak and Berthold watched the mindless Titans march toward the district in silence. On the other side of the wall, Annie was still standing near the inner gate, but was slowly moving toward the center of the district, watching as the scouts began to move. She eyed them warily. A few of them are gathering near me, though they are keeping a wide berth. Meanwhile, most of them seem to be spreading themselves all along the outer wall. There must be some strategy they have in mind, though I'm not sure what it could be. She frowned. I wonder, though. How did they figure out that we were hiding in the walls? Was it you, Amain? Or was it Ern? Well, I suppose it doesn't really matter. I just have to. All of the warriors froze as they saw a massive flash of light appear on the wall. The flash soon faded to reveal a Titan standing on the wall directly above the inner gate. Zeke looked at the Titan carefully. Its back is facing me. Is that the attack Titan? It must be, although wait. Annie stared up at the Titan in horror. Standing there, looking down at her, was the armored Titan. But it was clearly not Reyna's Titan. Where Reyna's Titan was about 15 meters tall, this one was only about 14 meters tall. Its chest was larger, and the armored plates surrounding it bulged out more than normal. The hair was now a yellow-gold color and fell almost to the Titan's shoulders. Annie was frozen in horror. No. That can only mean a Reyna. Zeke frowned. Sir, that must be the armored Titan. That isn't good, but why is it on top of the wall? While the warriors were still stunned by Historia's Titan, Eren walked up next to her and gently placed his hand on her ankle. Instantly Historia, Wimir, Annie, Zeke, Berthold, and Peak felt like a bolt of electricity had run through them. Ah, that still feels weird. Here it comes. What the hell? Impossible. Huh? Don't tell me. All of Zeke's Titans froze and their eyes began to glow. Eren stared down at his half-brother's Titan and in his mind uttered one sentence. Kill the Beast Titan. Instantly, all of the Titans turned around and began to run toward the Beast Titan. Zeke stared at them all in shock. What a how? Peak yelled. What, Chief? Her yell brought him back to his senses. He quickly grabbed some nearby rocks, crushed them, and hurled them at the Titans closest to him. Some of them were killed, and the rest was staggered back by the projectiles, but the army of Titans kept coming. He bellowed at her. Get me more rocks now. Peak nodded and hastily dashed off to get more as Zeke continued to kill the Titans that would no longer obey him. As soon as the Titans began to run, Historia leaned forward and leapt off of the wall, sliding down into Shiganshina, coming to a stop only a few hundred yards away from Annie. Annie stared at the other female Titan in alarm. No way, that shock I just felt and those footsteps on the other side of the wall don't tell me they did recover the founding Titan. And they can use it. How? Eren walked back over to Owen's side, who was watching the battle grimly. During their experiments with Eren, Historia, and Wimir, they'd learned many things about their respective Titan powers. The most important fact was that Eren was indeed able to use the founding Titan if he made physical contact with Historia's Titan form. This allowed him to control any mindless Titans and make them do whatever he wished. They had stuck to testing this on the normal Titans and had left the colossal Titans within the walls alone, as the consequences of something going wrong would be far greater. They'd also found that after the initial contact with Historia's Titan, Eren could still use the power of the founding Titan even if he was not touching her Titan. He also did not need to be in Titan form to use the founding Titan's power. The effect lasted for up to 4 hours after being separated from Historia, after which the Titans would no longer obey Eren's orders. As they expected, Historia's armored Titan was particularly good at hardening, and so it was decided that she would be the one to seal the war. Wimi's Titan was the smallest, but also the fastest and far more agile than either the armored or attack Titans. Her main job was to protect Historia. Before embarking on their mission to Shiganshina, they'd had Historia transform into a Titan inside of Trust and had Eren use the founding Titan to make all the Titans near Wall Rose ignore them. They didn't want to give away that they had the founding Titan or the armored Titan, but they did want to reduce their casualties and felt that it was an acceptable risk. Once they arrived in Shiganshina, the plan was that they would seal the wall and wait for the enemy to make their move. Owen was fairly certain that the enemy would make use of the mindless Titans in some way, and when they did, the scouts would pull out their trump card and turn their enemies' weapons against them. And that was exactly what had happened. The Beast Titan had appeared with an army of Titans and tried to cut them off. A clever strategy that might have worked in other circumstances, but with Eren controlling the Titans and relaying Owen's orders, it was a futile gesture. With her job of activating the founding Titan done, Historia then went down into Shiganshina to confront the female Titan. Wimia and a few other scouts were nearby in case something went wrong and Historia needed help. As for the Beast Titan, Owen knew that even with the founding Titan they shouldn't underestimate their enemies. Based on the information they had collected from Reyna, they knew that the Beast Titan had a very powerful and deadly throwing capability. With this ability at his disposal, it was possible, however unlikely, that the Beast Titan would be able to kill any normal Titans they sent at him. So in addition to turning his Titan army against him, Owen also had several squads of scouts on horseback who would go after the Beast Titan. They would stay well away from the Titans and appear to be heading back into the interior before circling back around and coming at the Beast Titan from the rear. The Beast Titan would then be trapped between the Titans and the scouts. By this point the other enemy Titans would be forced to show themselves, and from there Owen, through Eren, could modify the normal Titans' behavior accordingly depending on the situation. Owen stared down at the Beast Titan. "So, Zeke Yeager, what will you do under these hopeless circumstances?" Within Shiganshina, Annie and Historia were battling it out. Annie was still in shock from the unbelievably bad situation they were in, and as such wasn't as focused as she should have been. Even so, she still held her ground, and Historia was having trouble finding any openings or weaknesses to exploit. On the other side of the wall, Zeke hurled barrage after barrage of rocks at the Titan sprinting toward him, but for every one that fell, another took its place, a little closer than the one before. Despite Peek's help, he knew it was only a matter of time before he was overwhelmed. He grimaced. "Damn it. I guess I underestimated Father." It seems he not only somehow acquired the attack Titan, snuck into the walls, and raised a new son to brainwash, but it also appears that he stole the founding Titan and somehow discovered the secret to unlocking its power and passed that knowledge on to his son. He picked up some more rocks. Although perhaps not all is lost. If I play my cards right, I may be able to take advantage of the circumstances. After all, I'm sure Eren will be as shocked as I was to discover that he has a brother. And if we could come to some sort of agreement. He glanced at Peek. Still, for all I know, they might just kill me, and in that case. He held another barrage of stones before speaking. "Peek." She looked up at him. "Yes, War Chief. It's clear we've lost this battle. We cannot win under these conditions. Our only chance is to try to get as many of us out of this alive as possible. In order to do that, there is only one way." Owen watched as the Beast and Cart Titans appeared to be having a heated discussion while trying to slow the horde of Titans descending upon them. He smirked. "For too long we have been the ones in desperate, hopeless situations. It's about time the tables were turned. It's not so nice on the other side, is it, Zeke?" Then, without warning, the Cart Titan collapsed to the ground. A second later, Zeke picked up one of the barrels that was on her back. Owen frowned. What is he doing? Zeke then held the barrel as hard as he could, and it soared through the air. Owen's eyes widened in shock as he realized what was happening. Soldiers, get ready. The colossal titan is about to come down on us from above. The scouts along the wall quickly descended down, moving to get out of the way. But the barrel flew well over their heads and continued into Shiganshina. Owen watched it in confusion. Huh? Did he miss? But that doesn't make any sense. Why would he? Then, a second barrel flew through the air just a little ways behind the first, this one also clearly having been held by Zeke. Both barrels slowly began to descend down toward the outer gate, and as they neared it, both of them exploded in a flash of light. The first barrel was obliterated in an instant by an enormous explosion, and the next second the colossal titan was standing next to the outer gate, its hands resting on the wall, its back facing the inner gate. The second barrel exploded in a smaller but still large flash of light, and a quadrupedal titan appeared out of nowhere. It flew through the air before landing roughly on the colossal titan's back, where it quickly grabbed on, digging its fingers into the colossal skin in order to get a good grip. After securing itself, the carp titan bellowed at the top of its lungs. Annie! Retreat! Annie and all the scouts looked up in shock at the words. Hand frowned. Sir, they are cutting their losses and trying to escape while they still can. Wimmy yelled. Request permission to transform. Granted. Hand replied. While Historia continued to brawl with Annie, Wimmy circled around the buildings with her ODM gear until she was behind Annie. She then bit her hand and transformed. As soon as her titan appeared, Wimmy tried to go straight for Annie's nape. Annie almost seemed to expect her to do this, however, and immediately turned around to face the Jaws titan head-on. Before Wimmy could react, Annie grabbed her face, swung her around, and hurled her directly into the armored titan. The impact caused Historia to stumble back and fall, destroying a nearby house. Wimmy found herself unable to move, as her teeth had been embedded in Historia's armored chest plates. As the two other female titans tried to disentangle themselves, Annie ran as fast as she could toward the colossal titan, her mind racing. If we're retreating, then the situation really is hopeless, and not only is Reyna dead, Zeke is. Owen watched as Annie ran toward the other warriors. They are about to get away. Should I try waking up some of the wall titans? Owen glanced behind them and saw that the beast titan was only seconds away from being overwhelmed by the horde of titans. He shook his head. No. We've won this battle decisively, there's no need for us to risk it. Until we know for sure that we can control them, it would be unwise to use the wall titans in battle. Eren nodded. Very well. And so the scouts were unable to prevent Annie from reaching Bertolt, and the colossal titan Steen kept them from getting too close. After Annie and Pete climbed up onto the wall, Annie and Bertolt emerged from their titans and climbed onto Pete's back. Before they retreated, all three of them took one last look into Shiganshina. Annie's eyes watered. Reyna, I'm so sorry. Bertolt closed his eyes. We are finished. Pete bowed her head. Zeke, farewell. On the other side of the wall, the beast titan was being savagely torn apart as the titan horde aided alive, ripping off chunks of flesh in a primal display of carnage. Zeke felt none of it, however, as he had vacated his titan and was now jogging away on foot. He smirked. Looks like I was right. They told the titans to kill the beast titan, not kill the beast titan possessor. He looked around, his smirk fading. Still, I doubt I'll get far. Sure enough, before long he was surrounded by the scouts on horseback, with Levi at the head of the group. Levi pointed his sword at the shifter. Stop. Don't move. Zeke sighed before raising his hands in the air. There's no need for that. I know when I've been beaten. I surrender. Chapter 18, New Allies. Dina shivered as she walked off the boat. With her eyes covered, she couldn't see where she was going and had to rely on the Malian soldier prodding her back to move forward. Not that she needed to see to know where she was going. Like all Eldians who dared to oppose Mali, there was only one place she could be. Paradis Island, the penal colony for Eldian traders, where she would spend the rest of her life as a Titan wandering outside of the walls. She had various cuts and bruises from where the Malian soldiers had beaten her, and yet none of the pain really registered to her as she ascended a flight of stairs she couldn't see. All she could think about was how Zeke had looked at her before handing them over to the authorities. Dina shuddered. Zeke, why? As she reached the top of the stairs, she could hear thunderous footsteps somewhere nearby and the sound of several people yelling and talking. Before long she was escorted across the wall and forced to her knees. Oh, a woman. What a waste. If only she wasn't a devil. At last, the blindfold was removed, revealing a sight she wasn't quite prepared for. She was on top of a massive wall, right at the edge. Starting at the base of the wall and stretching into the distance were a series of sand dunes. And throughout the sand dunes were several dozen Titans, some walking, some crawling, some running, all of them moving away from the wall and heading further inland. She stared at them in horror. Those must be our comrades. Even now, she was able to recognize some of them, though their faces were now twisted into a horrible nightmarish facade of their once human selves. Dina. She looked to her right and saw Grisha staring back at her. She breathed. Darling. Grisha, at least I got to see you one last time. Grisha looked at their captors in alarm. Why is she here? I told you everything. She ought to be valuable to you Malians. She is real dash. Without warning, the Malian soldier behind him slammed him to the ground and covered his mouth. Shut up. He growled as Grisha struggled. The Malian officer behind her looked at his peer in confusion. What's the matter? The Malian soldier shook his head. I couldn't stand listening to his nonsense. Continue your work. The Malian officer sighed. Geez, just turn him into a Titan already. Dina smiled softly. Thank you for trying to protect me, but... She felt a sudden pain in the back of her neck and looked at her husband one last time. She smiled, tears streaming down her face. Grisha, no matter what form I take, I promise I'll find you. Grisha looked horrified, but Dina knew there was no escaping their fate. And so she kept smiling, trying to reassure him in their last moments. Ha ha, how lovely. You'll make a great Titan couple. With that tasteless jerk, the Malian officer kicked her off the wall. As she fell, the last thing she heard before everything went dark was Grisha's scream. Dina. Her body felt very heavy and sluggish, like she'd been asleep for a very, very long time. She wasn't quite awake yet, and at the moment just wanted to go back to sleep. But there seemed to be some voices nearby that had other ideas. I think she's waking up. Does she look okay? Let me see. Wondering what the other voices were, Dina reluctantly forced her eyes open. The first thing she saw was the clear blue sky, a few clouds dotted around it here and there. The second thing she saw was a young man with short black hair, wearing some sort of uniform. He knelt down next to her and extended a hand. Hello. Are you okay? Dina blinked and slowly took his hand. Yes. As her hand touched his, she suddenly realized that apart from a cloak that had been draped around her, she was naked. She also noticed the enormous wall that towered over them just a few yards away, and her memories suddenly came flooding back. She scooted away, looking at the young man in alarm. What? Where am I? What's going on? He smiled gently. Take it easy. You're safe now. You're in Wall Maria. Come this way. He extended his hand once more, and this time she accepted it and allowed herself to be pulled to her feet. As she stood up, she got a better look at her surroundings. A few yards away was a 50-meter-high wall that extended as far as she could see in either direction. While most of the wall looked fairly old, there was a large gate nearby that looked much newer. It appeared to be made of some sort of crystalline substance and didn't look nearly as neat as the rest of the wall. At the moment it was closed, and she wondered where it led. She also noticed several tents set up near the gate and realized that there were many soldiers moving around the camp, several of them staring at her curiously. As she was wearing nothing but the large cloak that had been provided for her, she felt a bit self-conscious and was relieved when she was given a set of actual clothes she could change into in one of the private tents. Once she was dressed, the young men then escorted her to a more official-looking tent. There were two women waiting for them inside, one of them wearing glasses, the other having more oriental features. Both were wearing the same type of uniform as the young man. The young man gestured at her to sit down, and she reluctantly complied, still wondering what was going on, but being too nervous to ask just yet. The young man passed her a water flask. "Would you like some water?" Dina accepted it gratefully. "Yes, thank you." She took a long drink and then looked at him expectantly. He leaned forward. "You're probably wondering what's going on." She nodded silently. "Tell me, what's the last thing you remember?" Dina lowered her eyes. I was brought to Paradise Island. They injected something into my neck and then a nothing. But before that I saw others that turned into titans. She looked up at him. Is that what happened to me?" He slowly nodded. "It would seem so." She stiffened. "I see. How long was I a titan? What year was it when you were brought to Paradise?" She tilted her head. "Let's see, it was 832. The young man looked at her gravely. "In that case, you have been a titan for 18 years. Her eyes widened in shock. She leaned back in the chair, feeling utterly astonished. 18 years. But it feels like no time passed at all. She looked at him uncertainly. How did I become human again?" He glanced away. "That was my doing. I'm the founding titan." Her eyes widened. "You are the founding titan. Are you the king of the walls? But he's so young, and why did he help me?" He shook his head. "No. I killed the king of the walls and took his power." "Oh." Dina wasn't sure what else to say. "I thought you would be glad to hear that. After all, I know that the Eldians on the continent feel as though the king abandoned them." He smiled bitterly. "Although he abandoned us as well." Dina frowned. "What do you mean?" He sighed. "It's a rather complicated story. But before I tell you, I think some proper introductions are in order." He smiled and gave a small wave. "My name is Eren. This is Mikasa and Section Commander Hanch." Dina nodded. "I see. It's a nice to meet you." "My name is Dina." Hanch leaned forward, looking at Dina curiously. "We would appreciate it if you could tell us what's been going on in the outside world. We've been trapped inside these walls for the past 100 years, so we could use an outside perspective." "Very well." Dina then told them her story. She told them how she had been a member of the Eldian Restorationists in the Liberio internment zone, how she had married their leader, Grisha, and how they had had a son named Zeke who later betrayed them. She also mentioned their plan to steal away the founding titan and free the Eldians from the internment zones. One thing she omitted from her story, though, was the fact that she was descended from the royal family. After learning that the previous king of the walls had been killed, she wasn't entirely sure how they would react to finding out she was a distant relative, and felt it was safer to keep quiet about that detail, at least for the moment. Near the end of her story, she began to tear up. She shuddered. "I was so foolish. I always thought Grisha was a little hard on Zeke, but I never said anything, and I often put too much pressure on him as well. We were terrible parents. If only we could have seen that." She began to cry and then thoughtfully handed over a handkerchief. Mikasa and Hanch watched her carefully, and Hanch's gaze flickered back and forth between her and Eren. After getting her emotions under control, Dina looked back at Eren. "I've told you my story. You said you would tell me what's going on." Eren nodded. "Very well. First of all, after creating the walls and leaving behind his threat to the rest of the world, the 145th king erased our memories of the outside world and led us to believe that we were the last of humanity in a world overrun by titans. Outside, Sasha and Connie were stationed near the perimeter of the camp and were staring at the new gate that Historia had constructed to seal the hole that Reyna had made 5 years ago. Shortly after their victory at Shiganshina, Eren had used the power of the founding Titan to control all the Titans still within War Maria. He had then ordered them to come to Shiganshina. A few days later, and it appeared that all of the Titans had arrived and were then sealed inside the district. Most of the scouts then left to survey the land and verify that War Maria was indeed Titan-free, while a few remained just outside of Shiganshina to keep an eye on the gate and to oversee further experiments of the founding Titan's power. Connie shook his head. This is so weird. We used to live in fear of the Titans, and just like that they've all been contained here. Sasha frowned. But why? Couldn't Eren have just killed all of them? Connie shrugged. He could have, but I think they are planning to turn them back to humans at some point. Ah, so that's what they were doing earlier with that grinning Titan. Eren must have been testing to see if he could turn Titans back into people. Connie glanced at her. Did it work? Sasha nodded. I think so. I saw someone emerge from the night. It was a woman. They escorted her into one of the nearby tents. I wonder what they are doing with her. On top of the wall just above the new gate, several scouts looked down into the district, which was now packed with thousands upon thousands of Titans. It hadn't been too long ago that Eren had once more used his power to control them, and so for the moment all of them were standing perfectly still. Owen, Historia, and Wimmy stood near the edge, looking over a row of Titans just below them. Historia looked at her friend uncertainly. You okay? Wimmy grimaced. I'm fine. It's just all of them down there. They are just like me. Normal people forced to become monsters and wander the lands outside the walls forever. Spending years or decades in this state. Owen stepped forward. Yes. But that will soon come to an end. Historia looked at him. So, you are planning on turning them all back into humans? Owen nodded. Yes. But not all at once. We'll need to carefully plan the logistics. As Titans, they'll do whatever Eren tells them to do, and the only sustenance they need is sunlight. But as soon as they become human again, they'll need actual food and water again, and they may not be as cooperative. Historia narrowed her eyes slightly. Are you going to tell Eren to erase their memories? Owen dithered. With Dina, I had Eren keep her memories intact, apart from the years she spent as a Titan. He glanced at Wimmy. From what you said, those are times best forgotten. She nodded grimly. Yes. Owen returned his gaze to the Titans below. And if we manage to find any more of the Eldian restorationists among the Titans here, we will probably also let them retain their memories. But for the rest, I think it's best if they start off with a fresh flight. After all, for many of them their families back on the continent will have died long ago, and the chances of getting back are slim to none. Plus, there are probably some here who actually were dangerous criminals. Best to leave their memories of their old lives behind. Historia frowned. But isn't that what the 145th king did 100 years ago? Take away the people's memories so that he could get them to do and believe whatever he wanted them to. Owen shook his head. No. We'll tell them the truth, both about where they came from and where they are. We'll just let them think that the memory loss was a side effect of becoming human again. But we won't force them to do anything. They'll be free to do with their lives what they want to. Historia didn't look entirely satisfied, but decided not to comment further, at least for the moment. Wimmy glanced behind them. Dina. She is royal blood, right? Owen followed Wimmy's gaze. Yes. Are you planning to have her inherit Historia's Titan once her tenure is up? Possibly. But we need to verify that we can trust her first. Dina's mind was reeling as she took in everything Eren had told her and all that occurred within the walls for the past century and the chain of events that had led them to this moment. She'd always thought that the King of the Walls had been a coward, but she had never expected him to be a self-destructive pacifist. If it hadn't been for the interference of the attack titan, the people of the walls and the Eldian people as a whole would have been finished. It took her a minute to find her voice. I see. This is a lot to take in. Eren nodded sullenly. Yes, I'm sure it is. She looked at him anxiously. You said that you have all the titans locked up in Shiganshina, the district behind us, right? Yes. She leaned forward. Please, do you know if my husband is there? Because if he is. Eren winced and looked away. I'm afraid he's not. She frowned. How do you know? Eren looked back at her. I haven't told you quite everything. I told you how the possessor of the attack titan came from outside the walls and passed his power on to me. But I didn't tell you who the attack titan before me was. Dina felt puzzled. What was Eren talking about? He let out a heavy sigh. The man was Grisha Yeager. She froze and looked at Eren in astonishment. What? But that means... Eren nodded slowly. Grisha was my father. Dina looked at Eren in shock, the reality of her situation slowly sinking in. For her, time had seemed to stand still for 18 years. And yet the world had continued to move on without her, with Grisha apparently having continued their mission, meeting another woman, and having another son grow up into a young man, all while she hadn't aged a day. She felt a flare of jealousy at the thought of this other woman, but she supposed she couldn't really blame Grisha, seeing how she had become a mindless titan. And yet how did Grisha avoid the same fate? She looked at Eren uncertainly. But how did that happen? Eren grimaced. One of the Malian soldiers who was on the wall that day was the Owl. He had the attack titan, and after killing the other Malians, he entrusted Grisha with his titan and his final mission. Dina leaned back. I see. And he passed his titan on to you. Eren nodded. Yes. Dina frowned. But is he still alive? Eren averted his gaze. No. The method of transferring the titan powers makes that impossible. Dina felt a trickle of dread running through her. What? Hanch bowed her head while Mikasa fiddled with a scarf she had wrapped around her. Dina looked at the scarf curiously for a moment, as it looked strangely out of place given the military uniform. Eren sighed. In order to inherit the power of the titans, one must be turned into a normal titan and then eat the person who holds the titan power. Dina looked at him sharply. That means you. Eren looked at her sadly. Yes. My father turned me into a titan and I devoured him. Dina gasped in horror. But why? Eren looked down at his hands. Because anyone who inherits a titan power will die 13 years after they inherit it. And his 13 years were almost up. Dina slowly nodded. I see, but wait, doesn't that mean that you only have about 8 years left? Eren silently nodded while Mikasa's grip on her scarf tightened. Han simply continued to observe Dina, her eyes occasionally glancing back at Eren. Dina looked at Eren sympathetically. And we were going to try to force the same fate on Zeke. We really were terrible parents. If only I could find Zeke and make it up to him somehow. She smiled sadly. I'm sorry. But why didn't you tell me before? Eren coughed and tried to keep his expression neutral. I wasn't sure how you would react. And I wanted to make sure that your story matched up with Grisha's memories. As you've probably guessed, you weren't chosen at random to be turned back to human. I knew about your history, your royal blood, and your loyalty to Eldia. Given all of that, I was hoping you would be able to help us. Dina gasped. Yes, of course. I'll do whatever I can to help. Eren smiled softly. Thank you. Dina returned the smile. I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, I'd still be. Eren's smile faded. Yeah. Dina frowned. There's something you're holding back. What's wrong? Eren's face contained a mixture of emotions, despite his best attempts to hide them. Kindness, pity, empathy, but there was something else there as well, something she couldn't quite identify. Eren forced a smile. It's nothing. It dash. Mikasa elbowed him. Eren. Tell her. She'll find out sooner or later. Eren looked at her slightly annoyed before returning his gaze to Dana. He let out a long sigh. Fine. Just to be clear, I don't hold anything against you. As a Titan, you had no control over yourself, and you shouldn't feel guilty. He hesitated. But while you were a Titan, you killed my mother. Dina's eyes widened in horror. No. I did feel some jealousy, but I would never have it but if I was a mindless Titan. She clutched her head. Oh God, She looked at him in alarm as another horrifying thought occurred to her. Was it just her or did I? Eren shifted uncomfortably. I don't know. She felt tears welling up in her eyes. I'm so sore. Eren waved a hand. Like I said, you had no control over yourself. It's okay. Seeing that she still looked miserably, Eren pulled her into a gentle hug, trying to comfort her. As he did so, his ear brushed against her cheek, and without warning Dina felt a crackle of electricity running through her body, and suddenly she was in a very different place. She was in the middle of a large, grassy field. Standing in front of her were Eren and Mikasa. They looked strangely small, with Eren standing between her and Mikasa. Eren looked back at Mikasa, his voice choked with emotion. Mikasa, I will always wrap your scarf around you. Now and forever. That's a promise. Eren then looked up at her, screamed, and threw his fist forward as if to punch her. Everything went black, and suddenly she was back in the tent with Eren hugging her as if nothing had happened. She froze in shock. What was that? Eren pulled back. Is something wrong? Dina hesitated before quickly trying to reassure him she was fine. He frowned. Well, if you're sure. Dina nodded, still feeling shaken by the day's strange events, but trying to appear calm. Still, what was that, or was it a vision? A dream? Hanj leaned forward and whispered into Mikasa's ear. Well, her story seems to match up with Eren's. And she seems trustworthy, though she's clearly not the soldier type. Mikasa nodded and whispered back. Do you think we should tell her about Zeke? The city of Trust had been the first to receive the good news of reclaiming Walmaria, and before long the news had spread throughout the walls, and people were eagerly anticipating the day they would finally be allowed to return to their lost homes. But while the people celebrated, the scouts were still busy at work. Some were still at Shiganshina. Most were surveying the lands of Walmaria. And a few veteran squads, which included the Levi and Mike squads, were stationed inside Wall Rose just outside of Trust, looking after a special prisoner. Their camp was set up in the middle of a forest where their ODM gear could be used to its full potential without endangering civilians. Some of the scouts were perched up in the trees, while others were patrolling on the ground. And sitting in the center of the camp were two people, Captain Levi and Zeke Yeager, the Beast Titan. Zeke seemed oddly relaxed for someone who was ostensibly a prisoner, and Levi wasn't sure what to make of him. He had orders from Owen to both keep an eye on him and to try to find out what kind of person he was. Levi looked at Zeke carefully. So, you say you're willing to cooperate with us? You'll forgive me if I don't take your word for it. Who are you? I know you're Eren's half-brother, and of course I know you're the Beast Titan, but outside of that we know pretty much nothing about you. So start talking. Zeke nodded. Very well. Did Eren tell you about Grisha and the Eldian restorationists? Levi frowned. Yes, he did. He also mentioned how you were the one who betrayed them. Zeke nodded. I see. That's good, you already know some of the context. Zeke took a sip of his cup of coffee. After being captured, Zeke had shared the supplies that Peak had been forced to leave behind, which happened to include the ingredients for a caffeinated beverage that the people of the walls had never seen before. Some of the scouts hadn't cared for it, but others had taken a liking to it, and Zeke had helped brew some for the others earlier in the day. Levi wasn't sure if Zeke was trying to be nice, or if it had been a calculated gesture to help earn their trust. Either way, though, he wasn't letting his guard down. Not yet anyway. Zeke let out a sigh. Yes, I did betray them. But not for the reasons you're thinking. Zeke leaned forward. You see, I was fully on board with my father's plans. I could see the suffering and injustice of the Eldian people, and like my father, I was motivated to do something about it, to liberate Eldia once and for all. But while I was training to become one of Marley's warriors, I overheard a conversation between several officers. It turns out that they had found out about the Eldian restorationists and were one step away from exposing them. It was only a matter of time before they uncovered enough evidence to discover who was in the group and who was leading it. If that were to happen, all of us would be sent to Paredes and turned into titans for our treachery. Levi frowned thoughtfully. Realizing that Marley would catch us no matter what, I did what I could in order to save myself and my grandparents and to keep my father's mission alive. I turned my parents into the authorities. By doing so, I was able to show my loyalty to Marley. Zeke spread his hands. After all, who would doubt the one who had turned on his parents for the good of the motherland? And indeed, doing so helped secure my position as a warrior and eventually inherit the Beast Titan. Zeke took another sip of his coffee. But while I was seemingly loyal to Marley, in secret I've tried to continue my father's mission. To that end, I was doing what I could to ensure that Marley's plan to capture the founding Titan succeeded. And once it succeeded, I was going to take it away from them and use it to save Eldia. Levi nodded slowly. I see. Interesting. That actually makes a lot of sense. And it was quite a clever plan. Although, it's hard to believe that a 7-year-old would be able to come up with that kind of skein. Then again, Rainer did say that Zeke was a prodigy, so I guess it's possible. Zeke grimaced. I'll be perfectly honest, at first I didn't really give a damn about the Eldians behind the walls. I was mainly concerned about helping the Eldians on the continent. He smiled apologetically. I guess on some level I did buy into the Marleyan propaganda about you guys being devils. But after retrieving Annie and Bertolt and learning about what they had seen during the past 5 years, I realized that the people here are no different from people elsewhere in the world. His smile faded. And of course I found out about Eren, my half-brother. Levi tilted his head thoughtfully. He seems to be telling the truth. Still, there are some things that aren't adding up. If your loyalty is to Eldia and not to Marley, why did you set up the ambush in Shiganshina? Zeke frowned. While my loyalty is to Eldia, the other warriors are still loyal to Marley. I couldn't risk them learning of my true allegiance, so I continued to go along with Marley's plan to recapture the founding Titan. I didn't realize that Owen and the Survey Corps had already overthrown the corrupt and pacifistic King of the Walls. If I had known that, I probably would have done things differently. Levi looked at him carefully. If we hadn't defeated you, would you have killed us? Zeke slowly nodded. Yes. I was willing to do whatever it took to retrieve the founding Titan. I can understand why you don't trust me, but... Levi shook his head. It's fine. It didn't come to that, so there's no need to worry about what might have been. I've been around enough criminals and con artists to know a liar when I see one, and while I'm sure you've got secrets you haven't shared yet, I have a feeling you are telling the truth when you say that you are loyal to Eldia. Zeke smiled softly. I'm glad to hear that. Levi continued to question him, and Zeke told more about his life, the various war crimes he had committed while serving under Marley, and the secret resistance against Marley he'd been gathering behind the scenes. Levi got the sense that while Zeke didn't feel guilt for anything he'd done, he did feel regret for the instances where innocent blood had to be spilled in order to continue his mission. Levi looked at Zeke thoughtfully. The man who had the attack Titan before Grishiega, the owl, committed countless atrocities against Eldians, his own people. But it was his full dedication to it that kept his identity a secret from Marley until he was ready to make his move. I get the sense that Zeke has been in a similar situation. Obviously it's too early to say for sure that we can trust him, but I'll tell Owen that it may be a possibility down the road. Zeke looked at Levi curiously. And what about you? I've heard you referred to as humanity's strongest soldier. Levi scowled. TCH. I've never liked that title. And after finding out that there are other humans out there beyond the walls, it's probably not even true. Zeke shrugged. Perhaps. But going up against the Titans like you've been doing must take some courage and skill. Levi grimaced. Maybe. But I do feel a little foolish. For years I thought I was fighting for mankind's survival, only for it to turn out to all be a lie, a farce made up 100 years ago. Zeke shook his head. It wasn't a complete lie though. While you may not have been fighting to save all of humanity, you were fighting to save humanity within the walls. And the sacrifices you and the other scouts have made will help to build a better future for those who call this place home. Levi smiled softly. Thanks. Zeke's eyes glowed. And with Eren to help, Eldir's liberation is now possible. Levi's smile faded. Yes. Before long Levi turned in for the night, and someone else took over the job of watching Zeke. As he drifted off to sleep, Levi found himself thinking about both Jaeger brothers and feeling uncertain about what they had planned and whether he should trust them. Chapter 19, Paths. Zeke could only watch in disbelief. He had been sure that his last attack would be enough to finish off the last of the scouts. But somehow, a tiny handful was still alive, and despite seeing their comrades cut down right in front of them, they were still charging directly at him. They fired more of the smoke signals, which passed harmlessly by his head, but nonetheless made him slightly angry. Fools. He growled. You really think those little toy guns are going to help? He bent down to pick up one last boulder to finish off the stragglers. And all that screaming, what good could that possibly do? He then hurled the crushed-up rocks at the remaining scouts, killing all of them. At last the battlefield was silent. He sighed. How sad. Poor pathetic things. He was about to call for Peak when he noticed something peculiar to his right. What's this? My Titans have fallen. And then, through the smoke fired by the now-dead scouts, a man soared right in front of him, his face twisted with rage. Realizing the battle wasn't quite over, Zeke let out a challenging roar and swiped his left hand at the man. But the man easily avoided the attack, and with astonishing speed he zoomed up the titanic arm, shredding it to pieces. As his arm fell apart into a bloody mess, a memory suddenly hit Zeke. Huh? A single soldier might pose a threat to me. Yes. Captain Levi is dangerous. Zeke looked at what was left of his left arm in shock. Is this Levi? His eyes widened in alarm. My nape. He quickly covered his nape with his remaining hand, but the next second the world went black. What the I can't say. Did he take out my eyes? The next second, he felt a deep gash being cut into each of his feet. My legs. No longer able to support his weight, his legs folded beneath him and his body collapsed to the ground with an almighty crash. What's wrong, not enjoying yourself so much anymore? In desperation, Zeke tried to focus. Harden, I won't make it in time. Come on, let's have some fun. The man then sliced up the beast Titan's arm and back, and before long Zeke was forced out into the open. Before he could move, the man had thrust his sword into his mouth, forcing him onto his back. The man, who was drenched in Titan blood, gazed at him intensely. After transforming, if your body is severely damaged, it's too busy healing to let you resume your Titan form. Isn't that right? As he had a sword in his mouth, Zeke couldn't have answered even if he wanted to. The next second, the sword had been pushed forward so that it sliced through his cheek, adding to the already not inconsiderable amount of pain he was in. Hey, I asked you a question. It's only polite to answer. Zeke jolted upright, his eyes wide in fear. Levi, who was leaning next to a nearby tree, glanced at him uncertainly. What's wrong? Zeke slowly relaxed as he took in his surroundings. He was back in the forest, being guarded by the scouts, and it was the middle of the night. He shook his head. Nothing. Levi frowned. Bad dream. Zeke nodded. Yeah. Levi then walked away, leaving Zeke alone with his thoughts. Zeke rubbed his chin. Strange. Bertolt said that he had been having unusually vivid nightmares and now this. Based on what they said, Bertolt's nightmares must have begun around the time that Eren started using the Founding Titan. Perhaps this is what they call past visions of what might have been or what will be. And based on what I saw, this must have been a vision of what would have happened if the scouts had tried to recapture Shiganshina without the Founding Titan. He glanced at the nearby sleeping scouts warily. So, it seems that Levi's skills weren't exaggerated. I'll have to be careful. Mikasa felt unbelievably tense, and she wasn't sure why. She was at a round table with Armin and Eren, the two people she cared about most in the world. But she wasn't sure how she had gotten there, and there seemed to be something very wrong with Eren. Eren's gaze was cold. It turns out that Malian scholars still barely know a thing about the Titans. But what came about by accident from the Eldian Empire's fiddling around with the subjects of Wimir during its long history was the Ackerman clan, who maintain a human form, but in some cases can manifest the power of the Titans. The Ackerman clan was designed in order to protect Eldir's king. As a result, the instincts in their blood will still activate once they recognize someone as a host. Mikasa frowned in confusion. Huh? Eren's eyes narrowed. In other words, you only cling to me because of your instincts as an Ackerman. Mikasa froze as her thoughts went back to that day. You obeyed my order in that moment when you were facing death. Fight. Apparently, when all of those conditions are met, the instincts hidden inside the Ackerman clan's blood will awaken. Not only did this heighten your physical abilities to an extreme, you were given the experience in battle accumulated by every past Ackerman by way of a path. All because you happened by chance to trick yourself into believing I was the host you had to protect. Mikasa had started to shake slightly, but forced herself to speak. You're wrong. Eren eyed her coldly. I am? How? She looked at him anxiously. It wasn't by chance. It's because it was you I was able to become strong, all because of you, Eren. Eren tilted his head slightly. Apparently once an Ackerman awakens, they often find themselves suffering from sudden headaches. They say this happens out of the true self trying to resist being forced to protect its host. Sound familiar? Mikasa's eyes widened. No. What I'm saying is that the real Mikasa disappeared in that mountain hut at 9 years old, leaving only you behind, ever faithful to your Ackerman instincts. She felt like there was a hole in her stomach and that it was sinking deeper and deeper with every word Eren spoke. No. A clan who lost their true selves, created only to follow orders. In other words, slaves. Stop it, Eren. Armin cried. Eren ignored him and kept his gaze focused on Mikasa. Do you know what I hate most in this world? Anyone who isn't free, who behaves like cattle. Eren. Armin shouted. Just looking at them made me so angry. Now I finally understand why. I couldn't stand to look at an undoubting slave who only ever followed orders. Eren's eyes grew even colder. Ever since I was a kid, Mikasa, I've always hated you. Her trembling stopped, but it was replaced with the worst feeling she'd ever experienced. To see the person she cared about the most looking at her that way, saying those words. Her eyes quickly filled up with tears as she felt something inside of her breaking. She wanted to run away, far away, from those cold eyes and those horrifying words. Mikasa lurched up in her bed, her breathing frantic. As she took in her surroundings, she realized that she was in one of the Survey Corps tents and that the conversation she'd just seen had only been a dream. Eren, who had been sleeping beside her, quickly sat up as well, looking at her in alarm. Mikasa? What's wrong? He touched her shoulder, but with the hopeful conversation still fresh in her mind, she flinched and jerked away from him. Eren looked at her in shock. Mikasa? Mikasa didn't look at him. Sorry, just a bad dream. Eren leaned forward. It looks like it must have been pretty bad. Want to talk about it? Mikasa shook her head. No. I'll be fine. You sure? Yes, I'm sure. Okay. She finally forced herself to look at Eren, and as she did she made eye contact with him. The warmth and concern in his eyes melted her heart a little, as it was such a stark contrast with the cold, hateful gaze Eren had given her in the nightmare. She leaned forward and kissed him. "Sorry for worrying you." The two of them settled back down for the night, with Eren gently stroking her hair in an attempt to comfort her. Before long, though, he fell back asleep. Mikasa stayed awake for a few more minutes. While being in Eren's embrace was comforting, that nightmare had been unusually vivid, almost lifelike. Thinking about the Eren in the nightmare made her feel rather sick. But as she gazed at the real Eren, her worry soon faded. It was just a dream, and there was no sense in worrying about it. She rested her head against his chest and before long fell asleep. Armin stood silently in the empty alleyway, waiting for her to round the corner. A moment later, she appeared. "Hello. So, you're a full-fledged MP now?" Annie looked at him in surprise. "Armin. What's with the outfit? Why, I'm in the rain, do you mean?" "It's a makeshift disguise. I needed to conceal my ODM gear." He briefly lifted up his coat to show the ODM gear hidden beneath. "What's this about?" Armin looked at her grimly. "Annie, we have a plan for Eren to escape, and we are hoping that you'll help us." Annie frowned. "Wait. Escape to where?" "Stuck behind these walls. Where can you possibly hide that they won't find you?" "We'll only need to hide him for a short while. This isn't a mutiny. We have every intention of returning. View this as a few loyal scouts staging a small act of protest. It's a stall tactic. We need time to gather enough evidence to overturn the council's ruling about Eren. That's all we want. You serious about this? How can you be sure the evidence exists? And what is it?" Armin grimaced. "I can't say. I'm sorry." Annie turned around. "Sorry, Armin, I'm going to have to decline. My lips are sealed though. Best of luck." She started to walk away. "Hold on. Annie, please, they are going to kill Eren." She stopped. Armin continued. "They'll kill him for no better reason than they fear what they don't understand. They don't see that their fear is pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. Maybe it's too late to change their minds, but what if we can? We have no choice but to bet everything on that chance." He glanced to the side. "I'm sorry, the last thing I want is to cause you grief, but the only way to sneak him through the walls and hidden checkpoints is with the help of someone in the military police. It's our only hope." Annie glanced back at him. "Then why me? Do I really look like a good person to you?" "I don't know. I've never placed much value on those sorts of labels. The way I see it, good is merely a word applied to people who are convenient to our needs in some way. It's purely subjective." Armin's gaze hardened. "Regardless, if you still choose to say no to this request, then at least in my eyes that makes you a bad person." Annie was silent for a moment before letting out a small sigh. "All right. Let's go." Armin frowned. Part of him was glad that she was cooperating with them, part of him was worried. It could mean that she's a good person. But unfortunately, her desire to protect Anne only adds to the evidence indicating that she is the female Titan. An innocent, albeit more selfish person would have refused to help and left it at that. But Eren being killed would be counterproductive to the mission the female Titan was trying to carry out. And if Annie is in fact the female Titan, as he led her to where the others were waiting, Armin felt a mixture of nervousness and dread, hoping he was wrong while deep down knowing he was right. As he walked down the alley, his head began to grow heavy and his surroundings slowly faded into darkness. A moment later, he opened his eyes and found himself back in his bed. "Huh?" He slowly sat up. What was that?" Ever since her departure, Armin had had several dreams about Annie. Some were pleasant, revisiting good memories he had of her, a few even recreating the night of passion they'd shared together. Others were more horrific, as he saw visions of her Titan trudging through the burning streets of Shiganshina with the corpses of his friends at her feet. Both kinds of dreams gave him anguish upon waking up, though for different reasons. But this dream was different. He rubbed his forehead. This dream that was unusually vivid, even more vivid than the dreams that revisited that night when Annie and I. His face flashed for a moment before becoming serious. It's almost like it felt like a memory, but that situation, that conversation, it never happened. It couldn't have happened. He shook himself. Must have just been a strangely realistic dream. Still, he had a feeling that there was something more to it, and he didn't get any more sleep that night. The sun shone over the outer district of Shiganshina, where the scouts were already busy with the day's work. Several scouts had already returned from surveying the lands of Walmaria and said that there had been no signs of any titans anywhere, which seemed to confirm that Eren had successfully used the founding titans' power to corral all of them within Shiganshina. Only the teams surveying the northern territories had yet to report back, though most were confident that Walmaria was now titan-free and resettlement could begin before long. Right after breakfast, Eren and Historia began to conduct more experiments with their titan powers. They started off by sorting through the titans gathered in Shiganshina. Using Eren and Dina's memories, they were trying to see if they could find any more of the Eldian restorationists who had been turned into titans. After several hours of searching, they managed to find 10 titans that matched with what Eren and Dina had seen and separated them from the others. They concluded that the rest must have been killed by the scouts or the garrison at some point or another, and so couldn't be helped. Eren had then turned them back into human, and Dina, along with a few other scouts, was there to greet them when they woke and explain to them what was going on. Later in the day, Eren began practicing controlling the wall titans, carefully testing to see what he could do, how precise his control was, and what the wall titans were capable of doing. They'd started off by waking up only 3 of the wall titans and keeping a close eye on the others. While these experiments were going on, Mikasa and Armin had decided to enter Shiganshina in order to see what had become of their old homes. Despite the district being full of titans, all of them were as motionless as statues, as they were still under Eren's influence and would remain that way for the rest of the day. As they made their way through the abandoned town, they were accompanied by an unlikely guest. Armin glanced at her. "I'm surprised you're not over there, seeing how they are experimenting with the wall titans now." Hange sighed. "Yes, I'm dying to see them up close. But you guys mentioned yesterday that you were going to try to check out what was left of your house, and since Grishiego lived there, it's possible we might find something of interest." Mikasa glanced at her. "So you're curious?" Hange chuckled. "Yes. To be perfectly honest with you, I had a weird dream last night about visiting the basement, and I figured who am I to say no to the winds of fate." Mikasa and Armin both felt uneasy upon hearing this, though they said nothing. They made their way down the streets, doing their best to ignore the titans that were standing all over the place. They also tried to ignore the pangs they felt upon seeing places they remembered from Lomiger and observing how they had changed in the intervening years. Eventually they came to what was left of the Aego's house. The sight of it made Mikasa feel slightly sick, as she still remembered that day. Armin stared at it sadly. "Looks like most of it is gone." Hange peered at it closely. "The basement looks intact there." After moving a few boulders out of the way, they descended down the staircase. Hange laughed nervously. It looks almost exactly how it looked in my dream." "That's a strange coincidence." When they reached the door, it wouldn't budge. Mikasa frowned. "It's locked." Armin stepped forward. "Here." He pulled out a small tool and used it to pick the lock. After a few moments, there was a click and the door swung open. Mikasa looked at him in surprise. "Where'd you learn that?" Armin grimaced. "Annie taught me." Mikasa looked away. The 3 of them walked through the door and into the room. Hange looked around, her smile fading. "Okay, this is really weird." Armin glanced at her. "What is it?" Hange took a step forward. "This room of it looks pretty much identical to my dream. And yet I'm sure I've never set foot here before." Armin and the castle looked at her in shock. After a brief pause, Armin asked, "What happened in this dream?" Hange walked toward the desk. "Well, it was me, Levi, Mikasa, and Eren investigating the basement. After searching for a while, we found a hidden keyhole under the desk, right here. She'd lain down and spotted a small keyhole. The three of them were silent for a moment. Eventually Armin stepped forward and tried picking the lock. It took considerably longer than the door had, but eventually his efforts paid off and the drawer opened. Armin frowned. Empty. Hans reached forward. In my dream there was a false bottom, and she quickly found the false bottom and the 3 books underneath. She then pulled one of them out and took out a photo that had been on the inside of one. After examining it closely, she set it down with a grim expression. Okay, this is getting creepy. Armin looked at her carefully. You saw this in your dream as well? Yes, but how? The 3 of them began to read the 3 books that Grisha Yeda had left behind. Most of the contents of the books were things that they had already known about, and the majority of things Eren had left out were gruesome details that they didn't really need or want to know. But there were several interesting facts that Eren had not mentioned. Hans rubbed her chin. So, the Titans come through something called paths, invisible connections that bind all Eldians together. How does that work? Armin let out a sudden gasp. Mikasa looked at him sharply. What is it? Armin's eyes were wide as he faced Hans. The owl said, he said that even memories can be transmitted through these paths. And you said that your dream matched up perfectly with what we found here. But what if it wasn't a dream? What if it was a memory? Hans frowned. A memory of what though? While a lot of it was similar, things didn't happen exactly the same here as it did in the dream. Armin nodded. True. But maybe it's not a memory from this time. Mikasa blinked. What do you mean? Armin flipped through a few pages. Here, Grisha says that the owl told him that he had to save Mikasa and Armin. He then asked the owl who they were, and the owl said he didn't know and he wasn't sure whose memories they were from. Mikasa peered at the writing closely. But neither of us had been born yet. Armin nodded. Which means that the owl must have seen either Grisha or Eren's memories. In other words, he saw the future. And if it's possible to see the future, then it may be possible to change it. From what you said, Hans, it sounds like the memory you saw was from an alternate timeline where we reached this basement in a different way. Armin stepped back, looking thoughtful. And the other night, I had a strange dream about Annie. We had figured out that Annie was the female Titan and I was luring her into a trap. That situation never happened, but it was extremely vivid for a dream. Maybe it was a memory from another path, another time, where things had played out differently. Hans tilted her head. Now that you mention it, Wimia and Historia both reported having unusually vivid dreams after we started the experiments with their Titans and Eren's Titan. Armin looked at her eagerly. Really? What did they see? Historia said she had a few dreams where she was the queen. As for Wimia, she said she had one dream where she and a few of the other members of the 104th, including Historia, were trapped on a tower surrounded by Titans and that the dream ended when she decided to use her power to save them. What about Eren? Did he have any of these dreams? No. Or at least, he says he didn't. Armin frowned. Hans' face became puzzled. But if you're right, and these are memories from a different time, why have we suddenly started seeing them? Armin glanced at 3 books. The owl said all the paths intersect at the coordinate, which is the founding Titan. These memories started appearing after we began using the founding Titan's power. Sir. Mikasa's voice was deathly quiet. So these memories, they actually happened. Armin nodded. Yes. Not in this time, the one we are living through, but in other times, yes, these memories did happen. Hans frowned. But why would we see memories from this other time? I don't know, but I think maybe what's wrong Mikasa. Armin and Hans looked at Mikasa in concern. Her face had grown unusually pale and several beads of sweat had formed on her face. She swallowed nervously. Armin looked at her carefully. You saw something too, didn't you? Mikasa silently nodded. What was it? She stepped away from them, her gaze resting on one of the corners of the roan. We were older. Eren was telling us about the Ackerman clan. It was a bloodline created to protect Eldi's king. He said that when an Ackerman recognizes someone as a host, their instincts awaken and they become irrationally attached and loyal to that host. He said that was the only reason I cared about him, that I was no better than a slave, and he... Her voice had started to tremble. He said he'd always hated me because of it. A stunned silence followed. Mikasa slowly turned back toward them, though her eyes were still on the ground. I thought it was just a dream. But if what you're saying is true, then... Almin stepped forward. Hold on. Even if I'm right, and there was a timeline where Eren said that doesn't mean that Eren hates you now. Mikasa closed her eyes, which were threatening to tear up. No. But even so, what he said about the Ackerman clan, if it's true. Do we have any proof other than what Eren said? Mikasa hesitated. Well, no. Almin glanced at the scientist. Hanch, has Levi exhibited any of these traits? Does he have a host? Hanch shook her head. As far as I can tell, no. I mean, he is loyal to Commander Owen, but is not devoted to him the way you are to Eren. Mikasa looked at Almin anxiously. But if it's not true, then why would he say it? Almin folded his arms. Without context, it's impossible to say for sure. But if I had to guess, I would say that it's partly true and that Eren didn't like the idea of you being unquestionably loyal to him like that. So he tried to push you into not being so dependent on him, and he did that by being a tactless asshole. He looked at Mikasa seriously. Still, it wasn't our Eren who did this, and it wouldn't be fair to hold it against him. Mikasa shook her head. No, you're right, I understand that. Hanch interjected. So, let's go over what we know so far. There are paths that connect all Eldians together. These paths all intersect at the coordinate, the founding Titan. It's through these paths that the Titan bodies are somehow transferred. In addition, memories from the past, future, and alternate timelines can be seen through these paths. Using the power of the founding Titan seems to have opened up some of these paths, making various, seemingly random memories available to several different people, including us. She frowned. This raises many questions, but there's one in particular that concerns me. Why didn't Eren tell us about these paths? Almin winced. I don't know. He may have just forgotten to mention it, but... Hanch put a hand to her chin. If he has seen memories through these paths, that could explain how he knows things he shouldn't. But if the founding Titan is what opened these paths, why was Eren able to see them before he obtained the founding Titan? The three of them were silent for a moment, none of them able to come up with an answer to Han's question. Hanch picked up the 3 books. Well, we'd better take these to Commander Owen. As for Eren, keep your eyes open. He's done a lot for us, and I think overall we can trust him. Even so, it's clear he's hiding something. Almin nodded. Maybe. But we could be overthinking things. There was a lot in Grisha's past that Eren didn't tell us about, but most of these details were gruesome or depressing and weren't necessary in order to understand the important parts of his life. As the 3 of them headed back to the Scouts' campsite, Mikasa felt her mind buzzing with anxiety. Almin had reassured her to some extent, but the idea that Eren was still hiding something from them troubled her, and knowing that it was at least possible someday down the line for Eren to look at her with those cold, hateful eyes shook her to her core. Eren, please don't leave me. About a week had passed since Zeke's arrival at the forest, and during that time the atmosphere of the camp had gone from extremely tense to rather relaxed, as the scouts became more and more convinced that Zeke was not an enemy. While he still kept a close eye on him, Levi also felt more comfortable around the Titan shifter, as his story was believable, and the known facts and the contents of Grisha's books also seemed to corroborate Zeke's story. After dealing with years of the scouts suffering and making little to no progress, it felt nice for things to be going so well for a change. One morning, while Zeke was brewing a fresh pot of coffee for everyone, several new scouts arrived. One of them approached Levi. "Captain, we've brought a visitor." Levi frowned. "Who is it?" They stepped aside, revealing the young woman they had been escorting. Zeke froze, his eyes wide. "Mother." Dina slowly walked toward him, tears in her eyes. "Zeke, you've grown so much." She then threw her arms around him and began sobbing. Zeke was utterly shocked and, unsure of what else to do, awkwardly wrapped his arms around her, completing the hug. "Your father and we put too much pressure on you. We treated you terribly. I'm so sorry." Zeke felt his eyes watering. "I should be apologizing. It's because of me that you were." Dina shook her head. "I know you didn't have a choice. You did it to save yourself and your grandparents." Feeling slightly awkward, the scouts stepped away to give the two some privacy while they made up. A few minutes later, Zeke had returned to the campfire and Dina walked up to Levi. She smiled warmly. "Thank you for letting me see Hen. I know he is the Beast Titan, but is still my son, and I never thought I would get the chance to see him again." Levi glanced away uncomfortably. "It's no problem." She peered at him curiously. "Your name is Levi, yes?" He nodded shortly. "Yes." She frowned uneasily. "Did I do something wrong?" Levi shook his head. "No, you did nothing wrong. It's just..." He let out a heavy sigh. "I know you were the first Titan Eren turned back to human." Dina winced. "I see." Levi rested his arm against a nearby tray. "I've spent years in the Scouts, killing countless Titans, firmly believing I was doing good for humanity by ridding the world of these monsters. But then, it turns out that I've been killing people this whole time. People like you. I used to make fun of Hanj for trying to study and understand the Titans, but it turns out she had the right idea all along. And now all I can think about is all the blood on my hands." She gently touched his shoulder. "You shouldn't blame yourself, you couldn't have known. They may have been people once, but when they became Titans they lost themselves. They were suffering, and you ended that suffering. I know that I would rather have died than continue to exist like that. Especially since..." She choked up. Levi looked at her in concern. "What is it?" Several tears fell from her eyes. "It's just from what they told me. I killed at least one person while I was a Titan, Eren's mother." Levi looked at her sadly. "You weren't in control, you shouldn't feel guilty for that." As he watched Levi converse with his mother, Zeke found his thoughts wandering. "Mother, I never thought I would see you again." He glanced away. What should I do now?" Chapter 20 Rebuilding. Day 1 of Reconstruction. As the morning sun rose into the sky above the walls, the air was heavy with tension. Everyone had been warned about this day ahead of time, but even so people were still nervous. City streets that would have normally been bustling with activity were empty, with a few stray cats and dogs being the only signs of life. Fields where farmers would have been out working were likewise deserted, and roads connecting the various towns and cities of the walls were devoid of any travelers. Connie swallowed nervously as he looked out the window of his home, his gaze fixed on Wall Rose, which was not too far away. About a month had passed since they had retaken Wall Maria, and after extensive experimentation with the Titan powers, the government was now going ahead with their plans to use the founding Titan to rebuild the island's infrastructure. Connie didn't know all the details, but one thing was clear: for the first time in a century, the Wall Titans were about to wake up. In order to avoid a panic and minimize the damage caused by the walls being broken down, the government had warned the population a full 2 weeks in advance. Those living right next to the walls had been moved and had been offered compensation if their homes were destroyed by the walls collapsing. There had been some protests, but luckily no violent incidents had occurred. As for the rest of the population, many were skeptical about the idea of Titans dwelling within the walls, but after the many warnings and notifications that had been distributed by the military, most reluctantly obeyed the government and were prepared to keep their heads down on the day the Titans were awakened. As he had seen the wall titans at Shiganshina, Connie knew full well that the government was not joking, and he wondered how the people would react when they saw the titans with their own eyes. He was grateful to have been stationed back in his hometown, though he knew it was mostly to ensure that the people there didn't panic. He slowly descended the stairs and found the rest of his family gathered in the living room. His younger siblings Martin and Sunny were in their usual high spirits, because while they had been warned about the titans like everyone else, they were too young to really understand what was going on. His father and mother, though, were noticeably more tense and quiet than usual. Connie couldn't blame them. Even though he had seen the titans beforehand, even though he knew they would be under Eren and Astoria's control, he still felt rather nervous about hundreds of titans waking up practically in his backyard. Martin protested. "Sunny, give it back." Sunny giggled as she held one of his toys just out of reach. "You'll have to catch me if you want it that bad." She ran out the door with Martin following close behind. Mrs. Springer called after them. "Make sure you stay inside the village. Stay well away from the walls." "We know." She sighed, trying to keep the worry off her face. Mr. Springer looked over at his eldest son. "Morning, Connie. The rest of us already ate, but there's still some eggs left for you." Connie got himself a plate and ate without saying much. Mr. Springer glanced at the newspaper, a forced smile on his face. "So today's the big day, huh?" "If I remember correctly, the military said that it would begin at 9 o'clock. Connie nodded. He glanced at the clock on the wall, which read 8:06. As he observed the hands, the ticking sounded louder than usual. Sasha breathed in the morning air as she walked through the woods. Feelings of nostalgia welled up inside of her as she stepped among the trees, as it had been years since the last time she had been there. Such simple times. She thought as she recalled her father teaching her how to hunt with just a simple bow. Now, though, much of the forest was gone, and the world had become much bigger and more dangerous. She heard the rustling of leaves behind her and turned around to see that she had been followed. Her father smiled softly. "I figured I'd find you here. Brings back old memories, doesn't it?" Sasha averted her gaze. "Yeah. I never really apologized for what I said back then." "And?" He chuckled. "It's all right. You were just a dumb kid. Still are in some ways. But you've done a lot of growing up since then." Sasha looked up at the tree sadly. "Yeah. I know, we must leave the forest eventually." The two of them admired the trees for a few moments, listening to the birds calling to one another and enjoying each other's company. "So it's supposed to begin today, right?" Sasha nodded slowly. "Yeah. Given the sheer scale of it all, they said it could take several days before it's all done." He peered through the trees. "It's too bad we are way out here. We might not get to see any of the titans given how far away from the walls we are." Sasha let out an involuntary shiver. "You're not really missing out. Well, if there are any fools lurking around on the edges of this island, they'll be in for a major surprise if they stick around for too long." He looked at her seriously. "I know the Survey Corps' job is to explore the world out there. But don't wander too far, you hear?" Sasha let out a small smile. "I won't." While most of the walls were about to be broken down, the walls surrounding the outer districts would be left untouched. Consequently, many civilians had sought temporary refuge within these districts, as the more credulous members of the population were understandably terrified of the idea of countless titans being woken up simultaneously. But while some were terrified, others were curious, and so had traveled to the outer districts for a different reason. At Karen's district, Petra and ELD were still recovering from the injuries they'd sustained during the operation to take down Rod Race and his men. But on this fateful day, they had been permitted to join some of the more daring civilians and soldiers on top of the district's wall to watch and see when the titans woke up. Petra peered at Wall Rose, her gaze starting at the point where it connected with the district and following it as it faded into the distance. A mixture of nervousness and excitement coursed through her. She glanced at ELD. "The view is nice up here. We'll be able to see everything." ELD nodded. Yeah. I just wish they could be here to see it. Petra's gaze lowered as she knew he was referring to their deceased squad mates Gunther and Oliver. A woman walked up behind them, looking anxious. ELD, don't get so close to the edge. ELD raised an eyebrow. This isn't close, there's plenty of room in front of us. Her face paled slightly. You think this is plenty? You crazy scout. ELD smirked. Well, Catherine, you agreed to marry me, so who's the real crazy one? Petra eyed her with new interest. Oh, is this your fiancé? ELD nodded, looking at Catherine fondly. Yep, this is the future Mrs. Jen. Not really sure what she sees in me, but I'm lucky to have her. Catherine silently nodded, still looking pale. Petra frowned. Something wrong? Are you afraid of heights? Yes, actually. Then why did you come up here? Catherine placed her hand over ELD's. Because I wanted to be with ELD today. I mean, we are safe here, right? ELD nodded. Yep. The scouts have everything under control. While the Titans would be under Eren and Historia's control, as a precaution several squads of the garrison had been stationed throughout the territory of Wall Rose, and several squads of the scouts had been stationed throughout the territory of Wall Maria, and would quickly report if the Titans displayed any abnormal behavior or disobedience. Given that Eren had been able to successfully control the Titans without fail whenever he and Historia activated the founding Titans' power, though it seemed unlikely anything would go wrong with Tyne. Petra tried to push down the feelings of jealousy she felt as she watched ELD and Catherine and returned her gaze to Wall Rose. While she still felt grief over the scouts who had died, at the moment she was just happy to be alive. And with everything that had been happening lately, she was hopeful that the high mortality rate of the Survey Corps would soon come to an end. While most of the walls were quieter than normal, there was one place that was much busier than normal, and that place was Trust. The military had temporarily taken complete control of the town, and almost all of the important high-ranking officers were present. This included Owen, Pixis, Niles, and the Commander-in-Chief Zaklai. At present they were standing on the section of the wall directly above the outer gate, and they were not alone. Off to one side stood Jane, Marker, Marlowe, and Boris, who had escorted Historia through the city and were now on standby. While their assistance hadn't been strictly necessary, Niles had wanted the military police to at least look like it was doing something today, since most of the important events that had been going on lately had been accomplished by the scouts. Off to another side, Zeke and Dina stood together and were being closely watched by Mike's squad. And standing in the center directly above the gate were Eren and Historia. Wimia was standing near Historia, while Mikasa and Levi were standing near Eren. Behind Owen and the other commanders stood several other members of the different military branches, one of which was Armin. As he took everything in, Armin let out the breath he'd been holding. This is it. The moment we've been planning for. While he tried to savor the moment, he felt his heart sink as he noticed Levi. While Mikasa was simply watching Eren, Levi was noticeably on edge, with his hand hovering over one of his pockets and his fingers twitching every few seconds. Armin grimaced. I understand your concern, Captain, but there's no need for that. Eren is on our side. He is to be. He glanced away, his thoughts returning to the meeting they'd had 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. Armin was rather nervous as he looked up at Commander Owen, and he was very conscious of the other 2 veteran scouts who were also in the room. After reclaiming Wall Maria and doing extensive experiments with the founding Titan's power, all of the key government officials would soon gather to finalize their plans for the walls going forward. But before that, there was a matter that needed to be addressed. Namely, if they could still trust Eren. Owen frowned. I see. So, you've uncovered more information about these paths, as well as the very real possibility that Eren has deliberately withheld information from us. Hanj nodded. Yes. But Armin has a possible theory about Eren's behavior. Armin did his best to fight down his nerves as he presented his theory. Well, as you know, after we began to experiment with the founding Titan's power, several of us experienced extremely vivid dreams about events that didn't actually happen. From what we uncovered in the Ada's basement, we concluded that these were not actually dreams, but memories. Specifically memories from another time where things played out very differently. We also deduced that Eren had seen some of these memories before obtaining the Founding Titan, which would explain how he knew things that he shouldn't. But we still didn't know how he saw these memories, nor why the rest of us began to see them after he started using the Founding Titan. However, after reading over Grisha's books, I think I have an idea. From what the owl said, there are invisible paths that connect all Eldians together, and that memories can be said through these paths. With this in mind, it could be possible to use these paths to alter the past, and, consequently, the future. Armin swallowed nervously. When he was visiting Petra and Elde, the surviving members of the Levi squad, he seemed to blame himself for the others' deaths and said that they shouldn't have died again. At the time I was confused about what he meant, but in light of everything we've uncovered, it's starting to make sense. I think Eren lived through this other timeline, a timeline in which things didn't go as well for us. At some point during this timeline, he came into contact with the Founding Titan. He then used its power in order to send his memories through these paths, transferring his knowledge of the future to his past self, essentially traveling back in time. He smiled weakly. I realize this sounds a little crazy, but it would explain a lot. Eren claims that when his father gave him the Attack Titan, he inherited all of his memories and his mission. Naturally, gaining someone else's memories should have a significant impact on someone's outlook and personality. But Eren didn't exhibit any major changes until we started training, about 2 years after he supposedly inherited his father's memories, which makes no sense. However, it's possible that when we started training happened to be the point in time that his future self sent his memories back to. That would explain why he changed at that time instead of after he inherited his father's Titan. Levi scowled. It sounds like a solid theory, given the facts. But it raises the question, why didn't he just tell us the truth? Armin shook his head. I don't know. My guess is that he was worried we wouldn't believe him. Saying he just inherited his father's memories is much simpler than trying to explain about paths, especially since even he might not fully understand it. He would also have to tell us at least some of what occurred in the previous timeline. And if things went much worse for us in that timeline, talking about it could bring back thoroughly unpleasant memories that he would rather not recall. Owen looked thoughtful. It seems like a plausible theory. Of course, whether it's true or not, the government would probably confront Eren over this if we were to reveal this information. But, at least for the moment, I think we can keep this information to ourselves. Armin, Hansch, and Levi looked at him in surprise. What? Levi asked incredulously. You don't think we should confront Eren about what he's hiding? Owen looked at him calmly. Eren has done a lot for us, and I think he's earned the benefit of doubt. And in any case, we do have some contingencies. While Eren is the one in control of the Founding Titan, his control isn't absolute. For one, he cannot activate it by himself, he needs Historia nearby. And as long as he and Historia maintain physical contact, Historia can also use the Founding Titan, though admittedly only if Eren allows her to. Furthermore, as long as they maintain physical contact, Historia will always be able to tell exactly what Eren is doing with the Founding Titan's power. And if, for whatever reason, Eren is rendered unconscious, Historia would be able to take control of the Founding Titan and override anything Eren may have done. Therefore, I think we can go ahead with our reconstruction plans. Eren has been cooperating with us so far, and I think it's unlikely that will change. But if he does go rogue or has some ulterior motive, Historia will be able to tell us immediately. He nodded at Levi. If that happens, you can then use a tranquilizer to knock Eren out, and Historia can take over from there. Hopefully it won't come to that, but we are prepared if it does. Okay, hold on a damn second. Levi looked at Owen impatiently. This isn't like you. Why are you trusting Eren so much even after knowing he's lying to us? Armin and Hansch glanced at Levi before returning their gaze to Owen to see what his answer would be. Well, if I'm perfectly honest, it's mostly because he was the one who finally revealed the truth about this world to me. He was the one who gave me the answers I'd been so desperately seeking, the answers my father died trying to pursue. I feel indebted to him for that. He glanced at the floor. And besides, I know I have secrets of my own, secrets I'm not comfortable sharing with others. Unless it's truly necessary, I don't want Eren to be forced to reveal his secrets, especially since if our means right they aren't tactically useful. Levi let out a resigned sigh. All right, I'll follow your lead on this one for now. But if Eren shows any signs of going rogue, I'm telling the others. Owen nodded. Fair enough. And in any case, after the reconstruction process is over, we should keep the use of the founding titan to a minimum. The discussion moved on to the reconstruction plans they would be discussing with Zackley, Pixis, and the others later in the day, and Armin felt extremely relieved about how things had gone. While Levi was still wary of Eren, he had agreed to keep their secret, and as long as Eren didn't do anything suspicious, they would never need to tell the rest of the government about what they had uncovered. Eren, please don't do anything dangerous. Back in the present, Armin was interrupted from his thoughts as Eren and Historia stepped forward, and the atmosphere noticeably shifted. Armin's eyes widened. So, it's time. Historia looked slightly nervous, while Eren appeared calm. Slowly, they raised their arms and clasped their hands together. Instantly, countless loud splitting sounds penetrated the air, forcing everyone to cover their ears. Along all the walls apart from the outer districts, cracks began to form, traveling up and down the wall, releasing more and more debris until it all came crumbling down, revealing the titans that had been slumbering underneath for the past century. Connie's eyes were wide as he took in the long line of titans that had emerged from the wall he'd seen every day growing up. The sight was alien, terrifying, and if he hadn't been told about it ahead of time, he was sure he would have panicked. He could see many of his neighbors were looking nervous, and so after pushing down his feelings of apprehension, he walked over to ensure nobody else panicked. But before he could, he was interrupted by a loud boom that echoed throughout the village. It didn't take long for him to figure out the cause. The titans had begun to move. It was surreal what she was seeing. All her life, Petra had feared and hated titans, and when she joined the Survey Corps, she'd been given the chance to take back what humanity had lost at the hands of these inhuman monsters. Yet now, the colossal titans that had made up the walls were not only not attacking humans, they were obeying their orders. In single file, the titans circled around Karen's district before continuing east in a straight line. She'd initially tried to talk to ELD some more, but the loud booming footsteps of the titans meant she had to yell in order for him to even hear her, and after a while she gave up. She winced when she considered how long Wall Rose was. And when she factored in Wall Cena, she let out a weary sigh. This is going to take a while, isn't it? The process took several days, and by the end the island was almost unrecognizable. After breaking down the 3 walls, the wall titans then began to move outward, rebuilding the walls as they went, but with several key differences. Firstly, the titans got down on their hands and knees, so that when they rehardened their skin the walls wouldn't be as tall, and fewer titans would be required to rebuild Cena, Rose, and Maria, leaving more titans left over for other areas. Secondly, new walls were built directly connecting the outer districts of Cena, Rose, and Maria, once again with the titans on their hands and knees. The purpose of these walls, and of most of the new walls in general, was not to keep titans out, since that would no longer be a problem, but to build new roads connecting the various regions of the island. Initially they would primarily be used by horses and carts, but they had also taken into account the intel they had received from Zeke, Dina, and the Eldian restorationists about railways. When the titans rehardened their skin, they would also create 2 sets of tracks along the top of all the walls, with the intention being that once they got their hands on some engineers from outside of the island, they would be able to use these new roads to create their own railways and thus dramatically improve the efficiency with which they could transport people and resources from one region of the island to another. In addition to rebuilding the original 3 walls, they were also building a 4th wall about 80 kilometers out from Wall Maria. It was built in the same manner as the others, complete with its own outer districts and new walls connecting these new districts with the outer districts of Wall Maria. After some debate, the government decided to name this new wall Historia, much to her chagrin. Once Wall Historia was complete, the Wall Titans would then begin to march outward toward the very edges of the island, building 4 roads connecting back to the Fourth Wall's outer districts as they went. When they reached the edge of the island, they would then build 4 final districts, one along the south coast, one along the north coast, one along the west coast, and one along the east coast. These coastal districts would be used for both defense and exploration, as they would make it easier to guard against any future invaders, and they would serve as a gateway to the outside world as soon as they were able to build their own harbors and ships. They weren't sure how many colossal titans would be left over at this point, so once the districts were built, 20,000 titans would be set aside for each district. They would harden into a single mass relatively near the coastal districts, ready to be awakened if the island was ever attacked again. If after this there were still any colossal titans left over, they would be turned into pure titans and then confined within the newly built outer districts for the time being. While the scouts were not able to witness it directly, the colossal titans did exactly as they were told, and once the remaining ones had been turned into normal titans and had placed themselves inside one of the 4 rings of titans that would become the new coastal outer districts, as the titans re-hardened their skin. Starting from Wall Sina and moving upwards, the long lines of titans on their hands and knees were suddenly encased in a layer of hardened skin. This new layer spiraled outward at phenomenal speeds, erasing the titans from sight in an instant as it traveled from Wall Sina to Wall Rose to Wall Maria to Wall Historia and finally to the coastal districts. In a matter of minutes the new walls were completed and the island was once more silent. Day 4 of reconstruction. While the biggest part of the reconstruction was now finished, the work was far from over. The walls had been rebuilt to improve how quickly and efficiently people could travel from one part of the island to another, but there was still a significant problem that the government needed to address. Namely, the issue that they didn't have enough manpower to properly utilize and defend all of these new walls. After Wall Maria had fallen, the old government had sent approximately 250,000 people to be killed by the Titans in order to improve the food shortage crisis. The people of the walls still had not recovered from this disaster, and defending and maintaining even just Wall Maria would be difficult given the current population. Fortunately, they happened to have an easy way to rebuild their population and to settle and defend the new walls and outer districts that had just been constructed, the pure titans currently being held within Shiganshina. They didn't have an exact figure, but based on several observations and calculations, there were somewhere between 500,000 and 600,000 titans, plus however many of the wall titans were left over from the initial reconstruction. All of these titans could be turned back into humans, and they would be more than enough to repopulate and rebuild the island. While being controlled by the founding titan, the titans would be used to build and construct the towns and cities in and around each of the new outer districts. They would then be turned back into humans, with the towns and cities they just built becoming their new homes. After some deliberation, it was decided that these people would have their memories wiped when they were turned back into human. They would still be told the truth about where they came from, but starting with a clean slate would make the transition smoother and less painful, at least in theory. While the founding titan was being used to rebuild, the bulk of the scouts would explore the island in order to fill the gaps in their knowledge about the lands outside of Wall Maria. A handful of squads would also follow the new roads all the way to the coastal districts in order to keep an eye out for any outsiders. It was believed that the presence of the wall titans would scare anyone who happened to be around away, but it was better to be safe than sorry. It sounded so simple, but Eren was keenly aware that it would be a gradual and tiring process. As he and the scouts rode back toward Shiganshina, he felt a headache coming on as he thought about what was coming next. Just commanding the wall titans had been rather exhausting. It wasn't so bad at first, but given that the whole process had taken several days, it quickly became both tiring and boring. He and Historia needed to stay nearby and keep touching in order to make absolutely sure that the wall titans continued to do what they were supposed to. As such, even sleeping was difficult, as they had to take turns, with one of them always awake and maintaining control of the founding power. And Eren knew it would only get more headache-inducing once they started building the new towns and cities. At least with the wall titans, the orders he'd given had been fairly simple, basically just build a wall in these places and don't step on anyone. But constructing the new settlements would require more specific and complicated orders. Worse still, he wouldn't get a break until all of the reconstruction was finished, since he had the founder and the four would be needed every step of the way. Whereas Historia might be allowed to take breaks if Zeke behaved himself, since he was also a Titan with royal blood. Speaking of which, Eren turned to his left and saw that Zeke had pulled up next to him on his own horse. A short distance away, Levi was keeping an eye on the beast Titan shifter, but otherwise didn't move to stop Zeke from speaking with his half-brother. Zeke looked at Eren curiously. "So, Eren, we haven't really had a chance to talk yet. Shiganshina is your hometown, yes?" Eren nodded slowly. "Yes, it is." Zeke smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry you had to go through that." Eren shrugged half-heartedly. "It wasn't your fault." Zeke glanced ahead before returning his gaze to Eren. "Before that day, what was your childhood like?" Eren's eyes softened. "It was fairly normal. It was less restricted than yours, I suppose, given what you had to go through in the internment zone. But growing up, I did hate living behind the walls and being cut off from the outside. I've always strove for freedom, and I'm glad I have been able to help our people regain their freedom after it was taken away 5 years ago. Plus, I want to help fulfill Armin's dream of seeing the outside world." Zeke frowned thoughtfully. For a while they talked about fairly neutral topics, comparing their experiences growing up, reminiscing about the fun times and lamenting the bad, and discussing what they hoped to see and do during the remaining years of their respective tenures. Eren tried to avoid talking about their father as much as possible, as he assumed it would be a sore topic for his brother based on what he had read in his father's books and what he had seen in his father's memories. "Did you have any other siblings?" Eren shook his head. "No. But my parents did take Mikasa in when I was 9. Zeke looked at him sharply. "Mikasa? Isn't she your girlfriend?" Eren winced slightly, as a girlfriend was insufficient to describe what Mikasa meant to him, but nodded. "Yes. But why did your parents take her in?" Eren averted his gaze. "Well, one day when my father and I were supposed to visit Mikasa's family, her parents were murdered by a trio of sex traffickers. They tried to kidnap Mikasa, but I wasn't going to let that happen, so I killed them." Zeke's eyes widened. "What?" "Well, Mikasa killed one of them." Eren's eyes hardened. "There are many things in my life I've regretted, but this wasn't one of them. They were scum, animals in human form, and they got what was coming to them." Zeke was visibly disturbed, and Eren smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I know that was rather dark." Zeke slowly shook his head. "Oh, no, I understand it was self-defense. You did what you had to do." Eren nodded. "Yeah. I'm sure you know all about doing what needs to be done. Turning your parents into Mully must have been hard, but it was a very clever idea. I certainly wouldn't have thought of it." Zeke glanced away. "Yes." Outwardly, Zeke tried to remain calm and continued to converse with Eren, but inside his thoughts were very troubled. "So, it's just as I feared." Once again, Grisha pushed his ideology onto his child. Only this time it appears he was more receptive and doesn't understand that he's been brainwashed. To the point that he was able to kill several people in cold blood at such a young age. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it was some kind of twisted test that Grisha devised to see how dedicated Eren was to the cause. And now he has the power of the founding Titan. "Brother, what are you planning? What did Grisha tell you?" Day 6 of reconstruction. A week had passed since the Wall Titans had torn down and rebuilt the walls. While for many people life carried on as it had before, for others things were quite different. After Eren and the other scouts returned to Shiganshina, they had once more taken control of the pure Titans contained within the district and moved them, ordering most of them to relocate to the eastern outer district of Wall Historia, while a smaller number were directed toward the southern outer district, which was the first set of towns and cities that would be built. With Shiganshina now empty and all of the pure titans now within Wall Historia's territory, Wall Maria was officially declared safe to resettle, and a mass migration of people had occurred, consisting of people returning to their old homes or residents of Wall Rose or Wall Sina seeking out new lands and opportunities in the newly available territory. Meanwhile, at the southern outer district of Wall Historia, which had yet to be given a proper name, several engineers, architects, and designers were overseeing the process of building the new settlements. Like the outer districts of the Maria, Rose, and Sina, the outer districts of Wall Historia were surrounded by 50-meter-high walls, in contrast to the rest of the walls which were now 15 meters high and would be the foundation for the resettlement process. While the Titans were extremely useful, as they were essentially an enormous supply of workers who never got tired and would do whatever they were told, making sure they worked as efficiently as possible, stayed out of each other's way, and didn't accidentally ruin what they had just built was proving to be rather tricky. Fortunately, they had found a fairly simple solution. Zeke had a fair amount of experience directing Titans while in his Beast Titan form, and so had been enlisted to help. After Eren had instructed the Titans to do whatever Zeke told them to do, within reason, things began to go much more smoothly, and already the first town was beginning to take shape. Near sunset the team called it quits, and the Titans were confined inside the outer district for the night, while the scouts and handful of human workers headed for bed inside some of the newly constructed houses. As Zeke exited his Titan form, Levi was waiting for him, looking over the newly built town with a slightly impressed expression. "Shit, this is a lot more complicated than I thought it would be." Zeke smiled tiredly. "Well, be grateful you're not the one having to do the bulk of the work. It seems that the founding Titan is great for bigger feats, such as build a wall or kill everyone in this country. But when it comes to smaller, more complicated things such as constructing a city, well, it requires more time and care." Levi shook his head. "It is pretty damn weird to watch, though. I'm so used to Titans destroying everything they touch, seeing them actually building stuff is so strange." Zeke wiped his glasses off before putting them back on. "Though they are only building stuff because of Eren's influence. If the Founder's power wears off, they'll go right back to being mindless monsters." Levi nodded, glancing at the nearby outer district warily. "Yes, which is why we are keeping a close eye on things." Zeke looked at Levi hopefully. "So, given that I was put in charge of this project, I take it this means you guys trust me?" "Not exactly. It's something of a test. I mean, I think you're trustworthy, but the higher-ups aren't completely convinced yet. If you help us throughout the reconstruction process without incident, hopefully that should win them over." While the government was still wary of the Beast Titan shifter, Levi knew that Zeke's familial ties with Eren and the Eldian restorationists had convinced them to give him the benefit of the doubt for now. It also helped that the contents of Grisha's books had corroborated his story. Zeke shrugged. "Well, I suppose it would be foolish of you to trust an outsider too quickly. But I hope I can prove to you all that I am not an enemy." Day 10 of Reconstruction. Dina tried to swallow her nerves as she stood near the entrance of the newly constructed outer district. Zeke looked at her sympathetically. "You okay?" Dina smiled softly. "I'll be fine. I just hope things go okay." Zeke patted her on the shoulder. "You'll be fine." Zeke returned his gaze to the massive town that was just inside the inner gate, still marveling at how quickly it had been built. With the settlements in and around the outer district completed, the time had come to return the Titans that had built them to their original human forms. There had been several preparations made. The first was that a name had finally been decided upon for the southern district. After taking into account the invaluable contributions the family had made to the people of the walls, the area had been christened District Jaeger. Eren and Dina had felt slightly self-conscious about this decision, but ultimately went along with it, while Zeke said nothing either way. They'd also calculated the approximate number of people that the new district could support, with the final estimate being around 80,000. Consequently, that was about how many of the Titans they would turn back into humans. When it came to their memories, it had been agreed upon that all of their memories of their old lives would be wiped except for their names. On top of this, some things would be added. In preparation for this day, Dina had been practicing a speech she would give to the former Titans, explaining about who they were, where they came from, and where they were now, and reassure them that they were now safe. As she had been a source of comfort and stability for the Eldian restorationists when they were still operational, she was deemed to be a good choice to help the Titanized Eldians transition back to a normal life. But while she had been doing well, she admitted that she was nervous about speaking in front of so many people. That was when Hanj had come up with an idea to help things go a little smoother. Rather than forcing Dina to give a speech to thousands of people who would still be disoriented after being Titans for so long, she proposed using Eren's founding Titan abilities to transplant the memories of Dina's speech into the Eldians as soon as they awoke. That way they would still get the necessary information they needed, it would be faster and more efficient, and Dina wouldn't have to speak in front of thousands of people. After some discussion, this idea was agreed upon, and at last the moment of truth had arrived. Thousands of Titans stood along the main road of the town just within the inner gate, standing stock still next to the houses and buildings they'd spent the past week building. As Eren and Zeke approached one another under the watchful eye of Hanj and the other scouts, Dina knew that how today went would determine their plans for the other districts. If all went smoothly, they could continue the reconstruction process without delay. But if something went wrong, Eren and Zeke clasped hands and reactivated the founding Titan. The next second, as one, all of the Titans slowly laid down on the ground before their bodies began to dissolve in a cloud of stain. Initially they had planned to just let the Titans collapse, but one of the architects had pointed out that if all the Titans collapsed at once, they would destroy many of the nearby buildings, which would mean more work later. As the steam rose into the air, the Titan bodies began to vanish one by one, replaced by the naked form of an Eldian. As Dina surveyed them all, she saw a large number of men and women of all ages, including a heartbreaking number of children. She felt her hands trembling, though she couldn't tell if it was out of anger or sadness. How could they? Dina glanced at Eren, who gave her a slight nod, telling her he had already passed on the memory to all of the Eldians present. The Eldians slowly started to stand up and began to look at Dina with various expressions of curiosity, trepidation, and awe. Once the steam cleared, several dozen members of the garrison began walking among the Eldians, passing out food and clothing for everyone. The garrison, along with some civilians from the other walls, would remain in the district to help guide the resettlement process. As the day went on, Dina was relieved that things seemed to be going smoothly, as the Eldians were so trusting and cooperative. She felt slightly guilty about manipulating them, but reasoned that it was moral because they were looking out for the Eldians' best interests, unlike Mali or the former rulers of the walls. By the end of the day, the resettlement of District Yeager was well on its way, and with the process declared a success, Hanj and the rest of the scouts under her command, including Eren and the other Titan shifters, were authorized to head for the eastern outer district of Wall Historia the following morning. Day 12 of Reconstruction. With Hanj left in charge of the resettlement and reconstruction, Owen and the rest of the scouts were tasked with exploring the rest of the island and charting the unexplored lands beyond Wall Maria and Wall Historia. After mapping out the regions near District Yeager, several of the squads headed south, following the southern road all the way until the coast, making note of the terrain and environment as they went. As they followed the road, riding on top of the newly made 15-meter high wall in single file, both Sesha and Connie were in awe as they looked to the right and left. So many new and unfamiliar sights greeted them, as well as the bizarre knowledge that they were perfectly safe. After 3 years of training to fight the Titans, of constantly being warned of how dangerous the outside world was because of the Titans, it was surreal to know that this danger no longer existed. There were no more wild Titans on the island anymore, and even if there were, the new wall they were on ensured they would be safe from all but the tallest ones. After many long hours of riding, occasionally stopping in order to get a bite to eat and give the horses a chance to rest, they reached the end of the road and saw with their own eyes the southern coastal district. Unlike the outer districts of the four walls, which were in the shape of a half-oval, this district was circular and just a short distance away from the shore. In order to accommodate the anticipated railways, the 15-meter high walls did not directly connect with the 50-meter high districts, instead circling around them before descending to the ground. Leaving the horses at the base of the wall, the scouts switched to their ODM gear to scale up the 50-meter high walls of the coastal district. Once at the top, Connie and Sasha found themselves blown away by two views. The first was the view inside of the district. Like with Shiganshina, the district was temporarily acting as a cage for a large number of pure titans, which were originally the wall titans that had been left over once the new walls had been built. At present, these titans were not under the control of the founding titan and were already clustered at the base of the wall directly below the scouts, gazing up at them with their creepy and hungry expressions. Connie felt an involuntary shiver run through him as he watched the mindless titans, though he knew that as long as they stayed up there the titans couldn't hurt them. Sasha nudged Connie and pointed toward the east. Connie turned away from the titans and looked out at the land to the east of the district and quickly spotted what Sasha was pointing at. A few kilometers away, an enormous plateau rose out of the ground. It was very large and very wide and had an unnaturally flat surface. It also appeared to be made of the same substance as the walls. From what they had been told, Connie knew that there was another plateau to the west of the district and that these two plateaus housed the 20,000 colossal titans that were on standby should the island ever be attacked again. Attention soldiers. If we follow the wall of the district, we should be able to get a good view of the ocean. But remember, we are not here to sightsee. While it is unlikely we will encounter them, keep your eyes peeled for any stray titans or enemy forces. Connie and Sasha affirmed their squad leader's orders before following them along the top of the wall. After about 20 minutes of trotting, the scouts stopped at a sight none of them were quite prepared for. Connie breathed. Well. Sasha's eyes widened. It's so beautiful. A short distance away, waves of water were slowly moving in and out, passing over the sand before retreating back from where they had come. And stretching out to the horizon was the clear, shimmering mass of the sea. With the sun setting to their right, the light it cast upon the water was captivating. Connie blinked. Almin was right. It is real. Sasha inhaled. The air, it smells different here. Connie sniffed. You're right, but it's different. I wonder why that is. Sasha's gaze softened. Well, I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to figure it out. For a long while the scouts simply stared out at the sea, savoring the sight that no one within the walls had been able to see for 100 years. After a few moments of silence, Connie gently grabbed Sasha's hand and their fingers interlaced. They remained like that for some time as they watched the waters ebb and flow upon the shore. Day 19 of reconstruction. Throughout the reconstruction process, Zeke and Historia alternated being the royal titan that was used to activate the founding titan. While Eren was stuck working until the resettlement was completed, whichever royal titan was not being used was periodically given some time off to rest and recuperate. During one of her times off, Historia and her bodyguards went to Shiganshina in order to help the residents rebuild, since the district had been somewhat overlooked in the reconstruction plans. They'd settled near the edge of Shiganshina and were doing repairs on an abandoned house that had fallen into disrepair during the 5 years of Titan occupation. On the ground level, Boris and Marlo were carrying several wooden boards into the house. Boris panted, looking slightly annoyed. So, remind me, why are we here again? Marlo scowled at him. I already told you Historia wants to do her bit to help, so she's pitching in and helping rebuild this place, since it was hit hardest by the Titan onslaught. Boris rolled his eyes. But we are soldiers, not construction workers. We should leave this sort of thing to people who know what they are doing. Marlo sighed. Look, you're not wrong, but it's what Historia wants, and while she's within the walls, it's our job to protect her. And since we are here, we might as well help too. Whatever. Boris muttered. Still seems rather stupid. On the other side of the house a ladder was resting against it, reaching all the way to the roof. At the moment Marco was on the roof nailing down some boards, while Jane was monitoring him and handing him supplies as needed. Marco called over. Hey Jean, could you pass me some nails? Jean passed him a small bucket containing the nails without saying anything. Marco looked at him in concern. Something wrong? Jean shook his head as he gathered his thoughts. Oh. I was just wondering how things might have changed if we had joined the scouts instead. Marco was silent as he also remembered the night of choosing when they had both joined the military police. At the time he had been confident in his choice, but he did wonder sometimes what would have happened if he had chosen differently. Jean's face darkened. I mean, the whole reason I joined the military police was to get away from the Titans, but because of Bertolt and Annie, we ended up getting roped into that whole mess anyways. Marco grimaced, once again recalling that fateful day. Jean lowered his eyes. Since Eren got the founding Titan, the regular Titans are no longer a threat, and the Scouts' high mortality rate is officially a thing of the past. And now, we are the bodyguards of Historia. Not a bad position, but it could get really dangerous down the line, since the armored Titan will be a high-priority target for the enemy. Marco frowned. Would you rather some random and most likely inept MPs be her bodyguards instead? Jean shook his head sharply. Of course not. I just can't help but wonder how things would have turned out if I had chosen differently. Marco shrugged. It's natural to ponder the what-ifs, but there's no sense dwelling on what you can't change. Marco smiled softly. All in all, I'd say I'm pretty happy with where we've ended up. Jean nodded. Yeah, I can't really complain. He let out a small smirk. Looking after two beautiful girls isn't half bad. It's kind of nice, actually. It was also a nice distraction from his unrequited feelings for Mikasa. While it was pretty obvious from the beginning that the half-Asian girl would end up with Eren, it still stung. Although Eren does only have about 8 more years to live, so after that, just maybe. Jean stopped himself. It still probably wouldn't happen, and regardless, that kind of thinking was horrible. Problem? Jean forced a smile. Oh, nothing. Let's get back to work. Inside the house on the second floor, Historia and Wimia were busy fixing several holes in the wall and floor. Wimia held up a water canteen. Historia, here. Historia accepted it gratefully. Thanks. After she had her drink, Wimia placed her hands on her hips. Babe, why are you doing this? Historia looked at her uncertainly. Huh? Wimia gestured out the window. There are plenty of other people who are more qualified to do this work. Why did you insist on coming here? To an outsider, Wimia's tone would come across as rude and condescending, but Historia knew her well enough to know that she was simply curious. Historia glanced out the window. Well, out there, I'm mostly important because of my Titan and my royal blood. It's just kind of a nice change of pace to be able to do something useful that doesn't involve either of those things. Wimia's expression became serious. Do you regret agreeing to inherit the armored Titan? Sometimes. Historia admitted. The curse of Wimia was rather frightening. She looked at Wimia, her gaze softening. But after learning that it would happen to you, I didn't want you to be alone. Wimia's eyes widened, visibly touched. After hesitating for a moment, Wimia pulled Historia into a slightly clumsy hug, which Historia eagerly reciprocated. They held each other for a few minutes, before the sound of Boris dropping something heavy on his foot and the resulting imprecations brought them back to reality. Day 32 of reconstruction. Several weeks had passed since the reconstruction process had begun. At the beginning, the southern coastal district stood still and silent, a solemn reminder of the founding Titan's power that had yet to be visited by any humans. But over time, more and more people began to arrive near the district, until eventually the number had grown to include most of the scouts and a large number of other military personnel, including the commanders of each of the branches. There were also some civilians who had come as well. The reason for their presence was clear. All the outer districts of Wall Historia had been built and settled by the newly restored Eldians, and all of the other coastal districts had likewise been completed. Only the southern district remained, and so many had come to witness the completion of the reconstruction. Eren, Historia, and the other workers were already directing the remaining Titans to work, and while they mostly seemed bored, since they had done this 7 times already, those who had not seen the construction of the other districts were in awe, and even the more reserved soldiers couldn't keep their looks of curiosity and amazement hidden. A short distance away from the other civilians, Zeke and Dina stood side by side, watching the construction unfold. Dina smiled softly. Well, this is it. The last one. Zeke nodded. Yes. The end is in sight. I'll be glad when this is all over. Dina turned toward him. What will you do then? Zeke folded his arms. I'm sure there will still be work to do when it comes to securing Eldia's future. But it would be nice to take a little break. From the reports, there hasn't been a single sighting of any ships along the southern coast, indicating that Mali was indeed scared away by the presence of the wall Titan so close to the ocean. And since the Titans didn't go beyond the island, Mali will have a hard time convincing the other nations that the founding Titan actually is a threat now, and so should leave us alone for the moment. His eyes darkened. I just hope we never have to make good on that threat. Dina frowned. Indeed. War is an ugly thing. But I can't say I have much sympathy for Mali after everything they've done. Zeke grimaced. But Mali's actions are somewhat understandable given the Eldian Empire's bloody history. Dina looked at him sharply. But that doesn't justify the atrocities they've perpetuated against the Eldian people for the past 100 years. Zeke sighed. No. The point is that, as long as both sides continue to hold a grudge, the cycle of hatred will continue. Someone has to end it, and I intend to do what I can during the few years I have left. Dina's eyes widened for a moment before closing. I'm proud of you. They stood in silence for a few moments before Zeke spoke again. This time his voice was full of concern. Oh, and what did he talk to you about the other day? Dina blinked. Oh, well, he wanted to let me know about the government's plans for the royal bloodline. Zeke scowled. They are planning on having you inherit the Beast Titan, aren't they? Dina looked at him sharply, shocked at his intuition. And not only that, they probably want you to start having more kids as soon as possible in order to maintain the royal bloodline into the future, since it's necessary to activate the founding Titan. Zeke looked at his mother anxiously. Did you agree to their plans? Dina's silence was a clear answer. Zeke looked away with a sigh. I can understand their reasoning, but it's a lot to ask of someone. Yes. Dina spoke quietly. But if it's not me, they would probably place that burden on Astoria, and she's still so young. She looked at Zeke calmly. It may not be fair, but if it's necessary to protect our people, I am willing to do what is necessary. Besides, we still have time, so I don't plan to rush into anything. If I marry again, I'll do it for love. Zeke shook his head. How idealistic. He held back some of his other thoughts. While he could see where they were coming from, he still wasn't happy about the idea of Dina being used, in essence, as a breeding animal. He looked at her softly. Though I suppose that's to be expected. He grinned. I've seen the way you've been staring at Levi. She blushed, looking mortified. What? Was her that obvious? Zeke laughed at her expression. Strange, even though she's my mother, because she hasn't aged during all this time, she feels more like my sister now. Either way, I'll have to keep an eye on Levi just in case. Though he seems like a good man, and if it does happen, I'm sure he would treat her right. His smile faded after Dina returned her gaze toward the district. Dina, I can't promise that I will never hurt you, but I can promise that I will do what is best for our people. Day 33 of Reconstruction. Mikasa gazed out at the ocean, watching the waves as the light from the setting sun slowly faded away. As night began to take hold of the sky, Mikasa shifted her gaze toward the massive wall that surrounded the southern coastal district, the newly christened Port Dina. At long last, it was over. The resettlement process had officially ended that morning, with the last of the pure Titans being returned to their human form and settled into their new homes. There was still work to be done, of course. Much of the island was still uncharted, and there were still some logistical details that would take time to sort out. But none of those required the use of the founding Titan, and so Eren at long last would be allowed to rest. She smiled softly and began to head back to their tent. While she and Eren had been sharing the same tent over the past few weeks, most nights Eren was too tired to do anything other than sleep. She'd respected this and did her best not to bother him too much, but she was hopeful that now that his power was no longer needed, they would have more time to spend together. She lifted up the flap of the tent and stepped inside. She'd expected to find Eren asleep, so was surprised to see that he was still awake and appeared as though he had been waiting for her. She sat down next to him. "You okay?" Eren nodded. "Yeah. I'm glad we are finished." Mikasa hummed in approval. Eren leaned forward. "Mikasa, I have something I want to say." Mikasa blinked. "Oh?" As she looked at him up close, she noticed that he looked extremely nervous, which made her slightly worried. Eren lowered his eyes. I want to apologize for the fact that I'll be leaving you in about 8 years. I don't want to, but..." Mikasa rested her hand on his shoulder. No. It's not something you can control." Despite her assurance, Mikasa couldn't deny that it hurt. She understood why Grisha did what he did and why it was necessary. But she couldn't help but feel distraught. Eren was the one who had saved her, who had given her a second lease on life. He and Armin had been the only ones she had left after the fall, and both of them meant the world to her. Knowing that she would lose him, Eren looked at her sullenly. "But even so, I want to make the most of the time I have left. You and Armin are the most important people in my life. That's always been true and always will be true. And I'll do whatever I can to protect you and to make you happy." Eren reached into his pocket and pulled out a small package. As he opened it, Mikasa's eyes widened. Eren swallowed thickly. "I don't know what these next 8 years will bring, but I want to spend them with you." "Sir?" "Yes," Mikasa whispered. Inside the package was a small but beautifully ornate ring. On closer examination, Mikasa could tell that the ring was made of hardened Titan crystal, and when she tried it on, she found that it fit her perfectly. She didn't know how he had made it, but in that moment she didn't care. Tears in her eyes, she threw her arms around him, embracing him tightly. "Eren." While it wouldn't last forever, knowing that he would remain by her side for as long as he could help soothe her aching heart. 3 days after reconstruction, Hans looked out at the ocean, genuinely impressed. For his first trip outside of the walls, he'd hoped to see something grand, and it didn't get much grander than this. All along the shore, countless civilians were enjoying the sunshine and the waves, basking in the new and enthralling environment. A number of soldiers were also present, officially to keep an eye out for any enemy ships, but mainly also there for recreation. Getting to Port Dina had been surprisingly easy, if a bit time-consuming. As he had been stationed in Trust, all Hans had to do was keep following the new southern road, passing right by Shiganshina district and later the new Yaga district before finally making it all the way to the coast. While he had been content to live his life behind the walls, he couldn't deny that being able to freely travel beyond them was quite the liberating experience. As Hans made his way along the shore, it didn't take long for him to spot the ones he was looking for. With their feet immersed in the water and bright smiles on their faces stood Eren, Armin, and Mikasa. Once 3 frightened children, they had grown into fine young adults. Hans grinned and called over. "Well, it's been a while since I've seen the 3 of you." They turned around and were pleasantly surprised to see Hen. "Mr. Hans," Armin cried. "What are you doing here?" Hans chuckled. "I requested some time off to come and see the newest districts for myself." He looked out at the sea thoughtfully. "It's so strange. Once upon a time Shiganshina was the furthest south you could go, and look at us now." For a moment the 4 of them gazed out at sea, enjoying the peaceful moment. Eren reminisced over everything he had done since he had returned. "I wasn't perfect. I made some mistakes, and there were still sacrifices that had to be made." He glanced back at Hans, his eyes softening. "But in the end it was worth it." A moment later, Hans' expression became more serious. "There's a war coming, isn't there?" Eren nodded grimly. "Yes." Hans sighed. "Those troublemakers from Mali were driven off, but they'll be back at some point, won't they?" Armin frowned. "Probably yes. But at least we are in a position of strength now instead of being helpless and ignorant like we were 5 years ago. Hans folded his arms. True. But that's no reason to let your guard down. Whatever happens, make sure you three watch out for each other, okay? Mikasa gently grabbed Eren's hand and let out a small smile. We will, she said softly. Hans smiled when he noticed the ring on her finger, though he said nothing. After a bit, Eren, Mikasa, and Armin headed back toward the city. As they passed, Eren turned toward him. Mr. Hans, I just wanted to say thank you for what you did back then. Hans nodded silently. A moment later, he was by himself in front of the endless expanse of blue that stretched all the way to the horizon. I don't know what the future holds, but given how far we've come in such a short time, I doubt there's any challenge we can't overcome. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a flask, and for the first time in 5 years enjoyed the taste of alcohol passing his lips. Chapter 21 Repercussions. Pieck surveyed the landscape below her, carefully perched on the edge of the cliff overlooking the enemy fort. Dust thrown up by the various explosions and gunfire obscured the visibility of the battlefield somewhat, but the keen eyes of her Titan still picked up the enemy movements. Carlo, there's an enemy unit trying to flank Annie, she called out to her gunner. Right, he replied, quickly shifting the barrel of the modified cannon that was strapped to Pieck's back and taking aim at the enemy. A second later, the cannon roared, firing a shot that screamed across the battlefield before obliterating the distant enemy. Pieck temporarily hardened part of her Titan in order to protect both her real ears and the ears of her Titan, but the other soldiers in the gunner's nest had no option but to cover their ears, which didn't help much. With the threat eliminated, Pieck focused her gaze once more on Annie's progress. The other female Titan was rampaging directly in front of the fort, slaughtering the enemy soldiers and taking out the cannons one by one, either destroying them outright or smashing parts of the fort to block them and ensure they could no longer be used. Before long, Annie had damaged or destroyed most of the key targets, with Pieck and her crew taking care of the rest. Pieck looked over the fort carefully before nodding in satisfaction. Carlo informed the General Magath that we can proceed with the final operation. Carlo nodded before reaching for a nearby radio. Pieck shifted her gaze away from the fort and down to the harbor that lay below. Dio was its name, Pieck recalled, and it was the last refuge for the Mid-East Allies fleet. But not anymore. A moment later, after their submarine unit had gotten into position and released a specially modified one-person capsule, the harbor was obliterated by an enormous explosion. A second later, as the smoke cleared, all that was left was a mess of wreckage and debris, with the colossal Titan standing in the center. And with the fort's long-range guns damaged or destroyed, they would be unable to shoot at the enormous target. Carlo called down to her. Pieck, we've just received confirmation. The remaining enemy forces are surrendering. I repeat, they are surrendering. Pieck let out a long sigh. At last. The war was finally over. 3 years had passed since the failure of the operation on Paratus. After learning that the islanders had managed to obtain the full power of the founding Titan, Mali had tried to rally the rest of the world to attack Paratus, as they could now release the Wall Titans and destroy the world if they wanted to. But many of the other nations, including the ones that would become the Mid-East Alliance, were unconvinced of this immediate threat. To them it appeared as though Mali was simply trying to distract them from its failure and force other nations to waste their time and resources on this foolish endeavor. They also believed that if Mali continued to antagonize Paratus, it would spell the end for them all, and that it would be wiser to leave the island alone. The final straw came when Mali warned the world that the Wall Titans had been spotted moving on the island and that they needed to act soon or they would all perish. This got many nations to mobilize their respective militaries, but when the Wall Titans failed to show up and begin destroying the world, many of these nations lost all trust in Mali. And after it became clear that Mali still intended to return to Paratus Island despite their previous failures, the Mid-East Alliance was formed and declared war upon Mali to prevent them from making the same mistake and potentially dooming the world. 3 years later, the Mid-East Allies had finally been defeated and the war brought to an end. One of the key factors that had helped ensure their victory was Bertholdt's Titan, as it had been extremely effective at destroying the enemy harbors. And of course the cart and female Titans had contributed as well. But as Peak made her way down the cliff and headed for the defeated fort, she knew that their work was far from over. Several hours later, a meeting was held in one of the conference rooms of the fort, with all the high-ranking military officers attending. Peak, as the war chief of the warriors, was also present and was sitting right next to her commanding officer, General Magath. Admiral Calvi sat at the head of the table and looked over the diagrams he had placed in front of him. He frowned. "So, we won. But it doesn't feel like much of a victory, does it?" Magath grimaced. "Indeed. The fact that it took us this long to win the war is frankly an embarrassment." The Navy commander glared at him. "Are you blaming us?" Magath gazed at him coldly. "Your incompetence is partly to blame, yes. But it isn't the key issue." He leaned back with a sigh. "The truth is we vastly overestimated the power of the Titans and became too dependent on it. This arrogance caused us to lose the armored, Jaws, and Beast Titans to Paredes Island, and also encouraged the other nations to invest in developing weapons that can counter the Titans. The result is that our Titans are no longer the overwhelming force they once were, and the rest of our military has not kept up in terms of technology compared to other nations." He glanced at Calvi. "The only reason we won this war was our superior numbers and resources. The colossal Titan was and still is a fantastic asset to us, as I'm sure you're all aware, but unfortunately he can't be everywhere at once. And as for our other Titans, well, I'm afraid the time will soon arrive when human ingenuity surpasses even the power of the Titans." Calvin nodded. "Yes, I'm afraid you're right." He shifted his gaze to the only Eldian present. "Peak, what are your thoughts?" Peak cleared her throat. "While it is true that the power of the Titans may be on its way out, a large part of this is because the pure Titans are so hard to control and thus are not very reliable as weapons, since they could just as easily turn on us as on the enemy." Her gaze darkened. "But there is a power that can control Titans, and unfortunately it is in control of our enemies on Paredes." Calvin nodded grimly. "The founding Titan. As long as it is in the hands of those devils, the world is in danger. Now that the war is over, we must deal with Paredes." Magath leaned forward. "I agree. But we need to be careful. If we rush and like last time, we'll only end up biting our own head off again. And if possible, we must rally at least some of the other nations to our cause." Calvi shook his head. Well, we'll discuss this more another time. I'm sure our troops are eager to go home." The following day, the Eldian soldiers were on a train heading back to Liberia. The high-ranking officers were in the front car, and this included Magath and Peak. The second car was where the rest of the warrior unit was seated. The unit consisted of 3 warriors, 3 future warriors, and 3 warrior cadets. Gabby stared out the window with glee. "We are finally heading back home." Zofia smiled softly. "It's been a while. It will be nice to see everyone again." Udo sighed. "I'm just glad we are all still alive." Gabby clapped him on the shoulder. "Don't be such a downer. There's no way us virtuous Eldians would be defeated so easily." She smirked. "Now that the war is over, all we have to do is take care of those island devils. Once I inherit the female Titan, I'll finish them off once and for all." Porco chuckled. "You're getting a bit ahead of yourself, aren't you? Annie, Bertholdt, and Peak still have 2 years of tenure left, so it will be a while before you inherit the female Titan. It might all be over by then, and then there won't be anything left for you to do." "No way." Gabby protested. "There'll definitely still be something that has to be done." Colt held up his hands nervously. "Take it easy, Gabby, he's just teasing you." Bertholdt and Annie remained silent at the rear of the car. Falco meanwhile watched their banter quietly, lost in thought, and tried to push down the feeling of disappointment he felt. He'd known that he probably wouldn't be picked to inherit one of the Titan powers just yet. Porco was in line to inherit the Colossal Titan, while Colt was selected to inherit the Cart Titan. That only left the female Titan, which meant that they would most likely choose either Gabby or Zephyr. And a few weeks ago, Makath had decided on Gabby. With the successors chosen, Falco knew that it would be many years before he would be eligible to inherit a Titan, and that he, Udo, and Zephyr were only still around just in case something happened to Porco, Colt, or Gabby. Which, given everything that had been happening, was certainly possible. Though the war with the Mid-East allies was over, it wouldn't be long before Mali once again resumed its operation on Parados. Throughout the train ride, Porco, Colt, Gabby, Udo, and Zephyr remained fairly upbeat and carried on various conversations, some of which Falco participated in. Annie and Bertolt, though, remained very quiet throughout, only speaking when asked a question or actively drawn into the conversation. Falco eyed them carefully. They are the only ones here who've been to that island. They know firsthand how dangerous those island devils are. Despite what Gabby and the others might think, this won't be easy. I wonder what happened to them during those 5 years. The following morning the train arrived at its final stop, Liberia. While Gabby and the other cadets cheered at finally being home, Bertolt could only manage a reluctant smile. The war had not been fun, far from it. But it had provided him with a nice distraction, something else to focus on, which kept him from dwelling on the 5 years he had spent on that island. At least, it did some of the time. Other times, though, there were indirect reminders at every turn. After being told that the Wall Titans had been seen moving on the island and that they could come and destroy Mali at any time, many of the Eldian soldiers had spent the last 3 years living in fear, terrified of that threat becoming a reality. And whenever Bertolt was around, they looked to him as a source of inspiration and reassurance. He was the keeper of the Colossal Titan, the warrior who had fought the Island Devils and survived. If anyone could protect them from the Island Devils, it was him. But while Bertolt did what he could to reassure his fellow soldiers and boost their morale, he felt like a fraud every time he did. He knew damn well if the Wall Titans invaded Mali, there was nothing he could do. At best he might be able to kill a few of them, but their sheer numbers would soon render such trifling victories meaningless. On top of that, however, their fears reminded him a bit too much of the fears the Eldians behind the walls had exhibited after the fall of War Maria. Many of them had lived in fear, terrified that one day the Colossal Titan would come and finish them all off once and for all. Though nobody knew he was the Colossal Titan during most of those 5 years, he felt uncomfortable and at times disturbed when listening to how people perceived what he had done. Perhaps it was only fitting that Bertolt and his fellow soldiers should live in the same fear that he had inflicted upon the islanders. He shook his head. He was home now, and he needed to put on a brave face for his father. A short while later, the warrior unit and the rest of the Eldian soldiers made it to the entrance of the internment zone, where countless friends and family stood to welcome them home. As Bertolt searched for his dad, he noticed Falco and Colt rushing forward to greet their parents. Porco's family stepped forward and embraced their son, while Udo and Zephyr found their way to their respective parents as well, who were very relieved to have their children home once more. Peak stepped forward and hugged her dad, while Gabby was embraced by her mother and father. Close by, Bertolt spotted Gabby's aunt, remembering sadly that she had also been Raina's mother. Before long, Bertolt managed to find his own father and forced a smile. "Dad, it's good to see you." His aging father held out his arms. "Son, I'm glad you made it back." Bertolt embraced his father, struggling to hold back tears. His father patted him on the back. "I heard all about your heroic deeds. I'm very proud of you." Bertolt's smile faded. "Yeah." He looked up and saw Annie disappearing around a corner walking next to her father. As they headed back to their home, Annie and her father didn't say anything, but the silence wasn't uncomfortable. Instead, they simply took the time to enjoy each other's company and to savor the peaceful moment while it lasted. This closeness was something relatively new to them. When she was growing up, he had only seen her as a means to obtaining a better status and lifestyle, while she had viewed him with a mixture of fear and contempt, only doing what he told her to because she didn't have any other choice and ultimately didn't care what happened to her one way or the other. But then, all of that changed. 3 years ago. Annie felt herself trembling slightly as she stepped through the gate and froze when she saw her father standing there waiting for her. After the loss at Shiganshina, the remaining warriors had been allowed to return to Liberia while the Malian high-ups planned their next move. But none of that mattered to her at the moment. She let out a small smile, tears spilling from her eyes. "Well, I came back." His eyes widened and he ran forward, not even noticing that he had dropped his cane. "Annie." "Papa." After closing the distance between them, Annie embraced her father, not even noticing the slightly shocked expressions from Bertolt and Peek at this unusual display of emotion from her. He sobbed. "I'm so sorry." Over the next few days, they repeatedly visited the one area inside the internment zone that had a few trees, which was tucked off to one side. Despite the trees, it was a rather bare and dreary area, and there were rumors that it was haunted, which kept the more credulous Eldians and Malians well away. But for the more skeptical Eldians, it provided a little privacy. While they were alone in the wooded area, Annie ended up telling her father everything that had happened to her while she was on the island. She told him about how Marcel had died. She told him how Marcel had sacrificed himself for Reyna. She told him how Reyna had died, how it was her fault for not seeing the warning signs, and how Marcel's sacrifice was in vain because of her. She told him about reaching the wall, and how Bertolt and Reyna had broken it down. She told him about the thousands of island devils that had perished in the Titan onslaught. She told him about how she had come to realize that they weren't devils, but people no different than any others. People they had slaughtered mercilessly. She told him about enrolling in the cadets in order to eventually join the military police and discreetly search for the founding Titan. She told him about Eren, the holder of the attack Titan, and his own mission. And she told him about Armain. As they walked amongst the trees, Annie struggled to stop herself from crying as she thought about him. He was without a doubt the single most kindest, purest, and thoughtful person I've ever met. She closed her eyes. "And hey, I think no. I know I loved him. And I know he loved me. Somehow, he saw something good in me. Despite all the blood on my hands, all the sense, all the deception, he still liked me for me. God knows why, but..." She shuddered. When he found out what I truly was, the look on his face. At this she couldn't keep it in any longer, and she began to sob. Her father pulled her in for a hug, shedding his own silent tears, trying to comfort her while she confessed her darkest secrets, the secrets no one else could know. After all, Mali wouldn't be too thrilled if they found out that the holder of the female Titan was displaying sympathy for the island devils. To hell with what they think. He thought angrily. After she had calmed down, he pulled back and placed his hands on her shoulders. She had grown quite a bit taller over those 5 years, and while most parents would be pleased by this fact, it only reminded him of his sins and what his beloved daughter had been through the past 5 years. His voice trembled. "Annie, I'm so sorry for putting you through this hell. It was my selfishness that led you to suffer. I can't ask for forgiveness, nor would I deserve it even if you could give it. But know that I will always be by your side. And the one thing I want more than anything is for you to be happy. Even if that means throwing away the honor of being a warrior, even if that means making an enemy of the whole world. Do what makes you happy. If there is anyone who deserves happiness in this world, it's you, my daughter." 3 years had passed since then. Life had moved on, and the war with the Mid-East allies had kept her fairly busy. Fortunately, her Titan wasn't as vital to the war as Bertolt's was, so she had been allowed a few more occasions when she could visit her father. They both loved each other, and at last were living like a normal father and daughter. But it still felt like something was off. It was truly ironic, Annie reflected as she stared out the second-story window of their home. While she had been on the island, the thought of her father and keeping her promise to him had sustained her and kept her focused on completing her mission. But now that she had returned and was back with her father, she found her thoughts continuously returning to the naive boy from Shiganshina, either reminiscing on fond memories or wondering how he was doing. Makath walked down the street cautiously, his hand resting on his pistol. He probably wouldn't need it, but he wasn't taking any chances. A few minutes later he had reached his destination, an abandoned warehouse. Not the cleanest or most comfortable meeting place, but it had served him well in the past. After looking around to make sure he hadn't been followed, he discreetly entered the warehouse. Once inside, he noticed several large bloodstains on the floor, one of which was fresh. Magath scowled. He really wished the bastard had less violent hobbies. He raised his voice. "I know you're here. Come out. We need to talk." "Yo. It's been a while, hasn't it, General Magath?" A tall man stepped out of the shadows, and Magath found himself looking into the grinning face of Kenny Ackerman. Chapter 22 Secret Maneuvers. 2 years ago. The gulls cried out to each other as they flew overhead. Aside from the sound of the waves ebbing and flowing along the shore, the area was calm and quiet. The wall Mali had used for so long to turn Eldian criminals into titans now acted as an unofficial outpost for the islanders to keep an eye on the coast. A pair of horses were tethered near the base of the wall, while 2 young scouts sat on top of the wall facing out toward the sea. Sasha found herself with a sheet of paper in a vain attempt to ward off the heat, feeling bored. While she was grateful that her life as a scout was much less dangerous than she had initially expected, it was still a little jarring how quiet life outside of the walls had become. After all those years of training to kill and avoid titans, of having it repeatedly drilled into their heads how dangerous it was out there beyond the walls, it had come as a surprise when she found that they no longer had to worry about titans and that it was other humans who were the enemy now. So far, however, there had been no sign of these other humans at all. No ships had been sighted along the coasts at all, and it was commonly believed that the movement and subsequent new placements of the wall titans had scared any outsiders off. Still, it was only a matter of time before they returned, and so they had eyes all along the coast in order to prepare for that inevitability. In the meantime, though, life continued to move along. Sasha glanced at her partner with a smirk. "So, the big day is in a little over a month." Connie set down the pair of binoculars he'd been gazing through before nodding. "Yeah. You remembered to request time off then, right?" Sasha rolled her eyes. "I'm not that stupid. Of course I remembered. I wouldn't want to miss Eren and the Carcer's wedding." Connie smiled softly. "Good. Though I'm not sure how much we'll get to see them, given how many people are going to be there. Apparently the founding titan getting married is a big deal." "Well, it is." Sasha glanced at him. "Say, did you ever hear back from your folks?" Connie nodded. "I did, and fortunately they will be there. It'll be nice to see them in person, since I haven't been able to since we were stationed at Port Dina. As the southernmost district and the biggest settlement along the coast, most of the scouts were now stationed at Port Dina in preparation for any future invasions, since any attacks would most likely come from the south. The rest of the scouts were based in the eastern, western, and northern coastal districts, with the garrison looking after the 4 districts of Wall Historia. With the large number of restored Eldians living in Wall Historia and the coastal districts, the total population of the island had increased greatly, and the scouts and garrison had seen a large influx of new recruits from among the former Titans. The only regiment that had not seen a large increase was the military police, which was still mostly content to remain behind Wall Rose and Wall Sina and leave the more dangerous and uncharted work to the other 2 branches of the military. As a plethora of new opportunities and territories now lay beyond Wall Rose, the laziness and cowardice of the MPs went mostly unchallenged. Sasha smiled. "That's good. My parents will be there as well. I haven't seen them since Agosh, when the reconstruction first began." Her face turned slightly red as a slight grin came onto her face. "If they approve, maybe we can tie the knot before long too." Connie looked away, his face turning red as well. "Maybe. Though I'd want it to be a smaller celebration than what Eren is getting." He looked through the binoculars again in an attempt to hide his embarrassment. Sasha nodded. "I think that's a guarantee, since you're not that important." Connie smirked. "I'm hurt." He froze, before abruptly standing up. Sasha frowned as she also stood up. "Connie. What is dash?" He passed her the binoculars, and as she looked through them, her expression became grim. The line of smoke on the horizon could only mean one thing. Mali was on the move. The Malian ship crept along the coast, looking for a good spot to land and send out their scouting parties. The captain had waited until night had fallen before getting close to the shore in an attempt to remain undetected by the island's inhabitants. Now the crew was readying the smaller lifeboats and preparing to go ashore. Yelena observed all of this with a passive air, barely listening to the captain's orders as the crew moved across the deck of the ship. It's not like any of it really mattered. Nothing mattered anymore. Years ago she'd become disillusioned with Mali, finally seeing her home nation for what it truly was, a self-righteous, violent imperial power that was no better than the Eldian empire they had defeated long ago. Between everything she knew about the internment zones the Eldians were kept in and the horror stories she'd heard from the conscripted soldiers whose home countries had been forcefully annexed by Mali, she'd been overcome with loathing for what her country had become. At first she'd been overcome with a sense of hopelessness, because while she had finally woken up to the truth about what Mali had become, there wasn't much she could do about it. After all, she was just one person within the vast machine of society. What could she possibly do against the social and political systems of Mali that had become entrenched for almost a century? Fortunately for her, life had provided her the answer on the day she met Zeke. Here was a powerful man, both in terms of physical abilities and social status. A man who also recognized the sins of Mali and the need for something to be done. And just like that, her life suddenly had a purpose, a reason for her to be. For all his power and influence, Zeke was still closely watched by the Malian government and so could not move freely. But she could. She could carry out the tasks he needed her to complete, she could gather allies he would have been unable to contact on his own, and she could bring his dream of liberating Eldia and bringing down Mali ever closer to completion. She was needed, she was important. Yelena let out a long sigh as she stared out at the dark waters surrounding the ship. Alas, it was not meant to last, as Zeke had tragically perished at the hands of the island devils. She'd thought him to be nigh indestructible, but it seemed that the islanders had recovered the power of the founding titan, and not even Zeke was able to stand up against it. Now Mali was embroiled in yet another war, while also faced with the disturbing possibility of the island devils making good on the threat they had left behind 100 years ago. Despite these larger threats, all Yelena could think of was Zeke's untimely death and the emptiness she now felt as a result. He had given her life meaning, something greater than herself to strive for. He had been her rock, her anchor. But with him gone, it felt as though the ground had collapsed beneath her, like an earthquake. For a split second, Yelena wondered why her thoughts had turned to earthquakes, when without warning the smaller vibrations that had been permeating through the ship were abruptly replaced with a more violent shaking as the entire ship began to tilt. Yelena hastily grabbed the nearby railing, trying and failing to stay on her feet, while hearing the panicked yells and shouts of the rest of the crew. Yelena tightened her grip on the railing, which was the only thing that prevented her from sliding toward the back of the ship as the deck was tilted downward. How is this a weight? No. The only thing that could be causing this but must be a titan. Sure enough, before long the ship was lifted out of the water and carried a short distance before being set down on the shore. While the ship was placed on the ground as gently as possible for a titan, the impact nonetheless still managed to shake the whole ship and send a tremor that Yelena could feel throbbing through her whole body. She craned her neck around to get a look at the titan that had captured their ship and abruptly froze in shock. The beast titan looked down at the terrified Malian soldiers and spoke. "Soldiers of Mali, welcome to Paradise Island." Yelena gaped in amazement. Long ago, on that fateful day, the beast titan had saved her life and held up the boat she had been in as easily as if it were a toy. And now? It took her a moment to find her voice. "Zeke? Zeke, is that you?" The beast titan sharply turned its head in her direction before its face broke out into a relieved smile. "Yelena, I'm glad to see you're alive." "Same to you. We thought you were dead. What's going on?" The beast titan shrugged. "When life gives you an unexpected opportunity, it is often wise to seize it. I am now loyal to Paradise Island." While the other Malian soldiers began to scream and shout insults, calling him a traitor, Yelena fell silent as she let this new information sink in. Shocking as it was, she was nonetheless elated to see that he was still alive and figured he must have a good reason for his actions. Before long, the Malian soldiers were taken prisoner and rounded up by the scouts, and Yelena was escorted off the ship by Zeke, who had exited his Titan, and a man named Levi. Levi looked at her curiously. "So, this is Yelena?" Zeke nodded, looking at her fondly. "Yes. She was one of the volunteer soldiers I recruited to help bring down Mali. She's been a loyal comrade and a good friend." Yelena blushed at the praise, while Levi glanced at her curiously. A short while later, Yelena found herself in front of Owen Smith, the commander of the Survey Corps, and the man who Zeke now answered to. Owen looked at her carefully. "Tell me, why did it take so long for Mali to begin sending ships to investigate the island more closely? Mali is currently at war with the Mid-East allies. For the past 6 months they've been too occupied to think about anything else. It's only recently that the war has cooled off a little to allow them to check up on this island." She jerked her head in the vague direction of the captured ship. "Or at least, try to check up on it." After asking a few more questions, Owen let her go. "I'm sure we'll have more questions for you in the morning, but for now get some rest." Yelena nodded. "Very well. It's been a pleasure to meet you all." The next few days were rather surreal for Yelena. After months of gloom and despair brought about by Zeke's apparent death, all at once her world had been turned on its head. Not only was Zeke still alive, but now she was living on the island she had been taught all her life to fear. An island that, contrary to what she had been told, was a downright lovely place. In addition to the natural beauty of the coast and the nearby forests and sand dunes, which were still mostly untouched by human activity, the city of Port Dina was certainly a sight to see. Its most notable feature was the 50-meter-high wall that encompassed it on all sides, which would shield its inhabitants in case of an attack. But it also had 4 gates which allowed people to come and go as they pleased, and there was already a small harbor along the shore a short distance away from the city walls. The city itself was already home to tens of thousands of people and was the main headquarters of the Survey Corporation. As Yelena walked down its streets, she could only stare in awe at its size. Such a city should have taken years if not decades to build and grow, but with the power of the founding Titan it had been completed in just a few days. And the smaller track of the wall just north of the city that provided a road back into the interior of the island showed that this was just a small piece of the island's impressive new infrastructure. In addition to being shown around the island, Yelena and the handful of volunteer soldiers that had been on the Malian ship assisted the scouts by providing them intel about the outside world and what had been going on between Mali and the Mid-East allies. While Zeke was still a member of the military and Yelena followed his lead, she could already sense the difference between Mali and Paradis when it came to the power dynamics. In Mali, all Eldians were treated at best as second-class citizens and at worst as subhuman. Even high-ranking and well-respected individuals such as Zeke were still subject to this kind of discrimination. On Paradis, though, there was no such discrimination. Everyone was treated as equals and people were judged by their merits, not their race. It was a refreshing change that Yelena found she quite liked. About a week after arriving on Paradis, Yelena found herself alone with Zeke for the first time in months. All the other times she'd seen Zeke, he'd been with someone else. She briefly glanced around his apartment before returning her gaze to him. "So, are we just going to help Paradis from now on?" Zeke was silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. "No." Yelena frowned. "Zeke?" Zeke leaned forward. "I've done a lot of thinking over the past few months, and while Mali still needs to be dealt with, I've decided we can't just leave things as they are on Paradis either." Yelena remained silent, waiting for Zeke to explain his reasoning. "The root of the problem is the power of the Titans and how easy it is to be corrupted by it. For centuries this power was in the control of the Eldian Empire, who used it to brutally oppress their enemies. For the past 100 years this power was in the control of Mali, who also used it for their own selfish and destructive ends. And now it is in the hands of Paradis Island. The people in charge of this island seem reasonable, and since they are still recovering from the damage that was inflicted upon them by Mali 6 years ago, it's highly unlikely that they will have the means or ambition to declare war on other nations right now. But sooner or later, someone will. Zeke's face darkened. And unfortunately that someone may already be at hand. Yelena blinked. What? My half-brother, Eren, is the one in control of the Founding Titan. But the reason he obtained it was because he was raised by our father. Our father, who had the attack Titan and who held an intense sense of nationalism for the old Eldian Empire and a visceral hatred for Mali. All of these he has now passed on to Eren. Eren is cooperating with the government for now, but if given the chance he may very well try to get revenge on Mali and reignite the fire that fueled the Eldian Empire and once again turn this world to hell. And even if Eren doesn't, it's inevitable that someone else will. Yelena was silent for a few minutes before speaking again. What should we do? Zeke looked at us seriously. We need to do something about the Eldian race as a whole. As long as Eldians exist, Titans will exist. It's inescapable. The only way to get rid of the Titans for good is to eliminate the Eldian race. Yelena's eyes widened. You mean your genocide? Zeke held up his hands. You can rest easy. I'm not planning on slaughtering my own people. He glanced away. Rather, we must set this world on the right path so that our descendants can inherit a better world than the one we currently live in. The Founding Titan has the power to control and affect all subjects of Wymir. Using this power, we can simply take away from Wymir's subjects their ability to reproduce. If no new Eldians are born, then it's only a matter of time before they all die of old age, gradually, peacefully. And so the power of the Titans will slowly cease to exist, without the need for any unnecessary bloodshed. And the suffering of the Eldian people will at last come to an end. Yelena slowly nodded. I see, but I'm assuming the government of Paredes would never agree to this plan. Zeke shook his head. Of course not. And so we will need to work behind their back to obtain the Founding Titan. Unfortunately, Eren is closely guarded in Shiganshina. Getting our hands on him will not be easy. Our best chance of success is to wait until Mali or some other nation attacks Paredes again, when the focus will be on this external threat. But we cannot simply wait around for this to happen, especially since my tenure is drawing to an end. We'll need allies to get things moving. Yelena glanced out the window. Well, I've stuck by him this long, and it sounds like a good plan. I'll do everything I can to help. There's still some volunteer soldiers who are back on the continent. I can try to get in contact with them and start setting things up. Zeke smiled softly. That's a good start, but we'll also need allies within the walls. And I already have an idea of at least one person we can turn to. A few weeks later, Yelena found herself prowling the streets of Stotnes, Walmaria's eastern district. Unlike Shiganshina, Stotnes had not received nearly as much attention after Walmaria was reclaimed, and so it was still recovering from the years of neglect that it had suffered after the people withdrew behind Wall Rose. As such, it was not the nicest place to live. Yelena was trying to keep up with her target, which was proving to be rather difficult, as he moved very quickly and the sun had long since set, making it harder to say. Eventually she rounded a corner, only to find the street completely empty. What? I know I saw him go this way, where did he? Without warning, she heard someone land right behind her. He straightened up and rested a hand on her shoulder. Hey there. I can't help but notice that you've been following me. I must say, you've got good taste in man. Yelena glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. He matches the description Zeke gave me. There's no doubt about it. Swallowing down her fear, she spoke. You must be Kenny. He grinned. And you even know my name, how nice. His grip on her shoulder tightened. Maybe you'd like to slip into one of these nearby alleys for a little fun. What do you say? Yelena tried to keep her voice even. As tempting as that offer is, I'm afraid I'm going to have to decline. Kenny sighed. That's a real shame. A pretty lady goes to all the trouble of finding me and then turns me down. That's cold. Of course, I can be cold too. He slowly pulled out a knife, twirling it around in his hand. And I can't say I particularly like being hunted down by strangers. Yelena averted her gaze. I wouldn't do that. Oh yeah. And why not? Give me one good reason not to slit your throat right now. Yelena tried to keep her face blank. Because you're curious. You'll never know why I came all this way to see you. A moment of silence followed her statement. I'm listening. Mentally letting out a sigh of relief, Yelena spoke. I know you used to work for the old government. And after the regime change, you've been stuck down here in the dumps. It must be awfully dull down here, and that's the one thing you can't stand. Being bored. There's someone who wants to meet you. If you agree, I can guarantee that you won't be bored again for a long, long time. Kenny inclined his head. And just who is this person? Zeke looked over the streets of Shiganshina, mildly impressed at the drastic change the district had undergone over less than a year. Not so long ago, he and the other warriors had been camping out in the abandoned city waiting for the Survey Corps to appear. Between the Titan activity and the absence of human inhabitants, the city had fallen into decay and disrepair, a mere shadow of its former self. Now, however, it was once again a thriving center of human activity. Old buildings had been repaired, and new ones had risen up to take the place of the ones too old or damaged to be worth saving. People now lived their lives as normal, no longer under the fear of the Titans that had hung over them for so long. As Zeke walked down the street, making sure to stay close to the 4 scouts who were escorting him, he soon spotted what he was looking for. While most of the city had been repaired, the Edo family's old house still lay in ruin, with the chunk of wall that the colossal Titan had kicked down on top of it still in place. The ruined home had been turned into a memorial for all those who had died during the initial Titan incursion, in order to make sure that no one ever forgot that fateful day. About a block down the street from this grim reminder was a new house that had recently been built, and it was this house that was Zeke's destination. Aware of the 4 pairs of cautious eyes on him, Zeke carefully knocked on the door before stepping back. Officially the scouts were there to protect him, but Zeke knew that their true purpose was to ensure that he and Eren didn't make physical contact. A moment later, the door was opened, revealing one of the house's 2 occupants. Mikasa blinked in surprise. Oh, Zeke. I wasn't expecting to see you before the wedding. Zeke let out a small smile. I just wanted to stop by for a quick visit. After all, it's not every day that one's younger brother gets married. Is Eren home? Mikasa nodded. Yes, I'll let him know you're here. She disappeared, and a few seconds later her fiancé appeared. Eren looked mildly surprised. Oh. It's good to see you, brother. Zeke nodded. Likewise. I just came to congratulate you on the good news, since I realized I forgot to when I first heard about it. The wedding is in a little less than a month, yes? Yeah. Well, let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Do you need a best man? Eren smiled ruefully. Sorry, I already asked Armin to be my best man. Zeke laughed softly. I figured as much. It's fine, I know you and Armin have known each other for years. Yeah. Eren glanced away. Zeke frowned. Something wrong? Eren rubbed the back of his head before letting out a long sigh. Well, I feel rather bad for Armin. He's been very supportive of me and Mikasa, but I think he's a bit lonely since he doesn't have anyone special in his life right now. There was Annie, but... Zeke nodded sympathetically. Yes, the real shame. Inwardly, Zeke had to admit he felt a bit of pity for Eren's blonde friend. He was obviously infatuated with her, but Annie has proven to be loyal to Marley. Clearly she was just manipulating him. Not that I can really say anything, considering what I'm doing now. But it's not like I want to be doing this. If only Eren and I could come to an agreement, but regrettably, that doesn't seem possible. With his escorts breathing down his neck, Zeke kept the conversation short, and before long he and the other scouts had left. Mikasa watched them leave from one of the second-floor windows, an uncertain frown on her face. Did you really travel all this way just to say hello? Later that night, Zeke slipped out of the room he was staying in, being careful to avoid alerting the scouts. After meeting up with Yelena at their rendezvous point, the two of them made their way to one of the handful of houses in Shiganshina that was still abandoned and quietly slipped inside. Within the house was one other person. Kenny looked moderately impressed. Well shit, she wasn't kidding. I recognize you from the papers. So what does the holder of the Beast Titan want with me? And for that matter, how did you even know where to find me? Zeke forced a smile. Levi. He and I have become rather good friends and he's let slip a number of things about you. Deducing your whereabouts given everything that has happened wasn't difficult. Kenny tilted his head. And you didn't come yourself because the government's keeping a rather close eye on you. Zeke nodded grimly. Indeed. Even this meeting is a bit risky. But I did want to talk with you face to face at least once. Kenny grinned. So what's this about? Armin's eyes shot open and suddenly he was wide awake. On normal days it usually took a while to convince himself to get up and going, but this was no ordinary day. Today was the day his two childhood friends were getting married. It was a surreal feeling. On some level he'd always known this day was coming, but it had arrived much sooner than he expected. While both Eren and Mikasa were old enough to marry, they were still fairly young. But Armin supposed that they both were sure of their feelings for each other, and so there was no reason to wait. And of course there was the matter of Eren's limited lifespan that likely influenced their decision. Armin shook his head. This was supposed to be a happy day, there was no sense in dwelling on something like that. He got up and dressed and went to check in on Eren. The door to Eren's room was open, and so Armin let himself in. Armin smiled. Oh, good, you're awake. Feeling nervous? Eren shrugged. A bit. Eren was already dressed in the traditional outfit worn by grooms on their wedding day, and was presently inspecting himself in the mirror to make sure he hadn't missed anything. Armin leaned against the door frame. I can imagine. But I'm glad I got to finally see this day. Eren's eyes softened. Yeah, me too. Eren glanced over his shoulder at his best man. I just hope you can find someone special before long. You deserve to be happy too. Armin averted his gaze. Eren winced, realizing that reminding Armin about Annie probably wasn't the most tactful idea, and to Armin's relief he quickly steered the conversation to other more cheery subjects. Before long, they had left the house and gone to the center of Shiganshina, where the wedding ceremony would take place. While weddings in Walmaria had always been joyful occasions, they were still relatively low-key, focusing more on the couple and their closest friends and family, rather than putting on an enormous spectacle as Armin knew some of the weddings within Walsina tended to do. This was still the case today, but it had managed to attract a greater number of guests than normal. For one, it was the first wedding that had taken place within Shiganshina after the fall, and so all the residents of Shiganshina who had finally been allowed to return and rebuild their old homes and lives were eager for a reason to celebrate. And of course there was the fact that Eren was the founding Titan, which also attracted some other more high-profile guests. While the Commander-in-Chief Zaklay was not there, Owen, Pixis, and Niles were present, as were several of their key officers. They were there partly to bear witness and partly to ensure nothing went wrong. Zeke was also there and was being closely watched by several scouts, including Captain Levi. Armin knew that this was to ensure that neither Eren nor Zeke tried to make an unauthorized use of the founding Titan, and while he thought they were being a bit paranoid, Armin could understand their concern given just how powerful the founding Titan's power was. It was also for this reason that Historia had not been allowed to attend the wedding. She and Wimia had settled into their new home in District Geda, the southernmost district of Wall Historia, and while she had wanted to attend, the government had decided that they were only going to allow one royal-blooded Titan to attend, and as Zeke was Eren's brother, he took precedence. Still, as Armin took his place next to Eren, he tried not to let this bother him, and indeed the happiness he could see emanating off of Eren and Mikasa as they stood side by side was enough to reassure him. The ceremony itself was fairly short, and before Lomiran and Mikasa leaned forward and kissed, sealing the deal as man and wife. As the crowd began to clap and cheer, Armin found himself blinking back a few tears, beyond happy that he had been able to see this moment. During the celebration afterwards, Armin managed to spot a few other familiar faces among the crowd. After one side he spotted Connie and Sasha, as well as several people who looked like their respective families. Connie's two younger siblings appeared to be teasing him, as he looked flustered about something while Sasha laughed. Further back he saw several members of the scouts he personally knew, including Petra and Eld, as well as Eld's wife Catherine. He also saw Hans standing next to one of the drink tables, a red flush and a big smile on his face. A few feet away he noticed Zeke, Levi, and Dina, the three of them appearing to be deep in conversation. As he watched them, he was surprised to note that Yelena was nowhere to be seen. From what he had heard, ever since she had arrived on the island several weeks ago, she had been practically inseparable from Zeke, always by his side wherever he went. So it seemed odd for her to be absent from the wedding when Zeke was there. Where could she be? And what could she be doing? Markov let out an irritated sigh. His meeting with the Navy commander had not gone well, and it had taken all of his self-control to stop himself from yelling at the man for his incompetence. The war between Mali and the Mid-East allies had been going on for almost a year now, and to his immense frustration a good portion of the war was taking place at sea. Not only did this prevent Mali from deploying their warriors, what was left of them, it also meant that Mali was at a distinct disadvantage, as the Mid-East allies had modern ships and decent leadership, two things Mali's navy sorely lacked. Consequently, what should have been a simple conflict was proving to be a much more difficult problem for Mali. As he cleaned off his desk, not being particularly careful about where he placed things, he spotted something that looked out of place in one of the drawers. It was one of the warriors' armbands. He picked it up with a frown. What is this doing here? Did one of them forget it, or drop it? Why would they put it? He trailed off and stiffened. As he looked at it more closely, it became clear something was off. How is this? It can't be. But as he looked at the design and texture, there was no mistaking it. This armband had been Zeke's. How did this get here? A second later, he spotted a small piece of paper with an address on it attached to the inside of the armband. His eyes widened. His curiosity getting the better of him, a short time later he was walking to the address inscribed on the piece of paper, which turned out to be an old abandoned warehouse. As he stepped inside, he felt his hand twitching, unconsciously urging him to grab his hidden pistol, but he restrained himself. "You're Magath, aren't you?" Magath whirled around and saw a tall man leaning against one of the back walls, most of his silhouette hidden in the shadows. Magath swallowed the apprehension he felt creeping up his back and held up Zeke's armband. "I found your little memento. Who are you? And what do you want?" The man grinned. "The name's Kenny Ackerman. As for what I want, well, that's a little more complicated." He jerked his head at the armband. "You're probably wondering where I got that. The answer is quite simple. Zeke gave it to me. He figured you'd appreciate some proof that he was still alive." Magatha's eyes widened. "His what? But I thought... You thought he'd been eaten by some island devil, right? Well, the guy is quite the smooth talker and actually managed to convince the islanders that he's on their side." Magatha's face filled with shock. "What?" Kenny chuckled at his reaction. "You know his parents were Eldian restorationists, right? Well, it just so happens that his father, Grishiada, had the power of the attack titan passed to him by the restorationist leader, the Owl. He then infiltrated the walls, had a new family, and passed his titan and his mission onto Ernjäger, Zeke's half-brother." Magath took a step back, his mind reeling. "Eren," he murmured. "We knew he was the one who interfered with our operation on Paredes, and we suspected that he was the one who helped the Survey Corp retrieve the founding Titan, but we had no idea he and Zeke were related." "Yeah. Small world, ain't it? Anyways, Zeke was able to spin a sob story, telling them all that he was loyal to his father's cause and that he only betrayed them because they were about to be discovered anyway. He then claimed that he was secretly working as a spy for Mali's enemies and that he longs for the day Eldia can be restored to its former glory. Ha! It's all a pack of bullshit, though. He just said all that stuff to win their trust, and they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. In reality, though, his loyalty remains to Mali. Having gotten over the initial shock of the news, Makath forced himself to calm down. It wouldn't do to have his emotions get the best of him. I see, he said slowly. This is welcome news. But who are you? Kenny shrugged. I used to work for the old government on Paredes, but after Eren and the scouts' little coup I was forced to abandon my position. I've got nothing left to lose and plenty to gain, so when Zeke approached me I jumped at his offer, since I thought it would be interesting. Makath frowned. I see you well. Perhaps you can illuminate me as to what has been happening on the island since we left. Can do. I'll cut to the bit you're probably most interested in. Right now they have 80,000 colossal titans on standby in case Mali or anyone else ever invades them again. Makath looked at him sharply. What? Only 80,000? But the warning left behind 100 years ago said there were millions of titans locked away on that island. Kenny snorted. Even that figure was inflated. But the truth is, most of the titans are now being used as a part of the island's infrastructure, so they can't use them for war without disrupting that infrastructure. Kenny then summarized the events of the reconstruction and how approximately 600,000 titans had been returned to their human forms. So, from what I read in the papers, the population of the walls was around 1 million after the government sent 250,000-ish people to be killed by the titans in order to ease the food shortage issue. After the reconstruction, though, the population jumped to around 1.6 million. Makath grimaced, his mind racing. While the news of Zeke being alive and well was certainly a positive development, and the knowledge that there were millions of colossal titans on the island was definitely a relief, the rest of it was not good. From what Kenny had described, using the unrestrained power of the founding titan Paredes had transformed practically overnight from a backwards hermit kingdom to a powerful nation, one that now had access to all of the island's natural resources and a healthy starting population that had plenty of room to expand. We always knew the founding titan was strong, and after what the 145th king did with it 100 years ago this shouldn't be surprising, but still. Makath spoke. Tell me, how have the restored Eldians adapted to their new situation? Has there been any unrest or are things stable? Kenny shook his head. I've only seen a few of them, but they seem to be very trusting of the new government. I imagine it was the same way when the founder wiped the people's memories 100 years ago. With no memories and a fresh start, the people were inclined to believe what they were told. Makath frowned. Kenny smirked. Fortunately for you guys, the islanders have a weak spot. Namely, the founding titan itself. As long as they have it, they can repel any attack launched at them. But here's the kicker, Eren can't use the founding titan by himself. In order to activate it, he needs to make physical contact with a titan of royal blood. And right now on that island there is only one royal-blooded titan, some young brat named Historia Race. Makath blinked. That was certainly a valuable piece of intel. He looked at Kenny carefully. So, if Eren and Historia were both dealt with, Paredes would no longer have access to the founding titan. Kenny nodded. Exactly right. But both of them are pretty heavily guarded, and Zeke only has a couple allies within the walls, so he can't make a move against them just yet. He believes the best chance to retrieve the founding titan would be to wait until Paredes is occupied by an external threat, like, say, another invasion by Mali. Makath was silent for a moment before speaking again. I'll have to think this through carefully. For now, Paredes and the founding titan will have to wait, as we cannot do anything until the war with the Mid-East allies has ended. In the meantime, I have some tasks for which you could prove useful. Chapter 23 Treachery. Willie Tiber stepped through the arch that led to the southern entrance. The building behind him stood tall at 6 stories, the windows all along its length surrounded with impressive architecture that was a blending of ancient style and modern substance. The building had only been completed the previous year, yet already was an important and key place for meetings of all kinds. As Willie Tiber made his way to the car that was waiting for him just a few yards away, his faithful guards keeping a close eye on him, he spotted numerous other ambassadors and government officials from all over the world dispersing from the same entrance, all heading off to attend to other matters now that the conference he had been holding was over. He stepped into the back seat of the car, and one of his guards closed the door behind him. The only other occupant in the car besides himself and the driver was Commander Magath. As someone who had worked closely with Eldians before and knew more about the overall structure of Mali's military, Willie Tiber had approached Magath for his assistance in becoming a more public figure in the last few weeks. Magath had obliged him and done his best to help, though Willie could tell that the man was slightly intimidated by him, since he was technically the one who ran the country. The car got started, and with several other cars nearby acting as an escort, the vehicle pulled away from the building and made its way onto the busy streets of the city. After a few minutes of silence, Magath spoke. "How did it go?" Willie Tiber glanced out the window with a frown. "It went fairly well, but not as well as I would have liked. Too many of the other nations are dragging their feet when it comes to dealing with Paredes. We need as many countries on board as possible if we are to have a chance against the Island Devils." Magath nodded grimly. "The problem is that many of them are scared, and I can't exactly blame them. Our mission on the island failed, and we are in a much weaker position now than we were before. The whole reason the Mideast allies declared war on us was to stop us from provoking Paredes any further. It's not hard to see why the world views Mali's attempts to invade the island despite the risks as nothing more than a selfish power move recklessly endangering the safety of the rest of the world. It seems unlikely the islanders could or would make good on the 145th King's threat at the moment, but that possibility, however small, remains a strong reason for many of the nations to leave the island alone." Willie Tiber turned his gaze toward Magath. "The problem with that is the island is no longer under the control of the royal family, which was bound by its vow of pacifism, but by a new regime with its roots in the Eldian restorationists. This, given enough time, all but ensures that the Eldian Empire will be revived in some form, and the world will once again be plunged into hell." Magath glanced away, unable to maintain eye contact. "Indeed. But for the immediate future, the only way the various other countries will come together as one against this old enemy is if something big happens, some major incident or change that will serve as a unifier that everyone can rally behind." Willie Tiber looked down at his clasped hands. "Which is why I'm doing what I'm doing now. The Tiber family has mostly kept to the shadows for the past century, but this generation we've tried to be more engaged and active in the world. Thanks to the actions of our ancestors, our word carries a great deal of weight, so hopefully my words will resonate with the representatives of other nations and rouse them to action." Magath frowned. "I admire your courage, but I fear it alone won't be enough." Suddenly, an audible boom traveled through the air, the car vibrating from the impact before the driver hastily slammed the brakes. Willie Tiber peered out the windows nervously. "What happened?" Magath opened the door. "Stay here." He closed the door behind him and walked away from the car to get a better idea of what was going on. The convoy of cars escorting Willie Tiber had stopped about halfway across a bridge that went over a river that flowed through the heart of the city. From what he could see, some kind of explosion had been detonated on the far side of the bridge, leaving a flaming wreckage that blocked their path forward, though it appeared that very little damage had been done to the bridge itself. Several other officers and officials had also gotten out of the cars ahead of them and were looking at the wreckage apprehensively. "My God." Magath turned around sharply to see Willie Tiber standing behind him, looking at the flames with a stunned expression. "I thought I told you to stay where you were." Willie Tiber smiled feebly. "Sorry. I just wanted to see Dash." Whatever he was about to say was cut off as a gunshot rang out and the side of his head exploded in a shower of blood and gore. Magath flinched, and out of the corner of his eye saw a man wearing a ghoulish mask and clad in black clothing peering up from the side of the bridge, a smoking gun clutched in his hand. The assassin disappeared, then suddenly soared up into the air above the convoy. To the casual observer it looked like he was flying, but Magath was just able to make out the cables and the ODM gear the assassin was using to propel himself into the air. With pinpoint accuracy, the man fired down at the stunned crowd of people below, killing many of them before they could react and filling the stationary cars with numerous holes. A handful of the guards and soldiers with their wits about them realized they were under attack and quickly brought up their rifles to shoot down the assassin, but he was moving far too fast for them to get a clear shot. He dived down and disappeared underneath the bridge once again. The soldiers rushed to the side of the bridge and peered over the edge, their guns in hand, ready to shoot down at the assassin in the river. But when they looked down, they saw that he was not in the river, but suspended by one of his cables which was still connected to the bridge. His eyes and guns were aimed straight up, and before the soldiers could even begin to attempt to aim at him, he fired, shooting them all in the head or neck one after another. Most of the soldiers fell down dead on top of the bridge, while a few collapsed and pitched down into the river below. His work done, the assassin fired his cables at one of the nearby buildings and soared away into the depths of the city, leaving the flaming wreckage and bloody corpses behind before the police and paramedics could arrive. The whole incident lasted less than 2 minutes. As the other survivors of the attack were escorted away, Magath looked down at Willie Tiber's body with an unreadable expression on his face. 2 days later, Annie found herself making her way to the military HQ for an emergency meeting. As she walked down the street, she saw numerous people looking over the morning newspaper, fury evident on their faces and talking animatedly with the people around them. It wasn't hard to guess why. Willie Tiber's death had sparked a massive outrage from both Mali and the international community. While they didn't know exactly who was responsible for the attack, the lone assassin had used ODM gear, a technology that was unique to Paradis Island. This indicated that the only ones who could have been behind the attack were the island devils, once more determined to cause trouble and bring suffering to the world. For most people that explanation was enough, but Annie had her doubts. Why would Paradis want to assassinate Willie Tiber? What could they possibly gain from it? They are still recovering from the damage that had been inflicted on them, both by the pacifistic Rail family that had kept them isolated and ignorant for the past century, and by Mali after they destroyed Wall Maria. They have no reason to want a war with the world. And even if they did want to go to war, this still makes no sense. The best strategy would be a preemptive strike, while the world is still divided and unsure of what to do. Instead, they assassinate one man, an action that has actively unified the world against Paradis. Something doesn't feel right about this. Annie grimaced. In any case, it looks like we are going to have to go back to that island. Her thoughts turned to Amain, and she was filled with dread at the idea of having to fight or even kill him. What should I do? Shaking her head, Annie made her way to HQ and headed for the meeting room to see what was going on. Magath looked up as she entered the room. Ah, there you are, Annie. I was just starting to wonder if you were going to be late. Sorry. She muttered as she took her seat. As she looked around the table, she recognized most of the people there. They included Bertold, Peak, Colt, Galliard, and several Malian officers she was familiar with. But there were 2 people who she had not seen before. Magath gestured at the 2 new arrivals. As I'm sure you all have noticed, we have some guests. This is Ms. Tiber, she's the holder of the Warhammer Titan. Miss Tiber nodded curtly at the other shifters. Annie's eyes widened. So, she's the one with the power of the Warhammer Titan. She must have been pretty upset about her brother's death, which explains why she's here. Magath glanced at the other new arrival. And this is Kenny. He's the leader of a secret squad I formed in order to counter the Survey Corps, the most dangerous military unit of Paradis. Kenny nodded, an unsettling grin on his face. Magath looked at them all seriously. I'd hoped that we would have more time, but with this recent attack and the unfortunate death of Mr. Tiber, it's clear we have no choice but to move quickly in order to confront Paradis Island. We do have some things working in our favor. For one, Mr. Tiber's death has outraged much of the world, and many nations that were initially hesitant have agreed to join our coalition against Paradis. Kenny looked at Magath casually, while Annie studied his face carefully. She froze. Wait a minute, that man, he's the same one as from back then. She thought back to when she'd infiltrated one of the inner cities during her time as a cadet, and her heart began to beat faster. He's from the walls. And the assassination of Willie Tiber to galvanize the world to action was incredibly convenient, too convenient. It must have been him. Magath and Kenny, they are all working together to frame Paradis. Annie tried to keep her outward expression neutral, but internally her thoughts had become tumultuous, and she barely took in a word Magath was saying. What should I do? 2 months later, the military headquarters at Port Dina were bustling with activity as Paradis prepared itself for the imminent invasion. Most of the civilians had already been evacuated up north, while the scouts and the garrison were finalizing the city's defenses. Owen, Pixis, and Hange were in Owen's office, looking over a map of the island that contained detailed information about the geography and environments of Paradis, as well as an outline of the 4 walls and the roads that connected them. Pixis gently tapped his fingers against the table. Our sources indicate that the invasion will happen in about 2 weeks. Most of the enemy forces will be coming over on ships, which should be easily dealt with using the colossal titans we have at our disposal. The only variable we really have to worry about is if they use airships as well. Airships would be able to avoid the titans and strike directly at the city. Hange nodded grimly. Which is why it's important to make sure all our soldiers are ready even though we have the founding titan. She turned toward Owen. Speaking of which, when is Owen arriving? Owen stared out the window, his eyes on the front entrance of the city. He and Levi's squad will be departing from Shiganshina district tomorrow morning and should be here by tomorrow evening. Thanks to the volunteer soldiers and the Malian engineers we captured, we'll have trains running on the roads before long, but for the moment we are still dependent on horses. He paused. I'm also having Historia come here as well. Pixis looked at him in surprise. From Yagra district. But why? Zeke is already here. Hange frowned. You don't trust Zeke. I can understand being wary of him, but he's done a lot for us. Owen turned away from the window, trying to gather his thoughts. It is true that Zeke has helped us a great deal. He was incredibly useful when we were rebuilding the walls, and the information about the outside world he's provided us has been invaluable. And yet something about him makes me uneasy. By his own admission, he's an experienced liar and manipulator, since he was able to trick Mali for all those years. I can't help but wonder if he has a hidden agenda of his own. Owen shifted his gaze down to the map on the table. And besides, even if my misgivings are incorrect, I think it would still be a good idea to have the armored titan here considering the invasion we are about to face. Hange glanced at Pixis before returning her gaze to Owen. Is that why you reassigned Levi's squad to Eren and are having Mike's squad looking after Zeke? Yes. I know that Levi has become good friends with Zeke, and I'm afraid that could compromise his better judgment if Zeke were to do anything suspicious. Mike knows to be more careful. Hange sighed. Honestly, I think you're being a bit paranoid. Pixis shrugged. A little paranoia can save your life. And if his suspicions are wrong, there's no real harm done. Pixis pointed at the map. Now then, I have a question about the southwestern section of the wall. While the higher-ups made their plans and discussed their strategies, the soldiers under their command carried out the orders they had been given and prepared the world coastal city for the coming war. On top of the wall, countless soldiers carried supplies and moved the cannons to the proper places, trying to ignore the stress and fear they felt about the battle looming ahead of them. Among these soldiers were 2 young scouts who were being much quieter than usual. After setting down a crate, Sasha looked over at her partner. Connie, are you okay? Connie was silent for a moment, his face noticeably paler than normal. I'm scared. Sasha looked out at the sea, observing the water receding into the distance as far as the eye could say. Normally such a view would have been beautiful, something that made her feel calm and at pace. But now it had the opposite effect, as she knew what lay on the other side and would be coming over the horizon before long. Me too. Connie leaned against a nearby cannon, his hands shaking slightly. I knew we would be fighting other humans eventually, but I always figured it would be further into the future, something we wouldn't have to face until many years later. I never expected. He trailed off, clearly distraught. Sasha tried to give a reassuring smile. Hey, we made it through trust where the odds were against us. And this time, the odds are in our favor. We'll be fine. Of course you will. Sasha and Connie turned around to see a woman in her mid-20s walking toward them. She was not wearing a soldier's uniform and was instead dressed in civilian clothing. Sasha gasped. "Miss Dina, what are you doing here?" Dina smiled softly. "Many of the soldiers here were among the Eldians. Eren and the others returned to human form, and they remember me from when I helped them to resettle and start a new life here in the walls. So I've been walking among them to give them some words of encouragement, and so far it does seem to be helping." She looked at them knowingly. "Though I'm sure they are not the only ones who need some reassurance." Connie rubbed the back of his head. "Sorry." Dina let out a small laugh. "It's okay to be nervous. I would be if I were in your shoes. Just don't let that fear consume you, okay? We have the founding titan, so we'll be fine." Sasha nodded. "True. Eren and Mikasa will be here by tomorrow night." Dina fiddled with her hair. "And Iloma will leave Ibi with them." Connie let out a wolfish grin. "Why? Are you wanting to see him?" Dina blushed, suddenly looking more like a bashful schoolgirl than the grown woman she was. Sasha laughed and began teasing her some more. While Dina felt rather embarrassed, she was glad that she had been able to make them feel better and take their minds off of the stress and worry that had been plaguing them, even if for only a few moments. Mike could already tell that something was off. For the past few months he and the other members of his squad had been guarding Zeke, both to protect him from would-be assassins, lest they lose the power of the Beast Titan, and also to keep an eye on him. While having an armed escort wherever he went would be a nuisance for anyone, Zeke had been remarkably patient and understanding about it, and had gotten along well with the other squad members, many of whom he had known ever since he first arrived in the walls after the Battle of Shiganshina. He'd even treated them to meals at expensive restaurants during holidays, or paid for expensive bottles of wine to celebrate someone's birthday. Most of the squad, Thomas, Jilgar, Lin, and Henning, had all come to like and trust Zeke, and Mike had to admit that he would have as well if it hadn't been for Owen's warning to him to keep an eye on Zeke. The commander's instincts were rarely wrong, so if he thought something might be off with Zeke, Mike was inclined to believe him. And something certainly seemed suspicious about him tonight. Instead of his usual routine, Zeke had decided to leave the world city of Dina and investigate something at the port which had been temporarily abandoned because of the imminent invasion. He refused to say what exactly he was investigating, nor why he needed to investigate it so late in the evening. Even the other members of his squad who liked Zeke clearly found his behavior odd. Mike tried to remain calm. It was possible that maybe Zeke just wanted to tell them something outside of the city so that no one else would overhear them. And even if he was up to something underhanded, there were 5 of them, all armed with ODM gear, so even if he turned into a titan they could easily take him down. And yet the uneasy feeling that Mike felt still remained. After walking through the empty streets of the abandoned port for about 20 minutes, Zeke abruptly stopped. The scouts looked at each other uncertainly, while Mike stepped forward with a scowl. "So, are you going to tell us what's going on, and what was so important it couldn't wait until morning?" Zeke looked at him with an unreadable expression. "I suppose I can. You see, I don't actually need to investigate anything here. I just needed to bring you to a place where no one would be able to see or hear me escape." That put the scouts on edge, their fingers immediately resting on their blades. Mike looked at him in confusion. "You want to escape? Why? And how do you expect to escape now that you've openly told us about your intentions?" Zeke looked at him sadly. "Like this." He inhaled, then screamed. At once 4 explosions happened right behind Mike, sending him hurtling forward into the ground, his body immediately racked with pain from the sudden impact with the hard street. He coughed and got back to his feet as quickly as he could, and turned around. He froze in shock. Where his squad had been standing mere seconds ago were 4 titans, each with a vague resemblance to the human they once were. Zeke looked at him with pity. "It's a shame you didn't drink the wine I had gotten for Lin's birthday. It would have spared you from a painful death." Zeke then stepped away as the 4 Titans gathered around Mike. Still utterly shocked from what had just happened, Mike wasn't able to regain his senses fast enough to fight back and was quickly overwhelmed. Zeke looked away. It's a pity. As brutal as Mike's death was, it was at least swift, and a few minutes later the Titans stood before Zeke, awaiting further orders. Zeke stepped onto one of their hands, wincing slightly from the hate. We have work to do. With that, Zeke and the 4 Titans left the abandoned port and disappeared into a nearby forest and began to make their way north as fast as they could. The first rays of the sun were beginning to poke through the window, streaming onto the bed where 2 lovers lay asleep. Mikasa was the first to open her eyes and slowly sat up with a yawn. She glanced at Eren, her eyes softening as she took in his sleeping form. She gently nudged his shoulder. Wake up, Eren. Today's the day we leave for Port Dina, remember? Eren mumbled sleepily before slowly opening his eyes. A warm smile crept onto his face as his gaze fell upon his lovely wife. Did I oversleep? Mikasa ran her fingers through his hair, a smile also lighting up her face. No, it's just time to get up. He sat up and kissed her. She enjoyed the sensation of his lips against hers for a moment before pulling away, and the two began to get ready for the long journey ahead of them. When they stepped out of the front door of the house, Levi and the rest of his squad were already waiting for them. Levi scowled. TCH, thought we were going to have to barge in there and drag you two out. Petra laughed. Oh come on, Captain, it's still early. We've got plenty of time. Eren got onto a horse, as did the other members of the Levi squad, which consisted of Petra and ELD, the 2 veterans who remained loyal to Levi even after the massive changes that had happened within the walls. Mikasa, who wanted to do everything she could to make sure Eren stayed safe and had been skilled enough to ensure a spot with Levi's squad, and Varys, a talented younger soldier who had graduated at the top of his class and had been taken under Levi's wing after Zeke had shown a fondness for the young soldier. The 6 scouts made their way down the main road of Shiganshina that lead to the outer gate. Mikasa looked around with a nostalgic smile. Despite everything that had happened and all the major changes that had occurred, their hometown still looked mostly the same. Mikasa fiddled with her scarf. If only Auntie Carla could be here to see this. As she thought about her deceased adoptive mother, her thoughts inevitably turned to how Eren would soon join his mother in just 5 short years. She pushed the thought away. He's here now, and that's what matters. In an attempt to distract herself, she focused on the other scouts' conversations. ELD smiled at Petra happily. My wife is expecting our 2nd child. She thinks it will be another boy, but personally I'm hoping for a girl this time. That's wonderful news. I hope I can find love someday. I'm sure you will. You're young, you've got plenty of time. Mikasa frowned and decided to listen in on what Levi and Eren were saying instead. Owen's having Historia move to Port Dina for the invasion as well. Not really sure why, since Zeke is already there and we only need 1 royal-blooded Titan to activate the founding Titan. But I'm sure he has his reasons. It'll be good to see my brother again. I haven't seen him in person since the wedding. I think he only has about 2 years left. Mikasa lowered her gaze, once again distraught by the reminder about the curse of Wymir. She glanced at the remaining member of the squad who was being strangely quiet. His face was pale, and he looked like he was struggling to keep his breakfast down. You all right, Varys? Varys jumped slightly before swallowing. Just a bit nervous, I guess. Mikasa hummed in agreement. Yeah. I suppose the idea of being invaded again is a bit nerve-wracking, even if we do have the power of the founding Titan this time. Varys nodded before averting his gaze. Before long the squad had made it to the outer gate, which was being manned by several members of the garrison. Hans waved at them. Hey, it's good to see you 2 lovebirds. About to head for the coast. Levi nodded curtly. Yes, and we are in a bit of a hurry, so if you could open the gate. Hans laughed and rubbed the top of his head. Sure thing, you guys are the first people of the day who will be leaving the city. The garrison got to work, and the gate slowly began to rise up. I heard your wife's pregnant. Congratulations. ELD smiled. Thanks. Hans shifted his gaze back toward Eren and Mikasa. I'm surprised you two haven't reached that stage yet. His tone became teasing. Though from the rumors I've heard, it's not from a lack of trying. Mikasa and Eren blushed, while Petra, ELD, and the garrison laughed. Levi's expression didn't waver. Then, in the blink of an eye, everything changed. Varys pulled out a dart gun and fired it into the side of Eren's neck. Before Eren could even process what had just happened, he slumped forward, his mind drifting into unconsciousness. Varys leaped from his horse, grabbed Eren, and fired his cables inside the gate, which was only about halfway open. He zoomed through the opening, and before he disappeared through the other side, he tossed a small bomb into the inside of the gate. Tears gathered at the corners of Varys' eyes as he carried Eren away. I'm sorry. And before anyone could even begin to think about pursuing him, Varys' bomb exploded, unleashing a burst of flames that obstructed their path through the gate and injured the garrison members who had the misfortune of standing too close. Levi tugged on the reins in an attempt to get his horse to settle down, his eyes wide in disbelief. What the hell? Petra gaped at the flames in astonishment. He took Eren. Mikasa whispered in shock. But why? Then, without warning, they were surrounded. A dozen people equipped with advanced ODMD soared into view above them, their guns trained on the stunned scouts and garrison members. Their Ackerman instincts kicking in, Mikasa and Levi were both able to dive off of their horses and use their ODM gear to evade the deadly hail of gunfire. The others were not so fortunate. As Mikasa looked back, she saw everyone else who had been gathered near the gate shot down. Petra fell to the ground with a look of surprise on her face, a massive hole in the middle of her forehead. ELD had tried to evade the gunshots as well, but he hadn't been fast enough, and after two pierced his lower back, he lost control of his ODM gear and crashed into the wall of a nearby building, killing him instantly. Hans had also fallen to the ground, a large hole in his chest, his face now permanently frozen in a look of fear and disbelief as he looked up at the sky with eyes that could no longer see. The rest of the garrison had also been shot down and lay collapsed in front of the gate. Mikasa felt grief and rage swell up inside her, but she had no time to dwell on it, as she had to focus all her efforts on staying alive with the squad now pursuing her and Levi. Civilians cried out in shock and alarm as the ODMG user sped down the street, disrupting the peaceful day with the sounds of gunshots. Her opponents were very skilled, but they were still no match for an Ackerman, and one by one she outmaneuvered them and cut them down. After realizing there was at last nobody pursuing her, she began to search the city to try to find out what had happened with Levi. It didn't take her long to find him. Levi and a mysterious tall man were fighting along the roofs of the southwestern section of the city, both of them moving with inhuman speed and unnatural grace through the air. Mikasa's eyes widened as she realized that Levi's face was filled with more rage than she had ever seen before in any human face. He was not just angry, he was livid, furious, every fiber of his being consumed with the desire to kill the person in front of him. And yet evidently Levi's strength was still not enough to make that desire a reality, for the man he was fighting was laughing and evading Levi's attacks with ease. His laughing ceased when he noticed Mikasa approaching. Kenny's smile faded. Looks like those fucking idiots were worthless after all. Oh well. As fun as it would be to fight you both, I'm afraid I've got somewhere I need to be. Toodles, kids. He then leaped off the building and began soaring toward the wall. You're not going anywhere. Levi snarled. Mikasa felt the hairs on the back of her neck rise at the sound of Levi's voice, before following Levi in an attempt to stop their enemy from fleeing. But then Kenny tossed out another bomb, one much larger than the one Varys had thrown. Mikasa's eyes widened as she saw it, and realizing that Levi was going to try to dash right past it instead of taking cover, she acted on instinct. She tackled Levi out of the air and pulled him into a nearby building, crashing through a window and down a flight of stairs just before the bomb exploded. The explosion severely damaged all the surrounding buildings and sent rubble raining down into the streets and the lower floors. It also temporarily trapped Mikasa and Levi inside the building they had dove into. Levi glared at her, his livid rage now aimed at her. Why the fuck did you do that? Mikasa flinched, but forced herself to answer. If we had been out there when that thing exploded, we would be dead now. Levi looked like he was about to yell at her before turning away and kicking a piece of debris out of anger. Mikasa hesitated before speaking again. Who was that? Levi froze before the tension slowly drained out of his shoulders, his head drooping. He was my mentor. Oh. Mikasa wasn't sure what to say to that. Why would he want to kidnap Eren? Levi slowly turned around, a pained expression on his face. He wouldn't. But the person he's taking orders from would. Mikasa looked at him sharply. What? He's following someone else's orders. Who? Levi let out a shaky breath, the memory of Kenny's taunts still fresh and raw in his mind. Zeke. He's betrayed us. Mikasa felt her hand fall to her side, her inside suddenly feeling numb. What? Levi gritted his teeth. Apparently he's been loyal to Marley this whole time. And the entire reason why he's been helping us is so that he could earn our trust, all for the express purpose of taking away the founding titan as soon as Marley was ready to invade again. Mikasa gasped, her face lighting up in horror. But that means... She grabbed Levi's shoulders. We have to go after them. Levi nodded. No. But we can't just rush after them blindly. We need to replenish our supplies, and while we appear to have wiped out all the soldiers he brought with him for this ambush, we are going to need reinforcements if we are going to stand a chance against Kenny and Zeke. Levi's face tightened at the last word. We also need to warn the others about this. The invasion isn't supposed to happen for another 2 weeks, but with Eren being taken away, something tells me the enemy will be making their move sooner than we expected. As they set about clearing away the debris so they could get out of the building, Mikasa and Levi both felt a cold anger filling them. Zeke, you bastard. While Shiganshina district was still reeling from the unexpected attack, many kilometers south the inhabitants of Jaeger district, the southernmost district of Wall Historia, were beginning to start their day. Inside one of the houses, 2 young shifters were getting ready for their journey to the coast. Wimmy scowled as she pulled on a shirt. It's pretty rude of Owen to just summon us with such little notice. Historia shook her head slightly while tying her shoes. He did let us know a few days in advance. That's still not very much. Wimmy inspected herself in a nearby mirror, using a comb to try to fix her lingering bed head. I mean, they've got Zeke already stationed there at Port Dina. Why do they need you too? I don't know. But we've been given orders, so we should follow them. Historia lightly punched Wimmy's shoulder. Cheer up. We'll get to see the ocean again, so that'll be nice. I suppose. A short time later, the 2 young ladies exited their house and found their escort squad waiting for them outside, with 2 spare horses ready for them. Historia smiled at them. While there had been several offers from other squads to protect her, both from the MPs and the garrison, she felt most comfortable with the one she already had. She'd known Jane, Marco, Marlo, and Boris for years and knew she could trust them. Marco returned her smile. Good morning, ladies. Wimmy grunted as she got onto her horse. The morning part one can get behind. Not so sure about the good part. Marco's smile faded. What, you didn't sleep well? Sleeping is not the problem. Waking up, that's the problem. Jean glanced at Historia before quickly looking away, not wanting to be accused of perving on her. He still couldn't resist making one small comment. Well, I'm sure waking up next to a beautiful girl must help at least a little. A tiny smirk crept onto Wimmy's face. True. Historia blushed while Wimmy and Marco laughed. Marlo urged his horse to begin moving forward and looked at them all seriously. We shouldn't chit-chat too much, we have to stay on schedule. Jean sighed, though he did urge his horse to begin moving forward as well. Lighten up, will you? The invasion's not for a couple of weeks yet, we've got plenty of time. That's no reason to get complacent. Marlo turned around. Right, Boris? You agree with me, right? Boris stiffened and his eyes darted left and right as if hoping someone else would answer the question for him. When no one did, he croaked out a response. "Why, yeah, sure." Jean waved his hand absently. "Even he thinks you're being too serious, he's just too nice to say it." While neither Jean nor Marlowe seemed to notice, Wimmy couldn't help but sense that something was off with Boris. He was always the quietest member of the squad, but today he seemed much more anxious than normal. But before she could comment on his odd behavior, they were distracted by a scout arriving in front of them. Armin steered his horse toward them and raised his hand in greeting. "Hey." Jean looked mildly surprised. "Armin, what are you doing here?" "I just came to see you off." For the past few months, Armin had been acting as a courier between Port Dina and District Jaeger, passing along important messages for both the scouts and the garrison. While the discovery of technology from the outside world such as radios would eventually change how information was conveyed within the walls, it would take time before it became widespread, and so the role of messengers on horseback was still important. Armin smiled at Wimia and Historia. "So you're heading off to Port Dina, huh?" "I'll be joining you there soon. I'm going to meet up with Eren and the Levi squad when they arrive later today." Marco nodded. "Be sure to say hi to Eren for us." "Right." Wimmy rolled her eyes. "Why?" "We'll be seeing him before long and can say hi to him ourselves." "Boris, are you okay?" Marla's words caused everyone to turn their gaze upon the young MP. Boris looked like he was going to be physically sick, and the 6 pairs of eyes staring at him only seemed to make him feel worse. "Shit," he whispered. "Shit." Then, as if trying to get it over with before he lost his nerve, he pulled out a dart gun and fired it at Historia. His aim was off, but the dart managed to hit her wrist. The drug did its work quickly, and Historia slumped forward and fell off her horse. Boris then tried to move toward the unconscious girl, but before he could, Wimia cut him off, pulling her horse in front of him and extracting a knife from her sleeve. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Wimia's furious glare and angry yell seemed to freeze Boris. After a second or two, he seemed to snap out of his daze, fired a smoke signal into the air, and sped away using his ODM gear. While Wimmy kept her eyes fixed on Boris's retreating form, Jean jumped down from his horse and approached the girl on the ground. "Historia, are you okay?" He pulled out the needle and was relieved to see that she seemed to be breathing normally. Marla looked back and forth between the unconscious Historia and the flaying Boris, a look of utter disbelief on his face. Why on earth did he dash? Armin stiffened. "Everyone, get out of here now." They all looked at him in surprise. "What?" "Just do it," Armin yelled. Jean pulled Historia onto his horse and they all began to rush down the street, pushing their horses to go faster. A few seconds later, an enemy squad appeared at the exact spot where Boris fired the smoke signal and quickly gave chase after the flamed soldiers using ODM gear. Marco looked back at the unknown assailants in fear. "Who are they? What the hell is going on?" Wimia looked at the enemy soldiers coldly. "I don't know who these guys are, but if they're here to take Historia, they're going to have to go through me." She leaped off of her horse, ran the knife across her palm, and transformed. The light and explosion from her transformation caught the attention of people from all across the city, causing fear and dread to spread throughout the busy streets. The Jaws Titan leaped onto a nearby building, climbed onto the roof, and leaped at the closest 2 enemy soldiers. Neither of them had the training or the experience to handle an intelligent Titan and were slaughtered immediately, their bloody remains falling to the streets below. A few seconds later, 2 more of the enemy soldiers also fell to her claws. Wimia felt satisfied. "Yes, I just have to keep this up. If they can't get past me, they can't get to Historia." It was at that moment that 2 more enemy soldiers soared through the air just above her. One of them, a man, yelled out an order to the other. "Annie, now." Wimia felt fear grip her. "What?" A second later, a massive ball of light erupted around Annie's body, and the resulting explosion pushed against Wimia and slammed her Titan into a nearby building, temporarily dazing her. The next second, the female Titan stood in the middle of the street, only a few yards away from the Jaws Titan. That's it. Now we've got them. Seeing that Annie was dealing with Wymir, the rest of the squad sped past her, heading straight for Historia and the young soldiers who were trying to protect her. Annie's gaze remained on Wymir's immobile Titan for a few seconds. This was, after all, the reason she had been assigned to the squad. With Kenny directly involved, it was believed that Eren's kidnapping would be pulled off without any problems. When it came to Historia, though, she wasn't just being guarded by regular soldiers, she was also being protected by another shifter. So when it came time to kidnap her, the female Titan would be on standby in case something went wrong. And as it turned out, something had gone wrong. Boris had failed to finish his part of the operation properly, and so Wymir had transformed. But in the end that didn't matter. Annie knew she was stronger than Wymir, and all she needed to do was step forward and finish off the other female shifter. And yet, Annie's gaze shifted toward the fleeing soldiers on horseback as they were surrounded by the squad that Kenny had spent months training up for this mission. And as she did, she spotted Armin among them. For a brief instant, her eyes and Armin's eyes met. Annie felt herself freeze at the look on his face. There was no anger in that look, nor was there any hatred. There was only fear and a great sadness mixed with a tiny glimmer of the hope. Annie forced herself to look away and return her gaze to Wymir. The Jaws Titan was beginning to stir. She needed to act quickly. But why? Why was she doing this? Out of some misguided sense of duty. And in that moment, 3 memories came rushing back to her in an instant. Honorary Marleyan. Chosen warrior. Marley, Eldia, they can all go to hell. They are all liars, every one of them. They only ever think about themselves. And I'm the same. Armin, you are a good person. The fact that you can see the good in me when I can't see it myself anymore. Annie. I'm so sorry for putting you through this hell. It was my selfishness that led you to suffer. I can't ask for forgiveness, nor would I deserve it even if you could give it. But know that I will always be by your side. And the one thing I want more than anything is for you to be happy. Even if that means throwing away the honor of being a warrior, even if that means making an enemy of the whole world. Do what makes you happy. Annie's gaze hardened, and before Wymir could get up, Annie made her move. Marco looked fearfully over his shoulder as the enemy soldiers came into range. The enemy squad leader grinned as he brought up his gun. There she is. Jean. Marco yelled in fear. What should we dash? The rest of his words were drowned out by a series of loud thuds that echoed throughout the street. The next second, the female Titan was looming behind the enemy squad. And before they could react, she killed them all. She smashed them with her fists, grasped their wires and yanked them into the sides of buildings and kicked their bodies skyward until there was only the squad leader remaining. You bitch. Why? WH-. Her foot came down and he stopped speaking forever. There was a moment of silence where the female Titan and the young soldiers just stared at each other. Then, the female Titan slowly descended to the ground and Annie emerged from the night. She slowly walked toward them, her eyes on the ground. Jean, Marco, and Marlo just looked stunned as she approached them. Armin slipped off his horse and stepped forward, his voice quivering. Annie. The unspoken question hung in the air. Annie tried to look up at him but found she couldn't. I can't do this anymore. The bloodshed of the lies, I can't. Armin gently touched her arm. Annie. Behind him the others also began to dismount from their horses. After getting over his initial shock, Jean stepped forward. What the hell is going on? Annie winced and forced herself to meet his gaze. Zeke betrayed you. He's been a double agent for Marley this entire time. The squad I was a part of was supposed to kidnap Historia, and as we speak there's another squad that's in the process of kidnapping Eren. Armin gasped. What? But before he could ask any further questions, they were interrupted by Wymir's arrival. You piece of shit. She had evidently exited her Titan form and was dragging a struggling Boris toward them, while also repeatedly punching and kicking him. As soon as she reached the group, she held him to the ground as hard as she could. "All right, you said that if I let you live you'd talk. So start talking." Boris cowered on the ground, his hands over his head. "I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. I didn't want to do it, but Zeke forced me to." Wimir scoffed, while Armin knelt down next to him. "How? I drank some wine that was poisoned with his spinal fluid. If I don't do what he tells me to do, he'll turn me into a Titan." A stunned silence followed this revelation. Marco stumbled back. "No way." Armin stood back up, his mind racing as he considered the implications of what Boris had revealed. Wimir kicked Boris again. "Keep going." Boris winced before cowering once more. "I'm sorry, I'll do whatever it takes to make up for it. I don't know where they were planning to take Eren and Historia, but I can tell you the rendezvous point we were supposed to head to after kidnapping Historia." Wimir and Jean began to interrogate Boris more thoroughly while Marlowe did his best to calm the unsettled civilians who had started to gather around and Marco kept an eye on Historia. While this was going on, Armin shyly reached out and grasped Annie's hand. She looked at him in surprise. A tiny but warm smile was on his face. "Annie, thank you." And for the first time in years, Annie felt a smile emerging on her own face as she gently squeezed Armin's hand. She wasn't sure what would happen next, but she was certain that she had done the right thing. Chapter 24: Dusk of Humanity. The old Reese Chapel stood silent in the middle of the countryside, appearing from the outside to still be abandoned and empty, just as it had been for several years. Deep below the chapel in the underground crystal catacombs, however, there were many signs of human activity, as the site was not as abandoned as it appeared. Kenny looked over his surroundings with a sly grin. The last time he'd been here, he'd been in charge of the anti-personnel squad taking orders from Rud Race. Now he was in charge of a brand new squad taking orders from Zeke. Of course, it wasn't like either man had held any kind of real authority or power over him. He just followed their orders because he found their plans interesting, and he was curious to see where things would go. And things had certainly gotten interesting. While Varys had successfully nabbed Eren like he was supposed to, and his squad had wiped out most of the scouts and the garrison that had been protecting Eren, the incompetent Morans had gotten themselves killed by the scouts' two resident Ackermans, Mikasa and Levi. It was a setback and potentially a serious problem, as it opened up the possibility that the scouts might be able to track them down. But Kenny found that he didn't mind. An unexpected challenge like this was just the sort of thing he enjoyed, and he looked forward to clashing with his two fellow clan members once more. In any case, while the squad members he'd brought to Shiganshina had all been wiped out, there were still many others left who were preparing for battle within the Crystal Caverns, and more would be joining them as soon as the second squad returned with Historia in tow. And if the scouts somehow managed to find them and arrived with large numbers of reinforcements, Zeke had a special surprise prepared for them, as every member of Kenny's squad had unknowingly ingested some of Zeke's spinal fluid and could be turned into a pack of powerful abnormal titans at a moment's notice. Kenny's grin widened. He was going to enjoy this. Varys had deposited Eren near the back of the Crystal Cavern, where the Reese family had spent generations transferring the founding titan from one family member to another. Eren's body had been pumped full of sedatives to ensure that he would not wake up before they arrived at the chapel, and at the moment he was still unconscious. His work done, Varys had left the room, his posture stiff and his face full of guilt. Yelena had picked things up from there, chaining Eren down and putting a large metal gag in his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. Zeke watched her work silently, a twinge of regret on his face as he looked at his unconscious younger brother. Yelena stepped back. "Everything's in place. Now we just need to wait for the other team to arrive with Historia." Zeke shifted his gaze to her. "Yes. Thank you, Yelena. It's thanks to all your hard work and planning that it's all come together." A small blush crept onto her face. "Thank you." Zeke stepped forward, his gaze returning to Eren. "If you don't mind, I'd like to be alone with my brother for a little while." Yelena bowed. "As you wish." She slowly left the room, leaving the two Jaeger brothers alone together. Zeke stared into Eren's sleeping face, his mind slowly going over the next steps in his plan as soon as Historia was confirmed to have been captured. From what he'd learned through Levi and the other scouts, Zeke knew that as long as a person with royal blood was physically touching the Founding Titan, they would be able to use its power. And as long as the holder of the Founding Titan was unconscious, they would be unable to change or reverse anything that the person with royal blood chose to do with the Founding Titan's power. With this in mind, his plan was fairly straightforward. He would keep Eren restrained, and when he was ready to use the Founding Titan's power, he would once again pump Eren full of sedatives so that he would remain unconscious for at least 6 hours. He would then take control of the Founding Titan's power and fulfill his euthanasia plan, taking away from all Eldians their ability to reproduce. Once this was done, he would then take the steps necessary to ensure that his euthanasia plan couldn't be reversed. First, he would release the wall titans that were hidden near the coastal districts and use them to destroy all the major military installments around the world, preventing Mali or any other nation from interfering with Paredes for the foreseeable future and taking the Founding Titan for themselves. And second, he would alter the memories of everyone on Paredes in a way that would benefit him and prevent them from figuring out what he had done until it was too late. Of course, Mikasa, Levi, Dina, and Historia would not be affected by this memory alteration, and so would need to be killed. Once his plans were completed and most of the loose ends had been tied up, all that would be left would be to make sure that everything worked out. To that end, Zeke would monitor Paredes for a full year after his euthanasia plan was put into motion to make absolutely sure that no more Eldian children were being born. And if this was found to be the case, then Zeke would tie up the final loose end and kill Eren. With Eren's death, the Founding Titan power would be lost, and with no more Eldian children being born, it would never again manifest itself in the world, making it impossible to stop the gradual extinction of the Eldian people. Naturally, Eren would never go along with any of this, and could pose a significant threat to his plans if he were allowed to live for a year after the euthanasia plan was put into effect. But Zeke had a means of dealing with this problem. After he'd used the Founding Titan power to do everything else he wanted, he would use it one last time to erase all of Eren's memories and replace them with ones that would ensure Eren's submission and obedience. If Zeke was honest with himself, he did feel a little bad about what he was going to do. He knew killing Levi, a man who considered him a friend, Mikasa, his sister-in-law, Historia, a young woman who had done nothing wrong, and even his own mother Dina would be extremely evil acts, especially since he had broken the trust they'd placed in him. And destroying Eren's identity and eventually killing him for his own ends made him rather uneasy, as it uncomfortably reminded him of how Grisha had treated himself. But while it plagued his conscience somewhat, in the end it was all for the greater good, and so he had no choice but to see it through. Zeke was roused from his thoughts as the chains binding Eren rattled slightly. Eren shifted, his body suspended by the chains. His eyes slowly opened, his mind still clearly foggy from the sleep and the drugs. He blinked a few times, then abruptly his eyes snapped wide open, and he began to tug on the chains holding him in place. He tried to speak, but the gag prevented him from making any coherent sounds. "Ah, you're awake. You're probably wondering what's going on." Zeke began to pace back and forth in front of him. "Well, you see, Eren, many years ago I came up with a plan that would free the Eldian people from their suffering and free the world from the terror of the Titans." Eren had, for the moment, calmed down slightly to listen to what his older brother had to say, though he was still understandably alarmed from having woken up in chains. "In order to make this plan a reality, I knew I would need to retrieve the power of the Founding Titan. I spent years working toward this goal, until eventually I found you." Zeke paused and glanced down at Eren. "At first I thought that perhaps you and I could work together to make my plan happen." He shook his head and resumed his pacing. "But alas, it's clear that while overall you are a good person, you've sadly been subjected to rigorous brainwashing by our father. He may have been more subtle about it with you than he was with me, but he nonetheless instilled his nationalistic ideology into you, making you place the good of Eldia over the good of humanity as a whole." Eren was quiet, his mind racing as he remembered the words Zeke had said to him during his first life during their brief encounter at Shiganshina. "Believe me, Eren, I get it. I know how you feel. Both of us are just victims of your father. I'm sorry, but he's brainwashed you. Consequently, you would never willingly go along with my plans. If we had time, perhaps I could have eventually undone your brainwashing, but regrettably time is something that neither you nor I have much of left. And so I have been forced to resort to this. Zeke looked at him apologetically. I am truly sorry. If there was another way, I would have taken it, but... Eren's eyes widened and he began to strain against his chains again, seeming to realize that Zeke intended to kill him. Zeke ignored his outburst. It might reassure you to know that Mikasa is still alive. From what I was told, she's safe and unharmed, so you don't need to worry about her well-being. Eren calmed down slightly, but was still looking at his brother warily. Sir. Zeke turned around to see Varys jogging toward him. He frowned. What is it? Varys glanced at Eren, his face apprehensive, before returning his gaze to Zeke. We just got word from a member of the second squad. They failed to capture Historia. Apparently, Annie betrayed them and killed them all. Zeke's mouth fell open in shock. What? Why the hell would she do that? I don't know. Zeke gripped the side of his head. Damn it, first we lose the primary squad in Shiganshina district, and now we lose the secondary squad in Jaeger district. And Annie betrayed us, but why? She never gave any sign or indication that her loyalties were to anyone other than Marley. I know she and Amin were in a relationship during her time within the walls, but I assumed she was just manipulating him. Maybe she really did have feelings for him. But in that case, don't tell me she betrayed Marley because of the boy she had a crush on. Seeing that Zeke was thoroughly distracted at the moment, Eren seized his chance. It's now or never. Clenching his teeth, Eren forced his hand through the chains, breaking several bones and tearing through several muscles in his now badly mangled hand. Forcing himself to ignore the pain through sheer willpower, Eren stretched out and just barely managed to brush against Zeke's leg with the tips of his fingers. Instantly a spark of electricity ignited, and Eren felt the power of the founding titan flowing through him once more. Initially he was going to transform into a titan, but after seeing Zeke's frightened face, he found that he just couldn't. Instead, he used the power to do two things. The first was he sent a message across the paths to the one person he cared about the most. Mikasa. Many miles away, Mikasa's head snapped up in shock. Eren. The next second, the room was flooded with light, forcing Zeke and Varys to cover their eyes. Once the light had faded, Zeke could see that Eren had completely encased himself within a crystalline cocoon, its color matching that of the crystals lining the floor and walls. Shock filled Zeke's face, which was quickly replaced with horror. No. No. Varys was thrown off his feet as Zeke abruptly transformed into the Beast Titan, and after hardening his fists he tried to break open the crystal by smashing it as hard as he could. His attempt yielded no results, and Eren simply watched him with a calm, slightly cold expression. Damn it. The sound of ODM gear filled the air as Kenny lazily swooped into the room. Is there a problem? The Beast Titan gestured at Eren in frustration. Eren's encased himself in this cocoon. We need to get him out immediately. Go get some of the explosives. Varys saluted. Why, yes, sir. Kenny sighed. All right, keep your hair on. As Varys left to get the explosives and Zeke continued to futilely pound against Eren's crystal, Kenny felt himself grinning once again. This is getting really interesting. The brief but brutal battle in Jaeger district had ended hours ago, but the city was still reeling from the aftermath, and many soldiers of the garrison were on patrol throughout the streets to ensure that the civilians didn't panic or rile themselves up. Several buildings had been damaged by Wymia and Annie's transformations, and teams of construction workers were already working on repairing the damage. At the same time, the corpses of the enemy squad were being covered and taken away, while the garrison questioned those who had witnessed the battle. Wymia, Historia, and a reserve squad of the scouts had headed south for Port Dina in order to warn Owen and Pixis about Zeke's plans, as well as to reinforce the city for the incoming invasion from Marley. Meanwhile, Jean, Marker, Marlowe, and 2 squads of the garrison had gone north to warn the others and if necessary take part in an operation to rescue Eren. Near the eastern end of the city stood a small but efficiently built jail, one that had rarely seen use. But after the day's earlier excitement, it was now occupied by 2 new prisoners, each one being carefully watched by members of the garrison. The first was Boris, who sat alone in his cell, silently lamenting his cowardice and hoping that the damage his actions had caused could still be repaired. The second was Annie, who had one guest sitting just outside of her cell. The garrison had given the 2 of them some privacy for the moment, though Annie knew they would be back before long. Armin stared at her uncertainly, while her gaze was fixed on the floor in front of her. Neither spoke for several minutes. "So why did you do it?" Armin asked gently. "I mean, I can guess, but won't your father get in trouble?" Annie didn't say anything for a moment. Armin remained silent while she gathered her thoughts. "When I was born, I was abandoned by both of my parents because I was Eldian. I ended up being taken in by a man who was originally from another nation but was placed in one of Mali's internment zones after a blood test revealed he was also an Eldian. After Mali revealed their warrior program, he began rigorously training me, because if I became one of Mali's warriors then we would get to become honorary Malians and his standard of living would improve." Annie's eyes darkened. While he never explicitly said it, it was clear that he just saw me as a means to an end. One day I got fed up and knocked him down and kicked him repeatedly in the leg. I ended up permanently damaging the leg, but he was pleased because it meant that I had become strong. Eventually I was able to become one of Mali's warriors just as he had wanted. Annie's eyes drifted toward the small window that gave her cell a small view of the outside world. At the time nothing really mattered to me. Not the lives of others, not even my own life. Everything seemed so meaningless and empty. All I knew was that I didn't want to die, nor did I want to be stressed or uncomfortable, so I just went with the flow and did what was expected of me. Her eyes softened. But then, right before we left for the operation on Paratus, the man who raised me got down on his knees in front of me. He said that everything he taught me was wrong, that he was sorry, and that he didn't care what I did or even if I completed the mission, just as long as I came back to him. She swallowed, and Armin could see that she was holding back tears. In that moment, he finally began to be a father to me, and I could see how much I meant to him. And so I promised him that I would come back no matter what. That promise is what sustained me during those 5 difficult years when we infiltrated the walls. I didn't give a shit about Mali or the founding Titan, all I cared about was surviving and getting back to my father. She finally made eye contact with him, and Armin felt his heart begin to beat slightly faster. But then I met you, and things got more complicated. For a long time life had seemed pointless to me. After the promise I'd made to my father, that slowly started to change, as I now had a purpose. And after meeting you I began to see new meaning in life. I also began to feel things I'd never felt before. A slight blush lit up Annie's cheeks, and Armin felt his own face warming as he remembered many of the nights they'd spent alone together. Especially that final night. Before. Annie's eyes darted back to the floor. Of course, I knew it couldn't last. I needed to keep my promise to my father, and it was only a matter of time before you found out who I really was. She closed her eyes, and a look of shame came onto her features. It must have been awful. Armin was silent as he remembered the moment when Annie had revealed herself as the female Titan and his world had been turned on its head. Yeah. It was, he said quietly. An uncomfortable silence filled the room before Annie resumed speaking. Eventually I made it back home to my father. It was really good, to see him again. But I was never quite able to forget about the time I spent on the island. I always remembered it with a mixture of great funness and deep shame, especially when it came to the bond one made and then broke with you. Armin looked at her sadly. Annie let out a shaky breath. My father, he told me to do what would make me happy. And I realized that this secret mission, one that involves destroying one blameless nation for the selfish gains of another, would not make me happy. Being forced to kill you or let you be killed would not make me happy. And so I said to hell with the mission. Annie made eye contact with Armin once more, and as he stared into her eyes he was struck with how much he must have meant to her for her to go to such lengths to protect him and the sacrifices she was willing to make. He never imagined someone would ever care about him that much, and while it didn't fix the pain and the heartache he'd felt from her initial betrayal, it did a lot to help him start the healing process. Armin leaned forward and grasped the bars that separated them. Annie, I can't even begin to tell you how much what you did means to me. But you do realize they might execute you, right? Given what you've done in the past. Annie let out a soft smile, touched by Armin's concern. I'm well aware of that. But I still don't regret it. I only have a few years left anyway. Armin blinked back a few tears. Annie, I promise you I will do everything I can to protect you and allow you to live out your remaining years in peace. Annie reached through the bars and cupped his cheek. Thank you, Armin. Tears then did begin to fall from his face, while Annie just smiled, her heart feeling lighter than it had ever felt before. Owen frowned. So we don't know where Zeke is. Han shook her head grimly. No. The last time anyone saw him was last night, when he and Mike's squad went to investigate something in the port nearby. It's possible they might have spent the night there, but even so they should have come back by now. And there's been no sign of Mike's squad either. No. It's as though Zeke, Mike, and the others have just vanished. Owen crossed his arms behind his back as he stared out of his officer's window. I don't like this. Owen and Hanj were suddenly startled as the door was flung open. Nanaba stood in the doorway and was breathing heavily as if she had run there. Commander, Historia and Wimia have just arrived and they have urgent news. Zeke's betrayed us. Han's face fell in shock. What? Owen's expression became grim. I wish I could say I was surprised, but... He gestured at her. Go on. Nanaba nodded. This morning, when Historia and her escort squad were preparing to leave, they were ambushed by an enemy squad of ODMG users whose goal was to kidnap Historia. They would have succeeded, except one of them, the female Titan Annie Lenhart, betrayed them and killed them. This time Owen's face fell in shock. What? Annie then surrendered and explained that Zeke's loyalties were still to Mali and that his plan was to wait until Mali invaded again and then steal away the founding Titan in order to leave Paratus vulnerable. At the same time that Historia's attempted kidnapping occurred, there was also an attempt to kidnap Eren. We don't yet know if this attempt was successful, but from what Annie said it seems likely. Historia sent her squad and several garrison squads up north to try to help Eren, while she and Wimia came here to help with the invasion. Owen frowned, suddenly looking worried. I see. If Zeke's forces did manage to capture Eren, then tactically speaking they would have timed it so that they captured him at around the same time as Mali's invasion. This can only mean that the invasion will happen anytime now to take advantage of our trump card being taken away. Should we send more reinforcements to help Eren? Hanj asked. Owen shook his head. No. Without the founding Titan at our disposal, we'll need every soldier we have right here. Even if Zeke's plan worked and Eren was captured, I'm confident that Levi and Mikasa would have both survived the attack, and they will do whatever it takes to get him back. We'll just have to trust in the men and the reinforcements that Historia sent to find and recover Eren. If they aren't able to do it, well, by the time any forces we tried to send got there, it would already be too late. He returned his gaze to Nanaba. Alert Commander Pixis about these latest developments. Sir. Nanaba saluted and swiftly left the room. Owen turned toward his section commander. Hanj, get everyone mobilized for battle. We don't know if the enemy will be here in a matter of hours or days, but either way we need to be ready. And send Historia and Wimia to see me as soon as ye can. With Eren gone, they'll be our two most important assets in this battle. Han saluted. Understood. She then left the room, leaving the scout commander alone once more. Owen stared out the window with a dark expression. So it begins again. We knew this day would come. The only question is how it will end. Mikasa tried in vain to break free from Levi's grip. We have to go. No. Levi said in an infuriatingly calm voice. I know where Eren is. He sent me a message through the paths showing me exactly where Zeke is holding him. We need to go now. Levi didn't move. Mikasa, calm down. You also said that Eren encased himself in a solid crystalline cocoon, right? The only titans that could easily crack something like that are the Jaws Titan and maybe the Warhammer Titan, neither of which are at Zeke's disposal, right? Mikasa hesitated. Yes, but... Look, I get that you're worried about him. But from what you said, he'll be fine for the immediate future. We can't just blindly charge after him. Getting ourselves killed won't do him any good. Mikasa stopped struggling and tried to rein in her emotions. She knew Levi was right. They'd sent 2 garrison messengers south to warn the others about what had happened and to request backup. It would take time for their reinforcements to arrive, and in the meantime all they could do was wait, which despite all reasoning was the most agonizing thing Mikasa had ever had to do. Seeing that she had calmed down, Levi slowly let go of her arm. I know it's tough, but we need to be patient. Mikasa nodded stiffly. Satisfied that she wouldn't try to run off, Levi returned his gaze to the southern gate. Mikasa followed his gaze and felt her stomach drop at the sight before them. The bodies of the garrison soldiers and scouts that had been killed still lay strewn across the ground, though most had been covered by sheets. Levi's gaze lingered on the 2 bodies he knew were Eld and Petra. Mere hours ago both had been so lively and happy. Now they were 2 more losses he would have to bear. He dreaded to think how Eld's pregnant wife would react, and it filled him with a great sadness as he thought about her fall when Petra would have settled down. Despite being soldiers, both should have been able to live full, normal lives. And they would have, if it hadn't been for Zeke. Levi gritted his teeth as his chest tightened in anger and sorrow, and he was overcome with the overwhelming question of why. Why did he do it? What could possibly justify this? And beyond that, once fond memories he had of Zeke were now tainted, and he wondered if any of what the bearded bastard had said was real, or if it all had been a facade. Meanwhile, Mikasa's gaze had landed on Hansa's body. Without warning, she was reminded of that day when everything changed, when Hans had saved her and Eren. And now, she felt involuntary tears trailing down her face, and she tucked her scarf over her mouth. She shuddered. Do you ever get used to this? No. Without warning, a group of horse riders passed through the gate and entered Shiganshina. At the head of the group were Jane, Marco, and Marlo. Jane's eyes widened in horror at the sight of the bodies. Shit. Marco and Marlo also expressed their surprise, though in less vulgar ways. Mikasa looked at them in shock. Jean, Marco, what are you guys doing here? Marco looked at them anxiously. Has Eren been kidnapped? Mikasa and Levi were both stunned into silence. Why, yes. Mikasa stammered. How did you know? Marlo scowled. There was an attempt to kidnap Historia this morning. It thankfully failed, and we learned about Zeke's treachery and his plans to take away the founding Titan. Mikasa's eyes widened. Is Historia okay? Yeah, she's fine. Marco reassured her. How did it fail? Levi asked. Well, Jean hesitated. Annie was one of the members of the enemy squad, but she ended up betraying her teammates and helping us. The 2 Ackermen were once again stunned into silence. What? Levi exclaimed. Annie. Mikasa said in bewilderment. But why? Marco shrugged half-heartedly. I think it was because Armin happened to be with us. She also said that she felt bad about how Paratus was being framed and set up and couldn't bring herself to fight for Mali anymore. Jean fiddled with his reins. Anyways, we are here to help rescue Eren. Do you have any idea of where they might have taken him? Mikasa nodded. Yes. Let's go. Mikasa and Levi were both given a spare horse, and within minutes the whole group of scouts, garrison, and MP soldiers had left Shiganshina behind and were riding north as fast and hard as they could. Levi frowned thoughtfully. So Zeke betrayed us, and then Annie betrayed him. Seems fitting, I suppose. I'll have to thank her, assuming we all survive this. Mikasa's thoughts were more single-minded. Hang on, Eren, we are coming for you. Hange knocked on the half-open door to announce her presence. Everything's ready, Owen. Pixis is waiting for you on the wall. Very good. Owen grabbed a few papers off his desk before suiting up in ODM gear. A moment later, he and Hange were walking through the now empty military headquarters of Dina District. Many hours had passed since they'd received the news about Zeke and Eren, and it was now early evening. Most of the military was on or near the district's walls, preparing for the invasion. The handful of civilians who hadn't already been evacuated up north had retreated to an underground bunker beneath the city, where they would hopefully be safe from any bombs or titans the battle would rain down upon the city. As Owen and Hange neared the front entrance, they passed by one of the meeting rooms whose door was still ajar. Hange paused when she realized that someone was in the room. She turned back and peered through the door. Owen followed her and was surprised at what he saw. Miss Dina. Why haven't you gone down yet? Dina jumped and hastily stood up from the chair she'd been sitting in. Based on her position, it was clear she'd been staring off into space for quite some time now. Oh. She forced a chuckle. Right. I'm sorry. Her feeble smile died as involuntary tears ran down her face. My son, and my precious son, I thought. You thought you knew him? Owen said gently. Why, yes. Dina rubbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. I know I was a terrible mother to him back in Mali. I've come to terms with that, and I did my best to make up for it. And he seemed to forgive me, and he seemed to understand what was best for Eldia now. She let out a sob. But this... Owen sighed. Propaganda is a powerful thing. Even in the walls, I've seen how dogmatic beliefs and ideologies can warp a person's thinking if it's continually forced and reinforced upon their minds. And from what you and the others have said, the propaganda that Mali puts out is even more potent and pervasive, as most of the Eldians in Mali fully buy into it. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder. For as smart as Zeke is, it appears even he wasn't immune to its influence. And that is not your fault. You may have made mistakes, but you can't hold yourself accountable for Zeke's decisions. That responsibility lies with him and him alone. Dina gave a shaky nod. I know. It's hard. Owen nodded sympathetically and silently gestured for her to come within. She followed him as he and Hange escorted her to the underground bunker. As she walked, Dina's mind was occupied by another disturbing revelation. Previously, after the reconstruction of the island had been completed, Owen had asked her to be the one to inherit the Beast Titan. She knew it was important for the island to keep at least one Titan with royal blood around, and so she had accepted his request, even if she was uncomfortable with some of the implications. For one, she knew that the government wanted her to settle down and start having more children as soon as possible, and that if she took too long deciding on a new husband, they would decide for her. But a more immediate concern was that in order to inherit the Beast Titan, she would have to kill and eat Zeke, the thought of which had greatly disturbed her, and still did. It was an inevitable part of any Titan shifter's life, and they would die regardless due to the curse of Wymir, but that didn't make it any more appealing. Still, Dina had reconciled herself with the idea because she had thought that it wouldn't happen until Zeke's term was up, and there would be a chance for an emotional goodbye before the deed was done. But Zeke's betrayal had changed everything. If his plans succeeded, then they would all be killed or enslaved by Mali. But if his plans failed, the government would never allow Zeke to live, and the power of the Beast Titan would have to be taken from him. And so she would have to kill her own son 2 years earlier than she had expected, and not after an emotional goodbye but after a devastating betrayal. More tears fell down her face, though Owen and Hange pretended not to notice. Why can't this all just stop? Before long, Owen and Hanj arrived on the wall, where all the scout soldiers were stationed, along with a few garrison soldiers. Things were surprisingly silent, though the tension in the air was thick, and everyone's eyes were on the horizon. The sun was close to setting, and the last rays it cast across the sky might have been beautiful under normal circumstances, but now just seemed foreboding. Most of the soldiers didn't yet know about Zeke's betrayal, given the effect that would have on Raoul, and had only been told about Eren's capture and the grim fact that they would need to defend the city without the aid of the founding Titan. A few soldiers were stationed in the port just outside of the world city, keeping themselves hidden so that the enemy would think that the port was abandoned and ready to strike if they tried to seize the port. Wimia was among them, though her job was slightly different. As her Titan was very small and agile and had a set of powerful jaws, her task was to target the enemy ships. Once they were relatively close to the shore, she would transform and dive underwater and bite through the hulls of the ships from underwater. Historia meanwhile was on the wall, and her job was to defend the city against the enemy Titan shifters that might drop in from the airships. At the moment she was situated near Sasha and Connie's squad. The jovial pair from the 104th were uncharacteristically quiet, but Historia didn't need to ask why. Sasha's face paled. "They are here." Over the horizon a line of ships was now just visible in the distance. All along the water were several dozen ships, while in the air far above them there were around 12 airships. On one of the ships Ms. Tiber stood near the helm, glaring across the water at the devils she believed had killed her brother. On one of the airships a mixture of Eldian and Mali soldiers were assembled, and among them were Magath, Bertolt, and Peak. As he stared down at the island spread out below them, Bertolt was filled with a mixture of anticipation and dread. "I hope Annie is okay." Magath picked up a nearby radio. "All troops prepare for battle. Remember, avoid doing too much damage to the wall itself. Focus your fire on the human enemies. If any of the enemy shifters appear, make their capture a priority. For the moment they don't have access to the founding Titan, but we don't know for certain if that will last, so do everything you can to capture the city as quickly as possible." He put down the radio and glanced at his two warriors. "Bertolt, you'll be going in first. They appear to have spread themselves around a fair amount, so we won't be able to wipe them all out in one go, but you'll still be able to do some damage and you'll provide a nice big target for the enemy to focus on. While their attention is focused on you, we can parachute in more of our forces. Peak, your main job will be to protect Bertolt, as we don't know how long this battle will last." Peak nodded. "Right." Magath looked out the window. "The future of Mali and Eldia is riding on this. We can't afford any more failures." "Understood," Bertolt said quietly. The ships slowly came closer and closer to the shore, while the airships were not far behind, the evening air eerily silent as the walled city awaited the oncoming storm. Many miles to the north, the soldiers currently under Levi's command had arrived near the Reese Chapel. Jean looked at the chapel skeptically. "And you sure this is the place?" Mikasa glanced at him irritably. "Yes, I told you, Eren sent me a message through the paths." Levi raised his voice. "All right, everyone gather up." Mikasa, Jean, Maka, Marlo, and the other garrison soldiers obeyed, and they went over their plan of attack. They weren't fully prepared for what could be lying in wait for them, but Levi knew that time was not on their side, and they needed to act quickly, so they had no choice. Their presence had not gone unnoticed, and the man who had seen them was thrilled. Kenny poked his head through the door. "Yo Varys, tell Zeke it looks like we've got company." "A lot of company." Varys nodded, his face pale, before retreating downstairs to warn the rest of Kenny's squad and Zeke about the intruders. As he neared the chamber where Eren's crystal was located, he heard a horrible screeching sound that forced him to cover his ears. As he got closer, he could see that the awful sound was being produced by Zeke dragging his hardened nails across the crystal. The explosives had had no effect at all on the crystal, and so Zeke had been relentlessly using his Titan abilities in every way he could think of to break the crystal. Smashing it, crushing it, throwing things at it, throwing the crystal itself, even biting it. None of his efforts had accomplished anything, though they had produced a large amount of amused laughter from Kenny, which had only further angered Zeke and eventually caused him to roar at Kenny to leave. Zeke paused in his latest attempt to break Eren's crystal when he noticed Varys enter the room. Sir, we have some bad news. Zeke sighed. What is it? We've got company. It looks like a squad or two of the scouts, or maybe the garrison. Zeke smashed his fist against the nearby wall, startling Varys. Damn it. I didn't think they'd arrive so quickly. Okay, tell Kenny and the others to fire an acoustic round if they get down here. Varys nodded. Why, yes, sir. As Varys left, he prayed that this nightmare would soon be over. He didn't want to do any of this. He didn't want to obey Zeke and betray his comrades like this, but what choice did he have? After foolishly accepting that gift of wine so many months ago, he'd been stuck, forced to obey Zeke or else be turned into a titan, moreover a titan that would then obey all of Zeke's commands. He didn't want to end up as a mindless slave, much less a monster, and so had chosen the only option that would allow him to retain at least some of his humanity. Varys closed his eyes. Eren, please forgive me. I hope I can make up for this. Eren watched Varys leave the room before returning his gaze to his brother, whose face was wearing an irritated frown as he tried to think of some way to crack open the crystal. For his part, Eren felt relatively calm, as he knew that Zeke would never be able to break the crystal before help came for him. All I have to do is wait for the others to arrive, and then I'll release myself. I probably should have done more with the Founding Titan's power after touching Zeke, but I just couldn't bring myself to fight my brother. Eren recalled what Zeke had said while he was chained up, and the look of regret he'd held while discussing his plans and alluding to the fate he had planned for his younger brother. I think he has good intentions. But why couldn't he have just told me? I kind of get why he thought I was brainwashed by Dad, but to do all this without even trying to find out if I might be okay with whatever his plan is or why. What should I do? And suddenly, the crystalline cave was gone. In its place was a vast ocean of sand stretching out in all directions all the way to the horizon. The sky was now visible and was a dark blue filled with stars and crisscrossing lines that were dotted all throughout the great canopy above him. Eren froze. The crystal that had been surrounding him was gone, but he hardly noticed that. This place, so I've been here before. And from behind him, sounding like it hadn't been used for centuries, a voice spoke. Hello, Eren. It's been a long time. Chapter 25: The Founder's Revenge. Eren slowly turned around, feeling slightly apprehensive as he did so, unsure of who or what he was about to say. As his eyes landed on the person who had spoken, however, he felt slightly surprised. Instead of the vast or godlike being he was expecting, he found himself looking at a young woman dressed in plain white robes. She was rather pretty, and her appearance somewhat reminded him of Astoria. But the most noteworthy thing about her was her eyes. They sparkled and shone with the experience of someone who had lived for a very, very long time, and despite the kind expression on her face, he found himself feeling somewhat frightened by her gaze. Who are you? Eren stammered. She smiled softly. We met once before, when you were at a crossroads and ended up making one of the most important decisions of your life. As Eren's eyes roamed the sandy landscape, he recalled the last time he had been there, before he had leapt back in time, when he had first kissed Astoria's hand at that ceremony. He remembered the river he'd followed, and he remembered the strange young girl he had briefly seen on the other side of the river. He looked back at her. You are the Founder, Wymir. Very good. Eren swallowed nervously. Why did you summon me back then? And why have you brought me here now? You've heard conflicting stories and ideas about exactly who and what I am. According to Eldian legends, I was a benevolent goddess. According to Malian propaganda, I was a wicked demon. But the truth, as is often the case, is much more grounded and human. She looked up at the sky, and her expression became sad. I was born into a small village in a remote region, and from a very young age I was conditioned to do one thing above all others: obey. My parents were incredibly strict, and even small acts of rebellion were harshly punished, and so I learned to simply do what I was told. Then, when I was 6 years old, my village was attacked and burned to the ground. Most of the people, including my parents, were killed, and those of us who were spared were taken away as slaves. The one who did this was the first king of Eldia. What? Eren exclaimed. While my life became much harder after I was made into a slave, the same basic principle still applied: obey. So I kept my head down and did as I was told, faithfully serving my new master, because that was all I had ever known. She looked over at the vast pillar of light that could be seen in the distance, her gaze hardening slightly. When I was 10 years old, I came into contact with some sort of entity. What it was, I do not know, even now. All I can say is that whatever it was very powerful and so ancient as to make the entirety of human history look like the blink of an eye. It was connecting with this entity that gave me the power of the Titans, and thus I became the progenitor shifter. She smiled bitterly. You would think that after gaining such power I would have avenged myself against the man who had burned down my village and enslaved me. But alas, any independent or rebellious thoughts I may have once had long since been wiped away, and there was only one thought in my mind: obey. And so I allowed the Eldian king to use me and my power however he saw fit. He made me destroy the old Malian Empire, bear his children, and build up Eldia into a powerful kingdom. I obeyed him without fail because that was all I knew how to do. But a tiny part of me hoped that I might someday receive at least a small amount of genuine affection from him in acknowledgement of my humanity. When I was 23 years old, 13 years after I gained the power of the Titans, I saved the king from an assassination attempt by a disgruntled Malian soldier, taking a spear through the nape of my neck that was meant for him. And as I lay there dying, I looked up and hoped that at long last, I would be given some real love or gratitude from the man who I had dedicated my life to. But even as I was dying, he still only saw me as a slave. The only comfort I had to look forward to was the merciful release of death. However, I was denied even this. The king didn't want to lose my power, and so he desecrated my corpse, forcing the 3 daughters I'd had with him to cannibalize me until nothing was left. Eren looked rather sick. My power lived on in them, and whenever they called on this power I was there to sculpt and build the Titan bodies they would use, lending them my strength. I could have said no. I could have stopped. But the mental chains that had bound me in life remained even in death, and so I did what I had always done: obey. Following the king's orders, my 3 daughters shared the same fate as me, and each of their corpses were cannibalized by their 3 eldest children. And thus, the 9 Titans were born. After that, for 2,000 years I remained here, in this realm. Every time one of the 9 transformed, every time an Eldian was turned into a pure Titan, I was there to lend my strength. Not because I wanted to, but because I felt that I had no choice but to obey the commands that were given to my fractured soul. Few knew about this place, and even fewer knew about me. The only ones who ever directly interacted with me were the holders of the founding Titan. They always either revered me as a god, or treated me as a slave, much like the first Eldian king had. Either way, none of them ever tried to get me to change my behavior, nor did they take any interest in me as a person. And given how closed off my mind had become over the millennia, I can't entirely blame them for that. She looked at him, her eyes softening. It seemed that this nightmarish half-existence would never end, and I had long since grown numb to the subconscious feelings of horror and despair that occasionally tried to shake me out of my mental shackles. But then, something extraordinary happened. You? Eren blinked. Me? You remember those rivers you saw when you first came here? Those rivers represented different timelines, alternative branches, deviations, variations, all manners of different events and outcomes. In the original timeline, the progenitor timeline, you had made your way here on your own. After much struggle and hardship, you had unlocked the full power of the founding Titan and came to me. And when you found me, you did not treat me as a slave or a god. You saw me as a person and sought to help me instead of controlling me. In showing me compassion, you ended up seeing all of my memories, and I yours. Your memories, words, and actions set me free and finally broke the slave mentality that had kept me chained down for so long. In my gratitude, I lent you my power and used it to save your people. She turned back toward the coordinate. After that timeline came to an end, I became curious. Your memories hadn't only freed me, they'd given me a taste of what life really had to offer, as I had felt all of your joys and sorrows as vividly as if they had been my own. For 2,000 years I had existed, but I hadn't truly lived, and I had long ago lost my ability to appreciate life or empathize with other people. Now that I had regained both, I wanted to see and experience all the things I had missed. She waved her hand in the air. In this realm, every last memory and thought of the Eldian race can be found. I began to live vicariously through the memories of my descendants, starting with my daughters and moving forward from there, seeing life through the eyes of countless people. These experiences were enriching and eye-opening, but eventually I became unsatisfied with simply watching the echoes of what had already happened. And then it occurred to me that every time a person makes a decision, there's always an unfulfilled path, another chain of events that would have occurred if they had chosen differently. I began to wonder what these alternatives would look like and the futures that would result from them. And so I used the coordinate to make these branching timelines a reality, to see where they would go and to live vicariously through these new memories and experiences. She glanced back at him. And one of the first things I thought of after I created this myriad of timelines was you, Eren. Me? While you had more or less achieved your goal in the original timeline, it had been a long and hard road, and you had lost many of those dearest to you. You had suffered greatly, and I wanted to help you, to repay you for setting me free. And so I created this alternate timeline, giving you the chance to go back to the beginning, armed with your future knowledge, and do things over again. Eren's eyes widened in awe. I see. Thank you. I have been watching over you, seeing your memories and the memories of those around you, including Mikasa. She gave him a teasing smile. And I must say, you're very good in bed, Eren. Eren blushed. I thank you. He stammered, unsure of what on earth to say to that. Her smile became kind. And I'm glad that you've managed to save more lives and to make things better for your people. Most of all, I'm glad you've managed to find real happiness, something you sadly weren't able to in the progenitor timeline. But regrettably, despite all your efforts, in many ways things haven't changed. The outside world is still seeking your destruction. And your brother is still trying to bring about the extinction of the Eldians. Eren stiffened. He what? He believes that the world will never know peace until the Titans have ceased to exist, and in order to make this happen he intends to use the founding Titan to sterilize all Eldians, robbing them of their ability to reproduce so that they will eventually die off, and take the power of the Titans with them. Eren shook his head in disbelief. That's... A dreadful thought occurred to him. He said that Mikasa was safe, and I briefly heard her through the paths, so I know she's okay. But what about the others? Levi is fine. But the others are dead. Eren took a step back. Petra ELD. There's also about to be a big battle near Port Dana. Commander Owen and Pixis have prepared their forces, and they have Historia and the other Wymir there to help them with the armored Enjo's Titans. But the enemy slightly outnumbers them, and they have on their side the Cart, Colossal, and Warhammer Titans. No matter who wins, the casualties will be enormous. And just outside of this chapel, Mikasa, Levi, and many of your comrades are getting themselves ready to rescue you. But between Kenny and Zeke, it's very likely that some of them will perish during this attack. Eren's eyes widened in horror. No. No. I can't allow that to happen. I'll have to free myself from the crystal and try to touch Zeke to activate the founding Titan now. It's risky, but there's no other choice. She shook her head. You're wrong. There is another option. There is... She nodded. I can guarantee your victory today. I can ensure that you won't have to lose anyone else close to you. And I can give you and your loved ones long and happy futures. Really? But how? You must trust me. Give up your Titan powers and leave the rest to me, and I will grant your people the freedom they deserve. Eren frowned. Give up my powers? But then I won't be able to defend myself. But you said you'd take care of everything, are you absolutely sure? Yes. Without a doubt. She held out her hand. He looked at it uncertainly. Wait. If I lose my Titan abilities? She smiled warmly. The curse of Wimir will also leave your body. You'll be able to live to a ripe old age instead of dying before reaching your 25th birthday. Eren stared at her hand for a moment. He wasn't sure exactly what she had in mind, but she was the one who had set everything in motion. She was the one who had given him this second chance. And it was clear that she did care about him. So if she said she could guarantee a safe and long future for himself and his loved ones, then in all likelihood he could probably trust her. All right. I'll leave it in your hands. He reached out and shook her hand. As he did so, a spark of light traveled between them, and Eren felt something leaving his body. She stepped back. Very well. Goodbye, Eren. We will not meet again, at least not in this timeline. She turned around and began to walk toward the coordinate. As she left, Eren began to feel slightly concerned, wondering exactly what he had agreed to. Wimir's face was blank as she made her way toward the coordinate. In the long term this will ensure his survival and happiness. But in the short term it will hurt. He is a good person after all. So I suppose it's best for the sake of his sanity that I didn't tell him that what I'm about to do was originally his idea. And as she neared the coordinate, she found her thoughts already turning to other possible timelines she could create. Let's see, I wonder how things might play out if the battle at Shiganshina had gone ever so slightly better for the scouts. Or perhaps I'll nudge the thoughts of my namesake into making different decisions early on and seeing the effects that would have from there. And maybe at some point I'll try sending Armain and the Casa back in time, kind of like what I did for Eren in this timeline. That could be quite interesting. Well, I've got all the time in the world to explore a myriad of possibilities. She stepped into the coordinate and used her power to seal the fate of that world. Hear me, my subjects. You are free. Armain and Annie looked up sharply. What? Armain gasped. Did you just hear that? She asked. Yeah. She looked around wildly. That or was that Eren? No. It sounded like a woman's voice. And it said my subjects. Another name for Eldians is subjects of Wimir. So that means... Annie's eyes widened. That was a Wimir. The founder Wimir. But I thought she died 2,000 years ago. Armin shook his head. We don't really have much accurate information about Wimir. Everything we do know about her has been obfuscated and distorted by myths and propaganda, so we really have no way of knowing who she really was. But if she's still alive after all this time... She said that we were free. But what does that mean? They fell into silence. Annie had a troubled look on her face, and Armin felt a sinking sense of foreboding. Zeke jerked his head in shock, the message interrupting his attempts to break open Eren's crystal. He looked up at the ceiling in confusion. What was that? Suddenly, the crystal shattered, depositing Eren onto the floor of the cavern. Zeke's eyes lit up. Finally. But before he could do anything else, the beast Titan abruptly collapsed and fell to the ground with a thunderous boom. What? What's happening? Zeke hastily exited his Titan and sliced open his hand in order to try to transform again. Nothing happened. He looked at his bleeding hand in disbelief. What? Why isn't this working? Eren stood up and noticed that Zeke's wound wasn't healing. Zeke looked at him sharply. What did you do? Eren frowned darkly. I didn't do anything. But... Zeke's eyes widened in understanding. Wimir. Without warning, an acoustic round was fired in the distance. Realizing that this meant that enemy forces had entered the caverns, Zeke screamed. But instead of the distant glow of light from the telltale explosions of Titan transformations that he had expected, nothing happened. Eren glared at his brother. Looks like your pack of abnormal Titans aren't going to be making an appearance. Eren ran forward and punched Zeke in the face, breaking his nose. Zeke fell to the ground, a despairing look on his face. No. I was so close. Further back in the cavern, the scouts, garrison, and MP soldier had begun their attack on the enemy squad. All right. Kenny grinned gleefully. Now this is more like it. Levi immediately clashed with his former mentor, while Mikasa and the others got to work slaughtering Kenny's squad. Despite having been trained by Kenny himself, they lacked the necessary skills to stand a chance against ODM users with years of experience behind them, and they quickly dropped like flies one by one. One of them almost managed to get a shot at Mikasa, but before he could take advantage of this opening he was shot dead by Varys. Mikasa looked at him in surprise, but nodded her head in appreciation. He looked away in shame, as she was fairly certain that Varys had likely been poisoned by Zeke's spinal fluid and subsequently blackmailed into helping him kidnap Eren. Mikasa decided that holding a grudge against him was not warranted, as the real target of her anger was Zeke himself. Varys surrendered, and the rest of Kenny's squad was quickly taken care of, with only a few casualties among the garrison soldiers. The only one left was Kenny, but he alone was proving to be quite a tough opponent even when Mikasa and Levi began to work together to take him down. A few of the MP soldiers tried to help and were almost instantly cut down for their trouble by the laughing killer. Further back in the cavern, Jean, Marco, and Marlo managed to reach Eren and Zeke. "Eren," Jean cried in relief. "You red bastard." Marlo growled as he looked down at Zeke. While Marco and Marlo restrained Zeke, Jean walked up to Eren. "What happened? What was that message?" Eren shook his head. "I'm not sure. I spoke with the founder Wimir." Jean's mouth fell open in shock. "What?" Eren waved his hand vaguely in the air. "I found myself in this strange place, and she told me she could guarantee Paredis's safety if I gave up my Titan powers. But it looks like my powers weren't the only ones affected." Jean glanced back at Zeke. "Well, that's a relief. But what did she mean when she said we are free?" Eren frowned. "I don't know." Off in one corner, two of the surviving garrison soldiers were restraining a struggling Yelena. Satisfied that the enemy had been neutralized, they began to make their way back toward the entrance of the caverns. As they entered the main chamber, they found Mikasa and Levi standing over Kenny's dead body. From the looks of things, it had been a brutal fight, but in the end the two Ackermans of the scouts had managed to defeat him. "Mikasa!" Eren cried. She turned around sharply, and her eyes lit up. "Eren!" They ran toward each other and embraced. Mikasa kissed him, not caring who saw. She pulled back and looked at him anxiously. "I was so worried about you." Eren smiled sadly. "No. I'm sorry." Levi scoffed. "If anyone should be sorry, it's this piece of shit." Levi walked over and kicked Zeke in the head, knocking out a bunch of his teeth in the process. Levi glared down at his former friend. "Oh, quit your crying, they'll grow right back." Marco smiled sheepishly. "Yeah, about that." Hanch froze in shock, and from the expressions of those around her, they'd also heard the same cryptic message. What was that?" Owen frowned. "I don't know." "Look!" Nanabar cried. The scouts looked toward the plateau in the distance and could see it breaking apart, the wall titans trapped within beginning to march toward the shore. A cheer rose up from the forces gathered in the city near Port Dina, knowing that they were saved. "They must have done it," Hant exclaimed. Nanabar let out a sigh of relief. "Thank God." Upon seeing the wall titans and realizing that their plan must have failed, the ships and airships of Mali immediately began to retreat. At the port, a cheer rose from the soldiers there as well, and Wimir felt a strange mixture of relief and disappointment as she watched the enemy retreat. Well, that was a little anticlimactic. And I was just getting ready to be a Titan shark. Still, I guess that means I can heal this cut. Wimir looked down at her hand and was surprised when no steam began to rise from the injury. It's not healing. What's going on?" Pixis walked up to Owen. "Well, all's well that ends well." Owen nodded reluctantly. "Perhaps. But what did that message mean?" Pixis rubbed his mustache thoughtfully. The only one who could send a message to everyone like that would have to be the founding Titan, so one would assume that it was Eren. However, that wasn't Eren's voice. Owen remarked. And it called us their subjects. As in, subjects of Wimir. Which means, Pixis placed his hands behind his back. That must have been the founder Wimir. And she said that we are free. I'm not sure what that means, but given that the Colossal Titans have been released, it seems safe to say that she's on our side. Bowen returned his gaze to the retreating enemy ships. So it would seem. But it seems odd for her to interfere now, after all this time. The only reasons I can think of for her to step in would be if they failed to rescue Eren and she wanted to protect us in his place, or if she's going to do something that Eren can't. And what would that be? Pixis asked. I don't know. Owen admitted. Owen watched the walled Titans reach sea with narrowed eyes, wondering what was really going on. The naval ships tried to get away, but the walled Titans were able to quickly catch up to them and seal their fate. Lara Tybur watched the approaching mass of Titans with a resigned expression. Forgive me, brother. I couldn't avenge your death. But at least we can now be reunited. The ships were all destroyed by the Titans. The airships continued to retreat, the soldiers on board quite subdued. Maka frowned as he looked down at the Titans in the sea. Well, it seems Zeke and the others have failed. It was a good plan, but... Bertolt bowed his head sadly, knowing that Annie was probably dead. If only he'd had the courage to say something sooner. Peek looked down at her finger, where she had put a small nick so that she would be ready to transform at a moment's notice. Since they were retreating, this was no longer necessary. But when she tried to let the injury heal, nothing happened. Her eyes widened. Bertolt. He looked up at her. What is it? She handed him a pocket knife. Try making a small wound. Bertolt felt puzzled, but did what she asked, putting a small cut on the back of his hand. He gasped. It's not healing. Peek nodded grimly. I had a feeling. They went to Magath and told him what had happened. It looks like our Titan powers are, at least for the moment, gone. Magath folded his arms. And you audience said that you all heard a voice right before the walled Titans were released, correct? Peek nodded. Yes. Hear me, my subjects. You are free. But what does that mean? I don't know. Magath sighed. But if your Titans aren't working, we'll be at an even bigger disadvantage when it comes time to defend Mali against the walled Titans. The only bright side is that based on the intel we got from Zeke, there are only around 80,000 walled Titans available to Paratus to use in war at the moment. That's still not good, but it's not quite as daunting as the millions that the 145th kin claimed. Bertolt grimaced. Even so, we'll be hard-pressed to stop an army of colossal Titans. At this point, we can only hope that Eren will be content with destroying part of Mali and not all of it. Otherwise... Peek frowned. Though was that Eren? That voice didn't it sound female to you? Bertolt glanced at her uncertainly. Say yeah, I guess it did. But... They were interrupted by one of the soldiers. Sir, we have a bit of a problem. Kozlo said nervously. What is it? Magath asked. We've been trying to contact our forces stationed in the barrier with the radio, but there's been no response. We tried some other frequencies and locations, but still no response. Magath frowned. That's odd. We should definitely be within range by now. There must be something wrong with our equipment. Have the other airships been able to get through? Kozlo shook his head. No, that's the thing. We can talk to each other, but when it comes to the continent, nothing. Well, that must mean that the radio equipment on all of our airships must be defective. So either it's sabotage or someone is going to be fired when we get back due to their incompetence. I mean, the only other alternative would be if everyone we are trying to communicate with had suddenly vanished, and that's just absurd. An uneasy feeling permeated the airship, and Peak had a sinking sensation in her stomach. Through the back window, Bertolt could see the steam from the ocean behind them and knew that the Wall Titans weren't too far behind them. Several hours passed in relative silence, the few conversations between the defeated soldiers being subdued and short-lived. Kozlo smiled in relief. "Land in sight, sir." Maggoth nodded. "Very good." The airships approached the shoreline, grateful to be back in familiar territory. But as they got closer, "What the hell?" Kozlo exclaimed. Maggoth's eyes widened. "That's impossible." Bertolt and Peak were stunned and horrified by what they were seeing. The entirety of the city of Liberia was gone. Everything had been leveled. There were giant footprints all over the ground, and they could see a cloud of steam on the horizon further inland. "No way!" Bertolt yelled. "Did the Wall Titans beat us here?" "But no, that can't be." "But what else is there?" Maggoth looked through the back window. "No, the Titans are still behind us." "But then how did this, or what is this?" "Fuck." Maggoth, Kozlo, and Bertolt looked at Peak in shock. In all the time they'd known her, they'd never heard her use profanity before. She gripped the sides of her head, a look of utter despair on her face. "Fuck." Maggoth looked at her in concern. "Peak? We are too late." Peak whispered. "That message of the Wall Titans waking up, our powers not working, and now this isn't Eren's doing. It must be Wymir's." "The founder?" Bertolt asked. Peak slowly nodded. "Yes. We know that the founding Titan was sealed away because of the vow-renouncing war that the royal family had made, and it has been dormant for the past century. The 145th king said he was tired of the constant infighting among the Eldian race, and perhaps the founder Wymir feels the same way. Eren is the current holder of the founding Titan, so it's possible that Wymir became attached and sympathetic toward him and his people, and when Marley chose to continue to make war with Paredes, she lost all patience and decided to bring it all to an end in a way that benefits Eren and the rest of Paredes." None horror shot through Bertolt. "You mean?" "She removed the 9 Titans from this world. She woke up all the spare Wall Titans on the island. And she turned every Eldian outside of Paredes into a colossal Titan. All of them looked at the flattened land below them in horror." Peak swallowed, her throat very dry. "And now she's using all of these Titans to purge the world of every human outside of the island, taking their hatred and prejudices with them and ensuring the safety of Paredes in the short and long term." A stunned silence followed. What can we do?" Bertolt whispered. Peak leaned against a nearby wall. "Nothing, there is no stopping this." Kozlo glanced at Maggoth. We don't have a lot of fuel left." "N." He trailed off. Maggoth walked stiffly toward the front of the airship. I'll tell the pilot to just keeping moving straight ahead." And so they kept moving forward, the airships flying slowly over the ruins below, going as far as they could before they inevitably ran out of fuel and were forced to land and meet the same fate that had swallowed the rest of the continent. Chapter 26 Epilogue. Zackley surveyed the table solemnly. "So, the survey ships confirmed it." Owen nodded grimly. "Yes. It appears that everything outside of the island has been destroyed. And given the swiftness with which the destruction occurred, it's extremely unlikely that it was just the spare Wall Titans that we had that were responsible. Most likely, every Eldian outside of the island was turned into a colossal-sized Titan in order to facilitate the eradication of all other humans in the world." Pixis folded his arms. "Well, I suppose that greatly simplifies any and all future conflicts." "Yes." Owen agreed. "With no outsiders to invade again, we just have to worry about internal strife, something that will be much easier to manage." Niles looked uneasy. "Still, it's chilling to know that the founder had that kind of power." "True," Owen admitted. "And it seems that the Titans and Titan powers have vanished for good." Pixis added. "None of our shifters can heal or transform, and I had some of my people examine the insides of the walls stretched all across the island. While the walls themselves are intact, the titans within them are gone. Niles coughed. What will we do with the volunteers? Zackley stroked his beard thoughtfully. We'll tell them the same thing we'll tell the general public, namely that we don't have any idea why, but for whatever reason the founder Wimir decided to act on our behalf and eliminate everyone outside of this island, taking their hatred and prejudices with them. We'll then offer them apologies and whatever compensation we can, since their knowledge about the outside world will still be useful. Niles frowned. So we are keeping Eren's involvement a secret? Yes. Zackley said curtly. It's not like our version of events is all that different from the truth. How is Eren doing? Pixis asked. Owen winced. Well, we haven't told him everything yet, but I think he's already figured out what Wimir did. He's not taking it well, since he's the one who basically gave her the green light to do it. Pixis nodded sagely. Perfectly understandable. Zackley sighed. Keep an eye on him. Though since the Titan powers have vanished, he won't need to be as closely scrutinized or monitored anymore. Eren, Mikasa, and Armin sat silently in an unused conference room. Eren's face was lined with pain and grief. They'd won. Their future was guaranteed. But Mikasa gently held his hand. Eren, this is not your fault. You couldn't have known. Eren said nothing. Armin agonized over what he should say. He tried to think of something, anything, that would ease the guilt Eren was feeling, but nothing came to mind. After a few moments of silence, Eren spoke. I told you some of what happened with Wimir, but I didn't tell you everything. Armin frowned. Really? Mikasa squeezed his hand. You don't have to tell us if you don't want to. Eren swallowed nervously. It involves coming clean about something I've been hiding from you for years. But I think both of you deserve to know the truth. And so Armin and Mikasa remained quiet as Eren told them everything. He told him about the first timeline. He told them about their original cadet training, the battle at Trust, the disastrous 57th expedition, and finally capturing Annie after so much hardship and sacrifice. He told them about the Beast Titan's incursion at Regaka, about Reyna and Bertolt revealing their true colors, their failed attempt to kidnap him, and the first time he used the founding Titan's power. He told them about the Scouts' conflict with the government, what happened in the Crystal Cave between himself and Historia, how they took down Rodriguez's Titan and secured the new regime's control over the walls. He told them how they prepared to take back War Maria, how the Battle of Shiganshina unfolded and ended with a Pyrrhic victory for the Scouts, how Owen died and Armin gained the Colossal Titan, how they reached the basement and learned the truth about the outside world. And he told them what happened at the ceremony after the battle, how he kissed Historia's hand, ended up in the paths, and was given the chance to go back in time and do everything all over again. When he finally finished, his voice was slightly hoarse from all the talking he'd done, and Armin and Mikasa were stunned by what he had revealed. Eren watched them nervously. I know it sounds a little crazy, but I believe you, Eren. Armin said firmly. It does explain a lot. And to be honest, we've been suspecting that something like this might have been the truth for quite some time now. Really? Eren exclaimed in surprise. But you never said anything. Armin shrugged half-heartedly. I wasn't sure, and while I had some misgivings, overall I felt that I could trust you, and that when you were ready you'd tell us the truth. Heh. Eren chuckled weakly. You really are the smart one, aren't you? Mikasa squeezed his hand again. Eren, I'm so sorry you had to go through all that. But overall, things are better for our people, for us, than they were in the original timeline, right? Eren nodded dismally. Yes. But the cost, I'm incredibly grateful to Wimir for giving me this opportunity. But I never wanted her to do that on my behalf. Knowing how many people must have died to secure our freedom, even if it means we'll never be attacked again. Armin smiled bitterly. Well, she's a goddess, right? The struggles of us mortals must not be as pressing for her anymore, so she probably didn't think much of wiping the slate clean for the benefit of the people she'd taken an interest in. Especially since it sounds like she's been hopping from one timeline to the next, seeing how things will play out each time for her own amusement. And if she can just undo the results of the rumbling when she starts the next timeline, she probably isn't concerned about the long-term consequences it will have. Eren frowned. Of course, we have to live with those consequences. Yeah. Mikasa pulled Armin and Eren into a group hug, the two of them doing their best to give Eren what comfort they could. Several days later, Levi and Dina were walking toward the main military prison of Mitras. Levi glanced at Dina. "Are you sure you're ready for this?" Dina's hands were trembling, but her voice was steady. "Yes. I need to speak to him. I have to know why." Levi frowned. Eren already told us what Zeke's true goal was. He was planning to dash. No. But I want to hear it from him. I want to understand. Levi awkwardly placed a hand on her shoulder. "None of what happened was your fault." Dina shook her head. No. But he's still my son." Levi removed the hand. "Okay." They then entered the building and made their way to the front desk. One of the NPs stationed there that day looked up. "Captain Levi." "Lady Dina. How can I help you?" "We are here to see Zeke," Levi said shortly. The MP's face fell. Well, I'm afraid visiting him isn't going to be possible." Dina gasped. "What?" Levi's eyes narrowed. "Why not?" "He's dead." Dina stumbled backwards and Levi gently caught her before she could fall. He looked sharply at the MP. "What happened?" "We are not entirely sure yet, but he was in the same cell as Yelena. It looks like they both killed themselves last night, though we will be doing a full inquiry." "I see." Their reason for coming now gone, Levi and Dina slowly exited the building. "Zeke," Dina whispered. Without warning, she began to sob against Levi, who did what he could to comfort her. He scowled. Damn it. There was a whole lot I wanted to say to that idiot, but... Annie walked out of the courthouse with Armin by her side, still slightly stunned by the results of her hearing. While her past crimes against Paredes were by no means forgotten, the circumstances around her actions as a child soldier had been taken into account, as was the help she had given to them when she betrayed Zeke. With these things in mind, and also factoring in the disappearance of the outside world and the end of the Titan powers, Annie was pardoned and given her freedom. Armin smiled at her. "I told you they would be lenient. I'm honestly surprised it went as well as it did." She glanced at him. "Though I'm guessing you may have pulled a few strings to get them to go easy on me." Armin grinned sheepishly. "Well, maybe. Still, I told you I'd do what I could to protect you." Annie shook her head. "I thought it was all over. With my time running out with the curse, I figured saving you would be the last major thing I got to do in my life. Instead, you have your whole life ahead of you." Armin murmured. "You don't have to worry about the past catching up to you anymore." Annie came to a halt. "Well, I don't think that's quite true." Armin looked up and saw Jane, Marco, and Marlo standing nearby, their expressions serious. Marlo stepped forward. "We didn't get a chance to really talk before, but you killed Hitch." Annie winced. "Yes." Without warning, Marlo punched her in the face, causing her to stumble back with a bloody nose. Armin caught her, while Jean and Marco ran up next to Marlo just in case they needed to restrain him. Marlo made no further attempts to attack Annie, however, and the two of them just stared at each other silently. "I'm grateful to you for saving us," Marlo said quietly. "Given what Zeke was trying to do, we owe you quite a debt for ruining his plans. But don't think we'll ever forget the blood you have on your hands." Marlo walked away, with Jean and Marco following him after throwing Annie apologetic looks. Armin handed Annie a handkerchief. "You okay?" "Yeah, I'll be fine," she said thickly as she held the cloth to her nose. They resumed their walk, this time an uneasy silence settling down between them. Annie couldn't blame Marlo for being angry at her. He had a right to be. And while she didn't exactly regret her actions, she wasn't quite so sure that she had done the right thing anymore. After all, by betraying Zeke, she had indirectly led to the outside world being destroyed, something that she knew would haunt her for the rest of her days. But in the end, all she could do was move on and do her best to live with the choices she had made. She silently took Armin's hand, and their fingers interlaced. As the years passed, things settled down on Paradis Island into a relative peace. With some help from the volunteer soldiers who had come from the world outside of the island, the government of Paradis slowly but surely began to incorporate elements of a republic, based on a democratic system that ancient Mali had had during its golden age before Eldia conquered it at the dawn of the Titan era. With her role as queen reduced almost entirely to a figurehead, Historia and Wimir were free to live their lives as they wanted and were very happy together. Mikasa did everything she could to comfort and support Eren, and in time he was able to move on, though he could never truly forgive himself for the role he had played in the end of the world. They had 2 children that they named Faye and Hans, and spent the rest of their lives together. After courting for a few years, Annie and Armin ended up getting married, and together they had one blonde-haired boy that they named Bertolt. After several years, Levi and Dina also ended up getting married, and they had one daughter together that they named Isabel. After they got married, Levi retired from the military and opened up his own tea shop, though he would check in on the well-being of his former comrades from time to time. Connie and Sasha remained in the Scouts and eventually got married as well. They were among the first Scouts who would go on expeditions many years later to explore the outside world to see what had become of it. These expeditions were fairly rare, though, as the island had all of the resources they needed, and everywhere they went outside the island they found countless morbid reminders of the global genocide that had wiped out every other human civilization on the planet. Hanj in particular found these expeditions to be equal parts fascinating and disquieting. It was always exciting to explore new lands and find new things, but knowing the dark truth of what had happened was extremely unsettling. It was easy to forget if one lived out one's life solely on the island, but for those who ventured beyond it was unavoidable. She knew that with time the wounds of the past would heal, but they would never go away completely. They had won the happy ending, but the price others had paid had been far too steep. She could only hope that somewhere out there, in another time, in another world, they had been able to come to a resolution without such a high toll. Author's note: oh God, finishing this chapter felt like pulling teeth, but at last it's done. I know it's a bit on the short side, and it's not quite as polished as I'd like it to be, but honestly I don't want to keep you guys in suspense any longer, and I just want to be done with this story, and I don't think staring at my screen for another 2 months will make it any better. I hope the ending was at least tolerable. If you enjoyed the story, I'm glad I was able to have a positive effect on your life, even if the story was a bit of a mess. If you enjoy my writing, I would highly recommend you go check out my story What If, as I think it's quite good, and I have a somewhat important announcement at the end of chapter 16. If you want another time travel AOT story to read, I would highly recommend Not This Time by Rowboat Girlman, as it's really fantastic. It'll be up to you to decide whether it's better than A Second Chance or not, but personally I enjoy NTT way more, since I can read it without being overcome by self-loathing and existential dread about my life and writing. And now for a little bonus, a short jerk chapter where I deliberately try to make the ending to A Second Chance as mind-breakingly terrible as the canon ending. A small part of me was tempted to upload this and pretend it's the real ending for a few days before uploading the real ending, but I decided that would be too cruel. Plus it's way too late for an April Fool's chapter. Crack ending. Eren couldn't help but cry when he saw his daughter for the first time. The labor had been hard on Mikasa, but it was worth it to see Faye looking back up at them. Mikasa gently cradled Faye in her arms. She's beautiful. Eren kissed Mikasa's forehead without taking his eyes off of Faye. You did so good. Suddenly, Eren felt lightheaded and he stumbled away from Mikasa and Faye. Eren. Mikasa looked at him in alarm. Eren, what's wrong? Eren tried to speak, but before he could say a word he collapsed, his head hitting the floor hard. Darkness pulled him under. Eren. Eren. Eren felt his consciousness slowly returning to him. He groaned, his head still feeling sore. He's awake. Armin's voice spoke somewhere above him. Eren opened his eyes and found himself looking into Mikasa's face. Her eyes brightened. Oh, thank goodness. Eren smiled weakly. Sorry for worrying you, Eren froze because he realized something was wrong. Mikasa was looking distinctly younger than she had when she'd given birth a few hours ago, and her hair was much shorter. What the hell? Mikasa? Eren asked cautiously. Why are you? Why am I what? Mikasa asked with a frown. Eren looked frantically around the room. Where am I? What's going on? You fainted in the middle of the ceremony. Armin explained. Ceremony? Eren repeated in confusion. What ceremony? Armin frowned. You know, the ceremony for the survivors of the Battle of Shiganshina. Eren sat back down, his mind spinning. If what Armin said was true, then that meant he's jumped back in time, and everything that had happened afterwards, all of it had just been a long and elaborate dream. None of it had been real. He was back in the original and only timeline. Eren frowned. Well, that was weird. Oh well, I guess I'll just forget all about it. Mikasa tilted her head. Something wrong? Eren sat up, a confident smile lighting up his face. It's nothing. Hey Mikasa, want to have a threesome with Historia? Armin sputtered in bewilderment. Sure. Mikasa replied cheerfully. Want to do it right now? Yep. Eren said. Eren and Mikasa got up and walked out of the room. Armin followed after them, completely in shock. Wait, what? Where the fuck had that came out of? Before long they ran into Historia. The young queen nodded politely. Oh hey Eren. Hello Historia. Eren placed his hand on her shoulder. Mikasa and I were going to have sex. Would you like to join us? Sure, sounds like fun. Historia said with a wide smile. I hope your cock can handle both of us. Eren laughed good-naturedly. I'm a shifter, of course it can. I'll fuck you both so good you won't be able to think about anything else except me being inside of you. The three of them walked off, with Eren holding Mikasa and Historia by the shoulder, the two young women looking at him lustfully. Armin shook his head. What is going on? Owen's ghost leaned down next to him. You think that's bizarre? You should have seen the canon ending. Wah. At the sight of the ghost, Armin panicked, tripped down the stairs, broke his neck and died. Owen's ghost stared down at Armin's body with a slightly puzzled look on his face. Was it something I said? Oh well, I think I'll go haunt Levi for a while. Maybe I can convince him to worship my new lord and destroy Gabitholo.